to steady and pull the trigger.
Have you heard the latest AFL podcast from the ABC? Join myself, Catherine Murphy, and AFL legend Paul Roos as we discuss all the big storylines. Feed your footy obsession or just learn more about the game as we bring you all the latest news and analysis. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Collingwood are breakfast.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air.
Listen to the roar.
Feel a different energy.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps. Goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy looks at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Whacks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Stolen. Snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gallon snaps. He'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Sunday night footy, it's King's birthday eve at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Two arch rivals going at it, Essendon and Collingwood, two teams with long premiership droughts, one sitting second on the ladder, the other second favourite for the flag. We've got the Twins going at it for the first time, Harry for the Blues and Ben for the Bombers. After 9 seasons in the league, they finally go head-to-head. We've got premiership teammates in the coach's box with Brad Scott up against Michael Voss, and a record crowd expected on what is now become an annual event, the King's Birthday Eve blockbuster between the Bombers and the Blues. It's my privilege to be here on ABC Sport. It is Sunday night footy. My name's Corbin Middlemass, and to call the footy with me is Matt Clinch. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Good evening to you and good evening to everyone. It's rather fitting, isn't it, that of the most successful clubs in the VFL AFL history, of course, 16 Essendon and Carlton alongside Collingwood, and yet just as the Blues are getting back in town, feels like the Bombers have emerged from their slumber, and it sets it up beautifully, doesn't it? Unfortunately, the weather is slightly damp, but you mentioned the crowd. 91,571 is the magic number we're trying to beat for the biggest ever home and away crowd between these two sides, and the stage is just set beautifully, even though the Bombers had their winning streak ended last week, and the Blues with an impressive win over Port Adelaide. So all is in readiness. Can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannot wait for it tonight. The Bombers out there getting loose at the moment, doing a preliminary warm-up, and we're about to catch up with Brad Scott on a monster night of footy, the coach of the Bombers. There's no late change. Elijah Sardis is the sub for Essendon, and Corey Durden, who comes back in for the Blues, is their sub. In the second row, in the experts' chair, first of all, the Richmond champion, former GWS footballer, player agents of the Stars, the whole nine, Brett Delidio is here. Hello, Lids.
Corby, Clinchy, good to be here on a Sunday night. We're usually Sunday Arvo, but I don't mind the idea of bringing this in before the King's birthday. I think it's, you get two teams in the top 8 like we are. We should be absolute belter of a crowd and hopefully get a belter of a game, barring the weather, but looking forward to it.
1 mm out, 1 mm in. So Mark Murphy late scratching with illness, but straight off the plane. He's been over there celebrating a premiership 30 years on, one of the 4 that he was involved with, 1 as a player and 3 as a coach. The coaching icon himself, Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby, Matt, Brett, and all our listeners. Yes, I got off the plane. I feel reasonably fresh. Was given that I sampled a bit of the Margaret River Red, but I had a great time over there with just renewing acquaintances with some fantastic people, great players, administrators, staff, etc. And the supporters when we were on the ground. It was just terrific. Pity we didn't knock North over, but that's the way it is. Can't wait for the night. It's as I said to you, I would have liked to have been sitting in front of the fire watching this, but you know, there's only marginally second place is to be here, and outside is chockers. It is just absolutely throbbing outside, so we're going to get a cracking crowd. And don't worry about the weather. We're in the middle. We're starting winter, Clinchy.
Yep.
It's cold. You know, if it rains, it rains. It's a bit colder. Let me tell you, we have winter over here. I don't think they have it in Western Australia. So I'm delighted to be back. And what it does do, it brings the best of the best out in slippery conditions, because 1, they hold their feet, 2, they've got better touch, and we're going to see a ripping game.
Feels like there's a bit more weight on the scales than just 4 premiership points tonight. The Bombers proving time for them, so they've been sitting second on the table for a few weeks now, and yet people are sort of questioning their legitimacy. And the Blues, such is the nature of the competition, they win, and 1 week they're knocking on the door of the top 4, which is where they're at the moment. If they lose, they find themselves in a dogfight just to make the 8, and that is where the competition is at the moment, how up and down the season's been so far.
I think when you do analyse that, and tonight's result with Sydney, the way they played that last half, I got home in time just to watch the last part of that, and they are I didn't have them in the 8 only because of last year, and I just thought, can they be better than what they were, because their best last year, you know, was okay, but what they've done, they've got better than best. Yep. They've got their best out of their best, and what's happening is, when you analyse, and I'm not necessarily a stats person, but the first 5 players are all in midfielders. So it's magnificent.
Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, the coaching icon Mick Malthouse, and the Richmond champ Brett Delidio in the commentary box. Ben Cameron, the 5th member of our team, he's down boundary side. Ben.
Yeah, thanks, Corbs. I'm very pleased to say that I'm joined by the Essendon coach, Brad Scott. It'd be impossible to miss the Mackay twins storyline coming into this matchup. First time in 9 years they're going to go head-to-head. You are a twin. You are a twin, which we all know very well. How do you relate to what the boys will be going through, going head-to-head against each other tonight?
Oh, well, what I do know is it'll interest everyone else a lot more than Ben and Harry, that's for sure. You know, when you're a twin, I mean, some of the hilarious questions you get asked, like what's it like being a twin, as if Ben and Harry know what it's like not being a twin. But you know, they've obviously been compared their whole lives, and you know, haven't had the opportunity to play against each other at the highest level. But you know, in terms of the build-up for Ben, he's been absolutely enormous for us this year, and we just want him to go about it like another game. Now, the reality is it's not another game, and there'll be huge interest in it. And you know, if he plays his role for us, we'll be very happy.
How much time are they likely to spend on one another?
Oh, a fair bit, I'd suggest. I mean, it'll depend a little bit where Harry plays. I mean, we like to get Ben in specific spots. So, you know, if Harry goes higher up the ground, you know, Ben will follow him at different stages and play a bit deeper at other stages. But, you know, it's a big night for Ben, obviously, but not just because of Harry, because if he's not playing on Harry, he'll be playing on Charlie. So, tough assignments. Without being disrespectful to Will, it does feel like Will Setterfield's a little bit of a horses for courses selection. Who does he go to? No, I think he's in our side because he's a really important. I mean, if you look at statistically, he's really important for us in a whole lot of areas. I mean, we lost him last year at a crucial time, and coincided with our midfield dropping off. So he'll play a variety of roles, both inside and outside. And we won't set him for a specific task early in the game, but we've certainly got plenty of contingencies for him.
I'll flick you upstairs.
Brad, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Good luck tonight. The occasion itself, so King's Birthday Eve, you've been here a couple of years now and the Bombers have had this fixture against the Blues in that time and are keen to make it an annual event. How special is it as a coach to be able to say, look, in the front half of the year, we've got this Anzac Day dream time for your young group hoping to make an impression in finals to be able to have such a stage?
Oh, it's enormous, Corbin. It's, I'm just on a daily basis blown away by the support we're getting from, the Essendon Army. And, we've had, crowds down to training this week like it's a final series. So it's, it's just fantastic for our players to be able to experience these big games, incredible atmosphere, and, really, really practice what high-pressure footy's like. And, you say you can practice it at other times, but, the first time you step out in front of 90,000, the reality is it is different.
In a previous life at the AFL, you had the umpires in your portfolio. There's been a lot of talk about the interpretation around the holding the ball rule. Are you confident you can tell your players tonight what the rule is, what it looks like, and how it's likely to be interpreted?
Yeah, I think there's some really clear differences between, the argument of do you agree with the rule or not. And I said during the week, I'm not concerned about getting into that debate. It's more about having clarity around what the umpires think, because that's really all that matters. And the AFL sent out some 5 clips, which I thought clarified things a fair bit. We've trained it throughout the week, and I quite like the look of footy when the umpires are a bit hotter on holding the ball.
Brad, congratulations. Mate, just on your team, I suppose when you sat down at the beginning of the season, you would have been ticking off games and you've got to make the 8 and this sort of stuff. The improvement, tell me about the players that you think have made the next step to get you in this position you are on second on the ladder.
Yeah, thanks, Mick. I think it's right across the board. I mean, Kyle Langford's improved even from last year, where he had a 50-odd goal season, and before that was a sort of a bit of a bit part role player in terms of midfield, wing, forward, back. So he's really improved. But Ben Mackay, I just can't speak highly enough of. He's been a rock in defence for us and has helped sort of solidify that part of the ground. And through the midfield, it's been the emergence of Sam Durham as more of an inside player this year than outside. And when you combine Durham with Caldwell and Perkins, young midfielders, but they're playing beyond their years at the moment.
And Todd Goldstein, what a remarkable. Now I know you coached him for a long time. Was that one of the reasons why you come across, because he knows you and you know him, and the impact he's had has been profound?
Yeah, we just, Goldie for basically 10 years I was his only coach, and I watched him grow from an 18-year-old who was fairly immature, had a lot to learn, both on and off the field, into the outstanding human being and great footballer he is today. So there's no doubt that we hit the ground running in terms of our relationship, but he's a great lesson for our players, because at 35 years of age he prepares like an absolute pro, and that's what's enabled him to still be playing such good footy at his age.
Brad, it's Matt Clincher upstairs. Your 2-month unbeaten run came to an end last week against the Gold Coast Suns. You've got the bye, obviously, next week. How keen are you to test this group against one of the heavyweight, competitors from last year who reached a prelim?
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. I mean, it's the MCG, 90,000. If it was September, you wouldn't be surprised. It feels like a final. So. Great opportunity for our guys, and we've played some pretty solid footy. Even last week we didn't get the result, but I thought we gave ourselves a chance to win, and had enough scoring shots. Probably just a bit of poor efficiency going forward, both inside forward 50 and at goal. But we're in the game, and that's been the most pleasing thing for us this year, is that we think that if we bring a really high level of effort, we can compete against any team, and we're going to have to today because Carlton are in very good form and playing well.
And I'm imagining you watched a little bit of Carlton stoppage work in that final term against Port Adelaide, where they kicked 7 goals. That's obviously a strength of their game. So how do you try and restrict it and get on top in your eyes?
Yeah, I think it's a combination. I mean, obviously, if Patrick Cripps and Sam Walsh really have the game on their terms, it's going to be hard to stop that midfield unit of Carlton. So, a lot, as the guys I mentioned before, a lot falls on the shoulders of Perkins, Durham, Caldwell. But, we've got a variety of players now and flexibility that can go through there. So, Stringer, Merritt, Gresham, Nick Martin, a lot of guys who can go through there. So hopefully it's a weight of numbers. If Cripps and Walsh start getting on top, but obviously we'll have specific roles for those guys as well.
I know you're about to coach a big game of AFL footy, but if I can just be cheeky for a moment, Brad, and ask you a big picture philosophical question about the competition at the moment. We had Chris Fagan with us yesterday, and he mentioned about long-term contracts in the game, and feels like they should be restricted, that basically the AFL should put a limit on how many years a player can re-sign for. Do you have a view on the growing trend of long-term deals in the game?
I haven't given it, up until you just asked that question, a great deal of thought, to be honest. Look, I'm a free market capitalist at heart, so I think it's up to every club to make their own decisions, and you try and get an advantage where you can, and if you don't want to go down that path, then you don't have to go down that path. So I'm in favour of a free market.
And last one, a familiar face at the controls for the Blues tonight, and your former premiership teammate in Michael Voss. Do you guys trade any messages during the week or have a chat pre-game?
No, I've obviously got. Michael was, if not, he was certainly one of the best, if not the best player I ever played with or against. So all I'm happy about tonight is I'm coaching against him, not playing against him.
That's a good one.
I like it, Brad. All the very best tonight. I appreciate your time so close to the bounce.
All the best, Brad.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Mick.
Brad Scott with us, the coach of the Essendon Football Club, which is great access, 45 minutes before we...
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So honest.
35 minutes before we get underway.
He seems relaxed, doesn't he? He doesn't seem like he's too wound up. He's not...
He's very
like behind closed doors, but
no, he's very calculated.
Yeah,
like he doesn't get fussed too much in regard to what's happening around him. So he's able to have a really clear mind.
Yeah,
and that's one of the hallmarks I noticed when he was playing. Because I just coached against him from outside looking, but when you have him sitting next to you, you realise how switched on and like things can happen around him, but he's in full charge. So I think that's so important.
What else? I guess what impression did he leave on you when he was your assistant for a while there at the Pies?
Oh, I just think he was able to still be an assistant coach, but a good mentor, and he was able to shift levels, and I think that's absolutely essential, because you get such a variety of players that need some special attention, some little. And you've got to determine that, and you've got to back off the blokes that need little, because otherwise you drive them nuts. And the other blokes need your attention because they think that you're coaching their money for them. So he's been able to do that. No, that's why I reckon that the way they're playing according to the way he is. And over the journey, and I know he's only been in a short time, players end up replicating your image or your moods or your I suppose MOs.
Yep.
Yeah.
What your philosophy is and
absolutely everything. Yeah,
I was thinking about that just the other night. It was a couple of years ago. They had their 150th celebration. You remember Dyson Hempel in the middle of the circle, pointing to all the Bombers players, had the past legends all around them, trying to inspire the group and really will the best out of them. And they seem a long way away from that team. Like, Brad's brought a consistency and an effort, which no longer are we wondering what sort of Essendon side is going to roll up. It's no longer the flash of Jake Stringer that's going to get them over the line, or Zach Merritt having 40 disposals. That it's the consistency in every element of the ground which has got them rather quickly to where we wondered whether they ever would in any time soon.
Yeah, and we spoke or heard about the Essendon edge, and we saw it in little glimpses, and then they got touched up in that game against Port Adelaide, was it?
Yes. Yep.
And everyone was like, oh, well, that was just all noise, wasn't it? But we've seen them be more aggressive in the way, particularly the way they defend and spread from stoppage. I reckon that's been the reason why we've questioned them in the past. Their inability to go both ways, typically as a midfield. So, yeah, I like what they're doing. I've still got my reservations. I'm not fully all in on them yet, Corby. I know you'll want me to be, but I'm just waiting and see. Tonight's a great test, and that's why that we're here to really see them up against the quality side that's on the march.
Do you think they can play in their favour? It feels like that's really the view of a lot of the footy world. You put your finger in the wind. Even though they're second on the ladder, I don't think anyone thinks they're second in a premiership pecking order or anything like that.
Well, there's so many things that are variables, aren't they? The start of the season, for a start off, some teams haven't played all the games that others have. It's who you've played once and when you've played them.
Yep.
I certainly didn't think that they looked a second side, but when you analyse what's around them, and if we just go quickly, Geelong have up and down like a yo-yo. You can't trust them. Well, you can actually trust Geelong, because I think that they've demonstrated enough of that. Port you can't, because they're next on the ladder. Carlton, of course, we know. Fremantle, well, again, they've hit a little purple patch, and that's
Pun intended.
It is intended. So it depends on how long it lasts. For GWS, well, they promise so much. I still think GWS are a much better side than what... And we know that what happens...
They've got a long injury list.
And down at Launceston, you just don't pick against Hawthorn. Next to the Gold Coast, well, we're still iffy. Melbourne iffy. Collingwood are the only ones that I would say outside the 8 that you know what you're going to get.
Yep.
Collingwood and Essendon are very similar at the moment. You know they're going to have a massive effort, try, and you're going to have to kill them off to beat them because you're not going to waltz over the line and go, well, we've got them halfway through it, because they'll just keep coming. So I think it's a credit to Essendon. That's what I'm getting at, is there's not a lot around.
Yeah.
So therefore they are probably close to where they should be given the way they play.
That's sort of the big question, isn't it? Well, we know Sydney are the front runners, but who are the second seed?
Yeah.
And it feels like one of these sides could emerge tonight. To use a racing term, the Blues have a turn of foot that I'm not sure too many others can go with, and we saw that against Port Adelaide, their ability to score. And yet the Bombers, as you touched on, Lids, have a hardness in the midfield that you think, well, if they can take that up against the Blues, maybe they can emerge as all of a sudden ahead of their time.
Yeah, well, Brisbane, we'll see how long that lasts for. I think the Hipwood kicking sixes is great for them because they're
a long way back, aren't they?
Yeah, but I'll tell you who, the side that's impressed me the most in the last month, and I've got to say, outside of Sydney, have had shown it. The Hawks.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
The Hawks. Because they're hard.
I'm all on.
And those midfielders are rock hard. All they need is the forward line to stand up. And they haven't got Lewis ball. I don't know if he played on the weekend.
No, he's not. He's still to come back.
So give him 4 or 5 weeks under his belt. He's not going to hit straight away. But if he can come back, I tell you what, they may not even make it. But I'll tell you what, I've said...
they'll die trying, won't they?
I've said in the last 4 weeks they'll shape it. I'm starting to think that...
they're not that far away.
They are not far away, particularly like Melbourne and Port fall away. And
They play Richmond twice, starting next week with the Dusty's 300th. West Coast and North again.
Well, give ticks.
Potentially 4 games there.
Yeah.
And they'll challenge every other side that they come up against.
Well, see, next week, I was just looking at it before and trying to think who they play next week. They play...
Richmond.
Oh, Richmond, sorry. So it's the week
after. What a test. They've got the Tigers in Dustin Martin's 300th game. If they can spoil that party...
Yep.
Well, I think everyone's going to all of a sudden...
That's another team that play beyond their capabilities because they have been hit so hard with injuries and they don't die easy either.
They have a crack.
You really have to hit them on the head hard.
Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio, your call team for Sunday night footy, the King's Birthday Eve blockbuster. Ben Cameron on the boundary for us tonight. There's no late change coming in, so Elijah Sardis is the sub for the Bombers again. That is the 5th time this year. He's only played the 7 games, and in all but 2 of them, he's been the starting sub, while Corey Durden is the only change for the Blues. He comes in for Orazio Fantasia, who's injured, and immediately they've slapped the sub tag on him, so he'll be sporting the warm-up top for most of the night if the Blues have it their way. So Corey Durden to start as the sub for the Blues. The game earlier today, it was an amazing game in terms of sort of wild momentum swings. So Geelong kicked the first 6 goals.
Wow.
They led by 35 points in the second quarter, and then Sydney mowed them down to win by 5 goals themselves. So
it's 11-goal turnaround.
Amazing.
16 goals to 7 after quarter time.
Wow.
Like different teams.
16-16 to 12-10 full time. So Swans start 11-1. They're still the yardstick in the competition. It's their best start since 1935. So you have to go back a long way since the Swans have been in this kind of position. 3 votes to Errol Gordon, 2 to Brodie Grundy, and 1 to Isaac Heaney in the ABC Footballer of the Year. One of the huge subplots tonight, and fascinating matchup, is going to be Harry and Ben Mackay, who will go head-to-head for the first time in 9 seasons of playing against one another, would you believe? Ben and I had the opportunity to catch up with Tracy Mackay, the mother of the twins, a little earlier today, and Ben started by asking her about how the day was going ahead of their meeting tonight.
At the moment, pretty normal. Doing a bit of housework. We've got a few people coming around here before the game, and then we'll walk over, and we've been really lucky, and the boys have organised a box. So that's going to be a bit fancy for us.
Oh, very nice. Good on the boys. That's nice that they've done that. How are you dividing the colours?
Well, I'll wear my 2 scarves, the Carlton and the Essendon scarf. Pete's going Mr. Neutral. He's going to wear like a Christmas jumper, and one of those ugly Christmas jumpers, just so he's not aligned to either. And I think most of the guys joining in the box will be a dual scarf or a beanie and a scarf from each.
What were they like growing up? How did they go together, playing as twin brothers growing up, and I'm sure getting a little rough and ready at different times?
All the time, rough and ready. They were very competitive against each other. But, also they had the best of it, having a twin that was equally into footy and cricket and basketball and pretty much any sport. So you always had someone to play with or to get better with. And they were very competitive, absolutely.
That's absolutely the dream. I remember when we spoke to you on Mother's Day a couple of years ago, you spoke about the fact that they are mirror image twins, and it stuck with me because I just found it so fascinating. I didn't know it was a thing. Can you explain to us what mirror image twins are?
Yeah, so without going into too much detail, it's one egg that splits, but the split is a little bit later, so it's like a ziggy-zaggy split. So one's a left hand, one's right hand. They've just got the opposite demeanours almost. And so, like, their feet, both of them have got one big foot, one smaller foot, but it's the opposite. So it's all very strange.
So is the big foot the kicking foot? Like, obviously, one's a left footer, one's a right footer. Is that the split?
I actually don't know. I don't know.
I think it's fair to
say. Be onto something there.
I think it's fair to say, Tracy, no one's ever asked that. So that's a
good question, though.
That's probably part of it.
I'll find out tomorrow.
It's amazing they haven't played against each other until now. So both 9 years in the system. Do you hope, as their mum, they actually play on one another? Obviously, with Ben being the defender and Harry the forward at stages.
Look, it seems to be the ideal matchup from a team perspective, I would have thought. And I think they will have to at some stage. And look, I think it's been a long time in the making from when they were very, very young. And it would just be a fitting way to spotlight them, I think, is they play on each other. But it's going to be hard watching, although I've decided that we can't lose. And I'll be cheering most of the night because we love what Carlton are doing. We love what Essendon's doing as teams. And so we'll be really excited watching both teams, and so I'll be cheering all night, I guess.
Tracy Mackay with us a little earlier on Corbin and Ben on ABC Sport. You can catch up through the ABC Listen app. Go to the Best of ABC Sport folder to catch the full show and the full interview with Tracy Mackay earlier today. But what an amazing story. We actually got an answer about that, the mirror image twins and which foot is bigger, and it's actually the other way around. So Harry being the left footer, he has a size 13 left boot and a size 14 right boot. And Ben Mackay, who's the right footer, has a size 13 right boot and a size 14 right boot.
Did she say about their, not intellect, but their like... say extrovert, introvert? Are they identical in that, or did she say that they were that way? If I looked at the interview, I'm saying that Ben is the extrovert. Is that right?
No, the other way around. The other way around. So Harry is the prankster, winds up his brother, and he said Ben's the one that can get a bit grumpy and sensitive, and so that was always the dynamic.
That's why he's a defender.
Yeah, that Harry.
Well, that's right. Yeah.
So Ben was always apparently the one that got grumpy, and Harry was the one just to wind him up and prod at him constantly. So yeah, it was a.
Yeah, I should have tricked that with a forward. Of course. Why not? I'm still on the plane. I mean, really.
You've had a few reds on the way over.
No, not.
It's taken a long time to get here, hasn't it? Like it felt like at one stage they might play in front of no crowds during the COVID times, and that would feel rather unfitting. And that Ben has changed clubs, and here he is, and finally get to face off against each other. So it's going to be a great test. No doubt, bragging rights on the line, but it's just a small part of what's going to be a much larger contest.
So drafted in 2015, Harry at pick 10, the left-footed forward, and then Ben at 21, the right-footed defender. In 2019, Harry played. Ben wasn't selected, obviously then at North Melbourne. 2020, Harry was a late out with knee soreness when it looked like it was going to happen. 2021, Harry missed with a toe injury. 2022, Ben was suspended. 2023, Ben missed with a foot injury. So they've both had their turns of being the guy that was out at different stages. From a footy perspective, for Brett Delidio and Mick Malthouse, are they a natural matchup, and is it one that we're likely to see at times tonight?
Perfect size, speed.
Certainty.
Yeah, exactly
Absolute
right.
Certainty. I can't see Ben, honestly, playing too often on Charlie.
Yep.
Only because, again, that matchup, they all hook over and all sorts of stuff, but ideally they'll be looking at each other thinking this has got to be the matchup. So.
Do you have any theatre as a coach, Mick? Would you have said to Ben, just regardless of what it meant for the team, hey, roll straight out there and run into your brother and let's see them go at it before the bounce?
No, never. I'd say the opposite. Go and give him a big hug. and let's see what happens. Football's secondary to
family.
To that sort of stuff. Yeah. You love it. You love seeing it.
Yeah.
But it just, like I've had, it's funny you say about twins, because when you've coached a twin, and I had one player, and I said to him, "Oh look, we'll do what we can to get your brother." And you know what he said? "You know what? My name is, and when I'm here, if he's here, I'm a twin." They'll say, "Well, they're twins."
Yeah.
Whereas I'm identified by my name here. So I've had the Wakeland, Shane Wakeland, Ryan Loney.
Yes.
And at any time, if we went hard enough, we perhaps could have poached one over. But neither really, particularly, I'll say Ryan.
Yeah.
Ryan was, look, I've always been called the twin.
Yep.
Now, all the boys call me Ryan.
Yes.
Or Loans. So I'm not...
I know they're not twins, but you would have been coaching the day that Glenn and Alan Djakovic played against each other here, and Alan went and gave him the kiss.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, he did that because they were winning. No, I wasn't too happy about that. But Glenn still talks about that. His older brother gave him the big...
Yep.
And he said the only one that really enjoyed it was his mum.
I was going to say, imagine coaching both of those.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, a spare a thought for their folks tonight. It'll be fascinating to see how they handle the evening. The crowd is filling up right in the very back row in the Shane Warne stand, which is opposite us from the ABC broadcast box. There is about to be a very special presentation to the crowd here as the lights start to dim now. So we might do our best to try and pick up some of that. One of footy's most famous families, and particularly a royal family on this weekend for the footy world. As we get the Big Freeze 10 signage
The
splash
Essendon
up
Football Club
on the big
has
screen.
been honoured with all four Danaher brothers donning the sash. Chris, Anthony, Neil and our premiership captain, Terry. Like the Danaher brothers did in 1990. We must team up to fight the beast. If you are able, please donate.
When there's nothing left to say, it's what we do that matters. And in 10 years of fighting M&D, this man has done a lot.
He's done it for the thousands of Aussies suffering with M&D every day.
It takes a team to beat this beast.
So don't say, do.
I do.
I do.
We do.
The question I'm going to leave you with is, well, what are you going to do?
Team up for Big Freeze 10 and buy a beanie to do your bit.
And the roar you can hear is for the four Danahers, who are spotlighted on the broadcast wing in front of the MCC members. Neil out there with his three brothers as they wave to the crowd, and all decked out, as you can imagine, on a night like this in an Essendon scarf, all four of them, as the Bombers host the Blues in what they're hoping is to become an annual fixture, the King's Birthday Eve blockbuster. The Big Freeze concept, Lids, it's taken right over across the country. There were events in WA, in South Australia, and
it's great, isn't it?
And now here the night before, as well as obviously the Monday holiday as well, to shine a light on a really good cause.
Yeah, look, he's just so inspirational, isn't he, Neil? The way he continues to front up and spread the story, but plead with everyone just to dip into your pocket to try and help us fight this beast. And I love listening. He's such a funny bugger too, isn't he? Like some of the stories, I've had the pleasure of meeting him before all of this took a hold of him, and just can tell a story. Not any that I'll repeat here, but just really enjoyed getting to know him a little tiny bit. Compared to some of the others, I have not that much to do with him, but yeah, I'm just incredibly inspired by the work that he does.
How was he to coach against Mick? You would have been in opposite coaches' boxes at different times when he was leading Melbourne.
I actually played against a lot of the brothers, and it's no accident they used to find each other quite regularly with the hand passes and the foot passes. No, and I had Terry at Collingwood for 1 year, so Danaher's very much the forefront of my mind. But I coached against him a lot of times. He had a lot of, a bit of shooty in him as far as that goes, but he would probably hate me saying that because he was a coach by his own means, and he coached, and players loved him, and you always tell by, as I said before, I think we might have said it on air or off air, where if you coach long enough, players start to sort of know, they could almost read your mind, and I think Melbourne players were doing that.
This is the 10th anniversary of the Big Freeze, so it'll come around again tomorrow with the sliders going making the plunge into the ice bath. But really, it's about raising vital funds for M&D research and to try and beat the beast, as Neil puts it. $97 million have been raised leading into this year's campaign. So there's every chance that they break the $100 million barrier this year for research into motor neuron disease. Remembering that when Neil was diagnosed in 2013, he was told there was a life expectancy from that point of 27 months.
Yeah.
So just over 2 years, and here he is a decade on, still front and centre, out here tonight, leading the cause and raising vital funds for motor neuron disease. So what an outlier he is in so many ways.
Yeah, I guess that disease, it does affect people differently. So I guess, I don't know whether you say he's lucky or he's certainly unlucky to get it.
Yes.
But, to survive as long, it's something shocking, really, whichever way you look at it.
And it's a family legacy now. His daughter and his son, Beck and Ben, very much lead the charge, and his brother's there today. So trying to carry on his tradition as it continues to grow year on year on. And it's not an easy task to try and do so when obviously everyone's gone through COVID and different other financial challenges. But see the amount of beanies, especially in Adelaide, for the game on Thursday night between the Tigers and the Crows. Like, the Adelaide Oval just looked a sea of the blue beanies. And we're chatting last night that apparently Neil's original idea was bandanas, not beanies. So even the great coach every now and then gets told that that's not the best idea.
Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Ben. Oh, we're ready now. Ben.
I have a very special guest with me, Anthony Danaher. That was a special moment for the family. How would you put it into words?
Tom, anytime you walk out to the Holy Grail at this amazing ground with your brother, who's a superstar in Neil, it is off the chart. We are so over the moon for him. He keeps batting on, pushing on, and the crowd here are already on board. You can feel it. There's the Blue Army's up and about, and we're going to get this beast.
We all look at your brother as such an inspiration. When it's your brother, how do you look at him?
Oh, he's a brother, but you just feel so proud. You want to get behind him. It's very easy to get behind him because he makes it fun. He makes it enjoyable. A bit like the Big Freeze Day. It's just an enjoyable day. He loves that, and we're just very proud of him.
This club, which all four of you represented so well, have just burst through the banner. You got your Bombers scarf on. Do they win tonight?
If they keep playing the way they are, but Carlton are red hot, it'll be a cracking game. There won't be much in it.
You're always very good to us here on the ABC. Thanks for stopping by for a chat.
Have a great night. Good call, guys.
Thanks, Anthony. Anthony Danaher downstairs, 230-odd games in his own right across Essendon and Sydney/South Melbourne in his time there. Of course, he's the father of Joe Danaher, who we've already seen in Melbourne this weekend, and no doubt will be sticking around for the huge occasion that is to come tomorrow, Big Freeze 10. As Ben mentioned, the nominal home team tonight, Essendon, are the first team out onto the G, so all in black with the mighty red sash that they've worn in every single game since entering the competition as one of the inaugural 8 way back in 1897. Just repeating, full-time at the Sydney Cricket Ground, a 30-point win for the Swans, coming from 35 points down in the second quarter, an 11-goal swing to beat the Cats. Corporate Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, and the thoughts of our ABC Sport experts, Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio. The Blues are about to join us, but take us through what we're in for tonight as we edge a little closer to the bounce.
Well, it's interesting when we talk about the two coaches, Brett, for a start off.
Yep.
They're multiple premiership buddies together. They understand each other. And as I said before, I really do think teams start to emulate strong-minded coaches. And we're seeing that. Carlton has certainly turned around. I reckon Essendon, we know they've turned around. And that's nothing against the coaches beforehand. And I've got to say that because it's, John Worsfold did such a great job. And, it depends on the boards, how long, we talk about Rutten and so forth. But right now, look, I know that I'd probably lean towards Carlton, but reality-wise, I really can't put I think if they have a day out, Essendon win. If Carlton do it the same, if they go head-to-head, it'll get down to, and I've always said this, it gets down to the midfield.
Yep.
Whoever's got the strongest midfield. Then you look at, say, Curnow and Mackay, and that's probably could well be the difference. If Essendon can hold them, and they've lost one of their key backs, if Essendon can hold them, Essendon win. But I'm just not sure that they can actually hold that forward line.
I lean more towards the Blues on this one, Mick. I think across the board, I just like the Blues more, but it's going to be about how well Essendon can defend them and restrict, the genuine weapons that the Blues have. I think it's over to the Essendon forward line. I think if they can stand up today against a decent back line, Wiedering is obviously the pillar of that.
Yeah, of course.
And if we can have Peter Wright stand up and kick 3 or 4 potentially, Harry Jones can chip in, I think that'll go a long way.
Let me come back to you in just a moment, Lids. Here's the roar for the Carlton Footy Club. As the Blues very slowly make their way out, and just picking up a couple of their little mascots on the way through. The banner reads, "We've packed out the G for King's Birthday Eve. Nothing as sweet as a Bombers defeat." As Carlton are the away team as such tonight, so they got the white shorts on, all in navy with the white monogram. Sorry, Lids.
Yeah, as I was saying, I feel like it's more over to the Essendon forwards tonight. If they can, get the job done, or at least, halve the contest, maybe just get in front, because I think they're going to we'll get an even fight in the midfield. You've got to restrict Cripps and Walsh, we know that. But I think equally, the young Essendon mids, they're going to have a crack.
I was saying about Wiedering, I think sides, I really think they play into his hands.
Yeah.
I know he's able to read the play and that sort of stuff, but he loves nothing better than the slow ball. And he loves nothing better than the
All blacks do, don't they?
They do. Yeah,
that's over to your midfield, essentially.
Yeah. And I also he likes a player that makes one lead and goes one way.
Yeah.
And my suggestion to an Essendon player, whoever picks him up, or whoever he picks up, it's going to be multiple times you can lead the football, and don't just lock in on a 4 or 5 or 10 to 15 degree from the kicker. Go 30, 40 degrees to him. Make him have to chase you across the ground because he's not quick.
Yep.
And get him on the move so the ball is always out in front of you as opposed to over your head. Over the head, you're gone. He's just going to dominate you, either mark it or smash the ball.
He's just so strong, isn't he? He's got such a big base.
And the one-on-one. So the only way you beat players like that is movement.
Yep.
Now, it's whether Essendon can get that movement and have the mindset to move. And also, it's okay to have the players moving. It's got to be when the kicker can actually kick the football and make him run to the ball as opposed to kick the football to where he's at.
Yeah. I think in the interesting other matchup, and I'm not sure who it is, and I'm looking forward to the start of the game, but Charlie Curnow, who goes to him, really lock him down, because you want to free up Ridley. But Laverde probably goes to him.
Exactly.
And the other little small forward, I want to mention an ex-teammate of mine who's popped up, Zachy Williams. I haven't seen him play in the front end too much.
No.
But he's kicked 7 in the last couple of weeks and proved to be a little bit of a threat down there. So, I'm not sure who gets him. Maybe Andrew McGrath, potentially.
Well, that would be the matchup.
You'd think. You would think, because then he's going to test him out the other way as well. So, it's an enthralling battle right across the board. I think there's enthralling matchups everywhere, both front, back and in the middle. So, I'm leaning towards Carlton, but I'm just hoping that we get an absolute nail-biter, because the Carlton fans, they go absolutely bananas if we get a tight one, as we've seen a couple of times over the last few years.
So what's your biggest question mark around the Blues? Is it if they're beaten at stoppage at clearance, or do you feel like there's a little bit of vulnerability in their back line if you can put panic in there?
I think if you can stop Cripps and Walsh, probably more Cripps than Walsh, you can potentially get a hold of this Carlton side. And I'm not saying they're as reliant as, say, the Dogs are on a Bontempelli, but I think they do look to him a lot. That's probably my question mark, but other than that, I think that they don't want for too much across the board, do they, the Blues? De Konning's been better, I think, one out as a ruck than...
Oh, he's been outstanding. I love him rucking by himself.
He brings so much effort.
Yeah, no, I just hope that, there's the temptation, he's a young ruckman, we bring in a second ruckman when he's right. Well, I just hope they stick to him. I'll just go back a couple of days ago. We talk about great midfielders, and Bontempelli was taken out of the game by a tag without a forward line. So when you take out the leading possession getter and a dominating possession getter, regardless who's in front, he's likely to hit some targets. So it goes without exception. If you've got a fear of a potential match winner in the middle, you've got to take him out of the game.
So I reckon what you've got to do today, don't you?
That's why I reckon Brad will do something.
Well, he said Setterfield won't, but I reckon he's calling our bluff. He's giving us the old Dennis Pagan.
Well, it might be a double up, but I still don't reckon he'll try. I don't think he'll sit back going, look, we're just going to play Russian roulette. That's not Brad's coaching.
It's expected to be about 92,000 here tonight, which would break an attendance record between the two teams. It feels like the crowd's almost 50-50. The Carlton players were just being introduced on the big screen, which is something that's usually kept for the home team. as such, but the Bombers and the Blues have got together even last year and the first time that it came about to basically co-promote this event. The whole idea is that they want to make it an annual event, and so they want fans from both teams to fill out the MCG, and you can hear the contrasting reactions from the Carlton fans and the Essendon fans as certain players are introduced on the big screen. Just some midfield numbers for you. We talked so much about the midfield battle.
Give it to me.
Patrick Cripps and Zach Merritt both have career low numbers against the Bombers and the Blues, respectively. So for whatever reason, they haven't been able to play their best footy against the opposition, which, two of the leading players in the comp. The Bombers concede a score from just 20% of opposition clearances, which is an AFL best. And it feels like a stat that they might need tonight, given how
that's the one.
The midfield is for the Blues.
Well, that's what I say. That Brad does. I don't think he's not 100% offensive. He's got a really good defensive mindset.
Yeah.
Look at the way he plays his own game. So he would be looking at Carlton thinking, "Oh, we've got to choke this side." It's okay to go. You've got to be careful about going Russian roulette or taking sides on and thinking, look, if they kick 13, we can kick 15. I think it's better. Brad will be thinking more, if we can hold them to 10, we might get 11, and that'll do us.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that'll be the scoreline. No, I don't think that'll be the scoreline.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that would suit Essendon better than it would suit Carlton.
Yeah.
And if he reads that, don't worry. If it is 10 to 11, we'll get a great game of football. Yes. We will get a great game of football.
I think that will continue for Zach Merritt tonight. So I think that Chincotta will go straight to Zach Merritt, and he showed last week that I think he can do a reasonable job of it. So if you don't want to get beaten by what you know, Mick, well then Zach Merritt's probably the best player for us.
Yeah, but if he goes to him, Merritt's got to then lean on someone. He's got to lean on Walsh or lean on Cripps. He's probably
make it 2v1.
Absolutely, yeah. and get Chincotta to think, what am I doing here? Have I got that job, or do I go somewhere else?
Yeah.
It's the best form if you've got a player that's got the mindset, I can do this for the team. And this is where it challenges some players. I want to be the best on the ground.
I want to beat it by myself.
That's right. So this is a great test. I think there's a lot of little bits and pieces all over the ground here. You've got one of the youngest ruckmen in the competition playing one of the oldest, or if not the oldest. And you've got all that experience. And the fact that you think about, he won't get through the game. Goldstein will get through the game more than any other person ruckman playing because he can run all day. So these are little contests within tonight.
Last one on the midfield. The Bombers' midfield numbers have tailed in the last month, so they've gone from the best clearance differential team to the worst, gone from 1 to 18 since round 9. So amazing how that number has fallen away. And David King presented some of these stats on Fox Footy during the week, talking too about the fact that the first possession to clearance rate has also fallen as well. So when you get the ball, you're the first hands on it after the ruckman taps it down. How often is that resulting in the clearance? They were number 1 up until round 9. They're now number 16.
Now, Corby, I know you're a stat man there.
Yep.
Let's look at the actual rate. It sounds awful, but is there a big gap in that, as in percentage-wise? Because sometimes it's only one or two possessions that cause that drop.
I guess my broader question is, if you're a midfield team that's getting beaten, how easy is that to turn around in season? Is that something you need to work on over multiple weeks, or can it change from one week to the next?
Oh, it can change from one week to the next, but more importantly, you've got to start then designating what sort of to the players what their role is. And I think that gets away from you because everyone's. So one thing that happens in this competition, but for the listeners, let me tell you, you are dissected 100 times by so many coaches, and they keep coming up with what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Some work, some don't. But if they start to work, then someone else latches on. Then you've got to change yourself.
The AFL's latest marquee fixture, as the pyrotechnics are going on off the top of the scoreboard at the Ponsford stand down. This is proper main event footy here tonight. King's Birthday Eve at the MCG.
What about Terry Danaher's around there? He's rousing up the Bombers fans like the days of old, trying to get them fired up. That's what they all go nuts about.
The Essendon fans at the punt road end of the ground getting in behind him. The two captains who we just spoke about, Patrick Cripps and Zach Merritt, they both meet in the middle of the G. Ben Cameron is on the boundary for us tonight. Good evening, Ben.
Yeah, good evening, Corbin. Merritt has won the toss. He's pointed to the city end of the ground. Just repeating, no late changes for either of the teams tonight. The subs, Elijah Sardis for Essendon, and then for Carlton, Corey Durden. There is a medium chance of showers this evening. We've already had one during the warm-up, so a little bit wet on the surface. There is a genuine big game field tonight on the concourse. They were lining up 3 hours before the bounce to get into the MCC. The fireworks you mentioned, Corbin. We've had Terry Danaher riling up the fans. Also Feb for the Blues. I think it's slightly more Essendon than Carlton, given it's their home game. Interesting to note too, we do have the AFL's footy department bigwigs down here on the bench tonight. So Josh Marnie and Laura Kane both watching on from the benches as we get ready to go. Can't wait.
Anthony and Chris Danaher just sounding the air raid siren as is customary before Essendon games. So as you touched on, Ben, big game field, the Bombers and the Blues. Who wins, Lids?
Oh, I've got the Blues, but only just at the moment. I think they can get on top in the midfield and then hopefully capitalise up front.
Mick?
Oh, well, I'm going to... Yeah, I thought Carlton. I'm going to go Essendon for Brad's sake.
Ben Mackay has run straight to Harry Mackay, and unless my eyes are deceiving me, they are two different people as the pyrotechnics and the fireworks go off on top of the Ponsford stand at the City End. The AFL's latest marquee game. It is King's Birthday Eve. Big game feel. Main event footy. The Bombers and the Blues on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
The biggest Blues-Bombers battle in over a decade, and we're in readiness at the MCG. A bounce to get things underway. Goldstein up against DeConey. Goldstein tries to take it out. Tackled by Elijah Hollands, and a free kick going the experienced Ruckman's way. Goldstein wasn't in possession in the eyes of the umpire, and he'll get the first disposal away. At 35 years of age, he drives a kick inside 50 for the Bombers. Uncontested, the mark is taken. Can you believe it? Perkins, all on his own, he marks directly in front.
Well, that was very, very poor by the Blues. I quite often see this where they stand and watch and wait, and just Carlton are defending grass. Sard took his eyes off it because he was in the firing line, and he can probably think someone's coming straight at him.
It was Mitch McGovern. He tried to read where it was going.
I know that, but he had someone in front of him who could have blocked that. Yeah. Sard was in front, didn't do it.
Archie Perkins directly in front, 45 metres out from goal for the dream start. He's got it, no, misses late to the left. And the opening score through two disposals is behind the way of the Bombers inside a minute.
Sorry, Mick, I wasn't jumping in there to say
no,
that was. I was just saying I watched him on the replay behind the goals, and he's tried to read where he's going to try and come over the top and then slipped. And Archie Perkins had a free run at it.
Yeah.
Sardis and Durden, the two subs. No late change coming in. Kick out to the back pocket. Kemp lost his footing, got out on the half volley, and Merritt halves the contest. Ball spills out of bounds. A throw in forward pocket for the Bombers.
Well, that's two mistakes. We've seen now McGovern, and we've seen a short kick, a choking kick. That kick was 2 metres short what it should have been, and that's why the ball's still in the Essendon's forward line.
It's Nick Newman in kick-out duties. The oldest Carlton player on the ground from the boundary throw-in. DeConey grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it out of the defensive arc. Curnow there on the wing, he marks. So Curnow's got it right on halfway. Blues on the counter-attack. Long 50-metre drop punt forward. Carroll down there with Martin. Martin spoils for the Bombers. He'll gain it in the back pocket. Hand pass to Laverty.
He works it all the way back. It's a little fumble from centre field against his former side for the first time. He rushes it through, and we're behind a piece. Just a few nervous moments.
And you can understand that, Clinchy. Oh, gee, was another
kick. Another kick in the back pocket from Nick Martin. Didn't quite reach Andy McGrath. Got to it on the half volley, cleans it up, and then kicks out of the defensive arc. DeConey gets rid of Goldstein. Takes the intercept mark, kicks Carlton to half forward. Walsh floats through and takes the mark for the Blues. Right half forward. A man on the mark 45 metres out from the Carlton goal.
Well, they're dominating airily at the moment, the Blues, aren't they? DeConey's taken a couple of big grabs, which has been good for his confidence, and the willingness to move it on. I love Curnow roll. He's a thumping kick off 1 or 2 steps just to get that ball inside 50. Won the ground battle.
We love the way this man goes about it. Sam Walsh, he loves a goal too. From 49 metres out, the kick fades to the left. And a behind each. Carlton edge on top. That's their second of the night, in fact. So 2 behinds to 1 behind. 3 minutes in, early lead change, Blues by 1.
Ridley brings it back into play for the Bombers. Finds Setterfield, who marks in the right back pocket. He looks up around the members' wing. Sends it in the direction of right. And also in front position. Good mark taken by Durham. And Sam Durham has it at right half back in front of Patrick Cripps. He looks up, has right short, and decides to drive a longer kick than that. In the direction of Jake Stringer, who rises, can't take the mark. Langford stayed down, he's got options. Menzies, he kicks towards him and marks.
Very good kick.
Had the gap on Ollie Hollands, and great ball delivery as he marks in the left forward pocket, only 25 metres out.
Well, for our listeners, Essendon 2 players split. One went to the goal square, one just dropped off enough to give Langford 2 opportunities. The one that he's marked at the moment was probably the right one because his right leg was across his body when he kicked it, so fantastic sight. great result.
Had to fight his way back through the VFL to get back into the Bombers lineup. Slightly left of centre for the first of the night. Menzies comes in and he misses. So maybe the occasion getting slightly to everyone. 2 behinds apiece through the opening 4 minutes at the MCG on ABC Sport.
Well, that's a disappointing miss. That's worse than the first one. It really should have been there.
Saab takes this kick out to McGovern in the back pocket. Kicks Carlton long to the wing. Harry Mackay flies forward. Hands to it. No mark. Ball spills to Ben Mackay. Fumbles. Now comes Setterfield's way. Essendon with it on the wing. Hand pass to Durham. Turns. Kicks down to half forward for Essendon. Stringer caught at the back. McGovern spoils, but it's back inboard. Goldstein went without it. Chincotta scoops it up for the Blues. Hand pass to McGovern. Just knocks it forward. Still live footy. Half forward for the Bombers. Perkins. Hand pass away to Setterfield. He's bowled over. Picked up by Walsh. Hand pass to Akers. Hand pass still in close. Still high half forward for the Bombers. Scooped up by Caldwell. His hand pass ends up out of play. And a boundary throw in just forward of the wing for the Dons. No late change coming in. Elijah Sardis the sub for the Bombers and Corey Durden for the Blues.
I was on the money with that Chincotta match-up, gone straight to Merritt, but looks like Durham just going to Paddy Cripps, plus playing off him a little bit. I wouldn't be tangling up with him either.
Caldwell alongside Akers as it's thrown back in. Goldstein knocks it down to the front. Cripps can't break out of the tackle. Caldwell brought him down. Umpire says no prior opportunity. Spills out to Chincotta. Tries to knock it out for the Blues, but it's Gresham. Hand pass down low for Guelphy. Socket by Newman. Pinballs to Sard. Gets the hand pass away to Elijah Hollins. Kicks into the middle of the ground. And Fogarty marks on his chest. Just to the right of the centre circles. Looks out laterally. Spots Ollie Hollins. He marks centre of the Shane Warne stand wing.
Forgotten pair of brothers out there tonight. All the focus on Harry and Ben. Of course, Ollie and his brother Elijah, teammates again tonight for the Blues. He goes short to Sard. Copping some jeers. Of course, he started his career with the Suns, moved to Essendon, and now at his third club in the Blues. Goes back to McGovern. Short kick to De Coney. Comes out wide to Newman.
Yeah, the Bombers got really well covered in front at the moment.
Back to De Coney. Getting involved around the ground early. 2 behinds each. 6 minutes gone. No late change. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. King's Birthday Eve blockbuster. De Coney kicks to the hot spot. They come from all directions. Punched away by Ben Mackay. Down to Akers. Took a while. Run down by Merritt holding the ball. Free kick for the Bombers. Advantage applied. Nick Martin away with it.
Streaming on half back. Guelphy's underground hand pass to Stringer. Tries to get a hand pass forward. It might work for Langford. He gathers on the bounce. Back to Guelphy. Arches the back. Newman lays the tackle. Hand pass to Martin. Can't find a way past Hewitt and also Nick Martin. It spills out to McGovern. A worm burner up to Cripps. He can't take the mark. Hines onto it. He's tackled by McGovern. Bombers go forward. No, holding the ball.
Oh, wow.
Wow, quick whistle there.
Oh,
throw was it? Well, you can only assume that it had to be that.
They have to into it.
And now it is going to be 50.
Yeah, throw. That's right.
Don't wreck the game. That's not 50.
That was Nick Martin returning the footy, who unfortunately can be known for a little bit of a boycott off the boot, and he's missed the target, returning the ball to McGovern, and as a result, it's cost his team 50.
And a goal, probably.
So it's a throw against Nick Hine, which allows Mitch McGovern to get the free kick, and now he's being marched inside 50, directly in front, 40 metres out from goal. And it's his turn to step up to the plate. And can he seize the moment? The defender who kicked a goal last week as McGovern leans over the footy. Starts his approach outside 50. McGovern comes charging in for the opening goal. The Knights. He puts it straight through the middle. And the Blues are off and running. 1-2-8 to the Bombers, 2 behinds, 8 minutes gone, opening quarter on ABC Sport. You're Brett Delidio and Mick Moldhouse.
Well, Mick, I was just about to say prior to that holding the ball call that I feel like Essendon are on here. Their pressure, they're at the Blues. They're giving them no time or space with the footy, but yeah, then that whistle goes and it sort of breaks up the play, and the errant kick back from Martin just costs them territory and the goal ultimately. But as you said, you don't want to wreck the game because I think we're in for a great contest, but I don't mind the idea of a quick whistle and holding the ball, but it was knocked out in the tackle from what I have watched.
Yeah, well, that's what I would have thought. But
he did the big wind-up in the middle of the ground. It was definitely holding the ball.
Yeah, he didn't miss it.
Holding.
Then the classic skill error, returning the 30-metre drop punt, didn't quite hit the target. Nick Martin cost him 50. Goldstein out of the middle, wins the hit out, wins the clearance. The big man turns, kicks deep forward. Langford crashes a pack. Ball swatted down, picked up by Akers for the Blues. Tackled by Gresham, got it away, but gave it straight to Hind. Kicks inside 50, turnover. And Elijah Hollins takes the intercept mark, goes short to De Koning, who marks centre-half back for Carlton.
And past Assad, who arches the back and runs away from Jones. Kicks up towards Charlie Curnow in a wrestle. Got rid of Ridley and takes the mark. He's got Harry Mackay deep against brother Ben. Sends it in that direction. Here we go. They wrestle for the first time. Mackay, Ben in front. No! Gives away the free kick. He tried to work his way to the front. Arm around the side of Harry. Yeah. And Harry Mackay is getting the free kick directly in front, 15 metres out. And a shot of Tracy on the big screen. I don't know who she's cheering for. The mum.
Well, I can understand why the umpires paid that, because as soon as both arms go around, he's not allowing Harry to have a free run at the footy, so you can understand.
He's going the snap around his body for the first time against his brother. Harry Mackay puts it through. And his mum, Tracy, on the monitor is smiling and waving. I think she's got a scarf which has both teams recognised. But the Blues have the opening 2 goals in this King's Birthday Eve blockbuster. 2 straight 14 to the Bombers. 2 behinds. 10 minutes gone, opening term. Brett Delidio and Mick Moldhouse are with you.
12 players for Carlton have touched the footy. So there's a lot that haven't.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying the way the game has been played, De Koning for a start off has been extraordinary.
And everywhere, isn't
it? But I don't think Goldstein has been
too bad.
He's had a clearance. He's had 3 kicks. It's just what they're doing though. They're finding De Koning just outside the back 50, so they don't have to then stress about where that ball comes from or to. So it's just really interesting seeing the old and the new play against one another.
Blues for the first 2 goals. Goldstein back in the middle, palms it down to Hewitt. He's tackled on a ball up. I was watching the pair as they walk back together, and you could lip read Harry where he just said, "You grab me, you grab me." So he's already woofing at his twin brother in Ben Mackay as the matchup that we all wanted. We get out of the gates an early free kick against Ben, and Carlton with the jump on the Bombers. Back in the middle. Still no clean take from the restart. Walsh is tackled by Perkins, and we'll do it all again. Earlier today, the Swans by 5 goals, coming from 35 down to beat the Cats. Goldstein for the Bombers, hooks it down behind. Kelly went without it. Walsh had it, lost it, still inside the centre circles. Gresham extracts it, hand pass picked off. Akers for the Blues. Hand pass away to Boyd, gives it to Cowan. He fumbles the wet, greasy footy. Collected by Hewitt. Hand pass too hot for Boyd. Hewitt cleans it up for Carlton in the centre square.
Kicks out to the member side wing where Williams is in a tangle with Laverty. Laverty wakes his way to the front, bounces off Ollie Hollins. Did he get a clean disposal away? Umpire waves play on. A chance still for the Blues. Williams gets it away to Walsh. Links up with Mitch McGovern. Opening goal scorer of the match. Kicks up towards Ollie Hollins. He marks at left half forward, running full pelt in front of Nick Cox.
Worked hard for that one, Clinchy.
In front of the Olympic stand, which is featuring the blue Fight MND beanies, which are all around the ground tonight. He comes inboard and finds Nick Newman. Still 2 kicks out from goal. Kicks towards Charlie Curnow. In a wrestle with Ridley. Too strong. Too big. And he marks in the left forward pocket.
Brett, I reckon that was what we were talking about. The 2 key forwards are having a massive impact.
And the number 2 contested mark players, and they're going to work. Charlie Curnow opens up the angle and he misses as he curls across his body. The Blues by 13 points. 2-3-15 to the Bombers, 2 behind. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I just noticed Paddy Cripps has come to the bench. Change of boots, maybe just with the greasy surface, one of the slightly longer stops. Not sure how he tied the laces, Mick.
Well, I'm just wondering why it took him 5 minutes. He was on there training before it.
Mackay kicks up to the wing. That's Ben Mackay for the Bombers. Comes Essendon's way. Ridley hand pass to right. And he kicks across the half-back line to Caldwell.
Laverty's got to go to...
I agree.
And let Ridley let him be the
drop-off
sweeping player.
Caldwell kicks to a pack, and the aerial dominance continues for the Blues as Wiedering takes the intercept mark behind right. Blues with it. Defensive side of the wing. He comes wide to Hollins. That's Ollie. He's short to Kennedy. It's been showers all day in Melbourne. Reached the top of, what did we get to, 14 degrees. It's currently 11 and clear at the moment, but we did have rain pre-game as Kennedy kicks down to half forward. Punched away from the would-be marking target in Harry Mackay. Eventually comes to Zach Williams. His kick smothered. Martin wins it for Essendon. Hand pass to Menzies. Hand pass to Kelly at centre-half back.
He links up with Jordan Ridley. He looks out to the outer wing. Jones is on a long lead. Kemp chopped the arms in the eyes of the umpire. And Harry Jones will win the free kick at left half back under the Shane Warne stand side. Ben Cameron on the boundary as you turn around. Do you think over 90,000?
Yeah, I do. They're filled up right to the very top, just having a look around. They were here early in the members, so I would go over 90,000. I'd guess about 93.
Jones up towards Peter Wright, can't take the mark. Gresham works it into the middle of the ground. Menzies under pressure, kicks it backwards. Ridley will get there first in front of Charlie Curnow. Hand pass away to Laverty. Up the members' wing with a hand pass to Cox. Feints the hand pass away to Kelly. Kicks up towards Peter Wright. Caught behind against Cowan. Spills away McGovern. Hand pass to Kennedy. Stationary. Walsh under enormous pressure. Tackle when not in possession. Kennedy. And the free kick will go the way of the Blues at half back. Carlton by 13 points. Opening quarter on ABC Sport.
Definitely, when the ball goes into Essendon's front 50, there is no distinct target outside of Weeding just standing there and trying to go around him. And you have a look at, say,
Kennedy kicks down the wing. Ollie Holland's the target. Laverty went crashing into his back. Says play on. McGovern kicks it down to half forward. Curnow flies, spills out the back to Cripps. Jinking run. Back on his right boot. Kicks goalward. It's across the goal face. One bounce. Skids out of play. Not a bad result for the Blues. They'll get a forward 50 stoppage. Next, a boundary throwing next to the behind post.
And just changing up on that. Whereas when Essendon go forward, they've got two distinct targets.
Yep.
So if you've got to close them down, then it evens the match.
21-5, the marks in the way of the Blues early. So able to dictate terms as it's thrown back in. Wright has the advantage against Kennedy. Wins down the tap, doing the ruck work. Got it to McGrath. Hand pass to Setterfield. Kicks end over end up towards Jones. Cleverly knocked it onto Hine. The Bombers on half back. Hand pass to Gresham. Dodging and weaving around Walsh. Had to find a way past Williams. Back to boundary side to Setterfield. From left half back up to the Shane Warne stand wing. And the mark is taken by Langford for the Bombers.
Langford dishes off the hand pass inside to Gresham. On the logo, feeds a handball further back to Setterfield. Former Giant, former Blue. Kicks short, finds Harry Jones. His first involvement. Turns, kicks out towards the opposite half-forward flank. Martin takes it for the Bombers. Looks into the pocket, and here's Nick Cox. Hangs onto it for the Dons. He's about 5 in from the boundary line. He'll kick from about 25 out.
Yeah, good movement, wasn't it?
Really good movement.
Yeah, I think when they can find Harry Jones across centre half forward with it breaks up the play. Having a centre half forward who can get on the move and get a hold of it, it allows you to break the play up, make the defenders defend.
They're not slow, is it?
No.
16 minutes in, they're looking for their first goal. Nick Cox can't deliver it here. Hooking across the body, and his left footer is a little narrow, misses near side. So Carlton 2-3-15, Essendon 3 behinds. 16 and a half minutes in, an early goal for Harry Mackay in his match-up with Twin Ben. The Blues lead it by 12.
Boyd into the pocket for the Blues to Cowan, who takes the mark hard against the boundary. Drives a long kick up towards Charlie Curnow, who flies in the back off the hands of Laverty. And dumped his Menzies by Carroll, and the umpire will board up. Member side just short of right half forward for the Bombers. It's the Blues by 12 points. Cripps is doing the ruck work against Wright. What can't he do? He wins the clearance. Gets the hand pass away to Hewitt. Around the boundary line to Kennedy. Kicks around his body. Menzies couldn't juggle the mark. He can on the second bite. Good take in front of Matt Owies. Just was able to control it and claim the mark at right half back. Jai Menzies turns and chips backwards to Ridley. Now goes short to Laverty.
This is where they're breaking down now. They need the next ball and then on the run to get that ball in that forward line.
Jones and Wright along down the line, so he sends it in that direction. Peter Wright works his way to the front, spoiled down by Kemp. Perkins is dumped by Cripps and Walsh. It spills out to Cox. He can't break away, and the umpire crosses himself and will ball it up member side of the MCG wing. The Blues by 12 points.
No late change. Sardis and Durden, the two subs for the Dons and the Blues respectively. From the restart, there's a free kick here. It's going Carlton's way. It was in the back against, for Paddy Cripps. Advantage applied, and Carroll bursts away with it. Kicks to Owies. Marks on the logo member side. Kicks for Curnow. Hands to it, no mark. Follows up as it hits the deck. Kicks to an unguarded goal square, and he turns it straight through. The stylings of Charlie Curnow on show. And what a start for the Blues. They're landing early punches. 3-3-21. The Dons 3 behinds. It's Carlton by 18 points after as many minutes. Mick Moldhouse, Brett Delidio, ABC Sport.
Yeah, to worry, Mick, that match-up.
Well, it's been a worry right from the word go, but probably as important we've just said before, when the ball looks like going to Carlton's forward line, it looks so much more dangerous. But it's the way the ball's getting down there too. Carlton are using that shorter ball and then setting the next one up. Essendon seem to use the short ball, then stop. Carlton get in position and the ball inevitably comes back. So I think Essendon need a bit of a change here. They've got to take them on, and I hate using that word, but they've got to run the ball more, far more.
Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio with you. King's Birthday Eve footy, Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, a chance for the Bombers. Stringer can't get a clearance away. He now becomes the tackler with Setterfield, and Ollie Hollands has it locked to his chest. Just slightly the Bombers' way from the centre circles. Thrown in the air. Harry Mackay having a run in the ruck against Goldstein. Merritt tries to extract it. Cripps has a go. Gets it forward. Nick Martin lays the tackle, and there's nowhere to go. And the umpire says Elijah Hollands had no chance to get rid of it and will ball it up once more.
Kennedy's in the ruck, I think, now.
The Blues by 18. Goldstein, a more telling touch from the back. And we've got another stoppage as Cripps is tackling Durham straight away. The feet of the ruckman. Umpire tosses it up again, still inside the centre square. Cripps rucking here. Knocked down to Newman. Hurried kick forward. Knocked away by Heppel for the Bombers, out in front of Nick Martin. He's pushed off it. Elijah Hollands wins that. Hand pass goes back into dispute. Socket away by Perkins. Out into space, southern wing. Hind there to collect for the Dons. Hand pass back to Setterfield. Kicks off a step. Close to the boundary line. Skidding through is Chicotta. Takes the intercept mark in front of Merritt. Riding him like a backpack early. He goes short back inboard. And Cowan marks right half back for the Blues. Carlton by 18.
Hasn't had a touch of the footy yet, Zach Merritt, Lids.
And it's going to be a tough night for him, I think. But he needs to do what Mick said. Find another body if he can. Try and lock that. Help his teammates out. Help them get free.
He's Stringer. Ben Mackay yet to touch the footy for the Bombers. Kick up to the wing. Harry Mackay fights for it. Now at ground level. A chance for Heppel to try and knock it up. So he gets involved. Hand pass to Hind. Works it to Ben Mackay. Hand pass forward to Goldstein. Little fumble. Ollie Hollands lays the tackle. Boyd over the top. Umpire circles. And he'll pull it up. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I've spoken to my people at the MCC and they tell me we're just a smidgen under 90,000, so hopefully it gets up as we move through. Jake Stringer did have an issue with the digit earlier on, so possibly dislocated. Maybe that's why he's been a little quiet.
Harry Mackay up on the ball. He wins the hit out here, doing some of the ruck work. Setterfield got the footy out line face down, and in the end it's socket out of play by Zach Merritt. He's on the board, and it counts as a touch now. Getting in the past, the soccer off the deck, but one next to the stat line for Zach Merritt.
Still kick goals off the ground?
You could. So you could technically have a couple of goals soccer through, but no
stats. Yeah.
So Jake Stringer, the only player not to have touched the ball on the field.
3-3 to 3 behinds. Carlton by 3 goals as we tick into time on opening term. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. Again, we're going nowhere in a hurry. You can throw a blanket over around 10 players and we'll have another ball up. High half forward for the Bombers. There was 93,644 here on Anzac Day. That was the 4th largest home and away crowd of all time.
Goldstein knocks it down to Merritt, trying to knock it clear. Walsh gets a hand pass out. It might have been a throw. Umpire says it was. So the free kick will go the way of the Bombers at left half forward.
So if Carlton are going to keep using Cripps and Kennedy in the ruck, I'd be using Stringer.
Perkins pops it over the top to Setterfield from 55 out long to the goal square. In the pack, Cox takes the mark. All eyes are on Harry Jones, but Nick Cox came flying in late and takes an impressive contested mark at the top of the square.
Yeah, very, very well timed. Well timed, well plucked. Used the pack to really disguise the fact that he was running at it.
This is what he can do, the 200-centimetre 22-year-old. And the Bombers desperately looking for someone to get their night going. Footy in the hands of Nick Cox, slightly right of centre. As he'll kick from about 10 metres out. Cox comes in and they're on the board. The Bombers with their first goal at the 22-minute mark. They're 1-3-9 to the Blues who kick the opening 3-3-21. Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it's great for Nick Cox to see him back. He's had some issues with his body, some back issues, I believe. But good to see he's got some continuity now. He's got some games under his belt where he's been able to run that wing. We know he's got a huge tank and ability to run. Interestingly there, he had that set shot on his left. I'm pretty certain he's a right footer. But
I thought he's a right footer. I was waiting for him to go in for a right foot.
Yeah, no. There's not too many. You see young Ashton Moyer does it pretty well for Carlton as well. A kid drafted last year. Depending on which side of the ground he's on.
And he was on left side.
Yeah, left side.
Sorry, he's on the right side to kick a left foot in.
Left foot.
That's brilliant.
Makes sense.
Just looking at the stats all over, outside of the marks, there's nothing in the game except key players marking the ball in the forward line.
Restart back in the middle. Dons with their first goal of the night. Carlton by 12 points, ticking towards quarter time. Goldstein wins it down, then gets a hand pass away towards Merritt. Kicks inside 50. Centre break for the Bombers. Perkins can't mark. Here's Sard. Hand pass to Newman. Under pressure. Kicks hurriedly in the centre square. The Bombers well set up, and Andy McGrath takes the intercept mark. Reloads for Essendon. Kicks to the hot spot. They come from all directions. Stringer has the ball bounce off his body as he threw his weight around in there. Picked up by Guelphy. Hand pass to Caldwell. Handball to Setterfield. Shoots goalward. Misses near side. And a behind for the Bombers. So 1-4. Carlton 3-3. Blues by 11. 24 goal on opening terms. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport.
Nothing in it at all.
You got me curious, Lids, now. Still side bottom, of course, kick goals in a grand final on both sides of his feet in an under-18s grand final. Would the modern-day player have those sort of skills?
The
kids getting drafted?
I think you usually stick to your strong foot when you're having a setty, but I suppose it's another extra string to your bow, isn't it, if you can do it.
Jason Ackermanis was another who's pretty good on both sides as Boyd kicks long up the wing. The Bombers are well set, and Jai Menzies at the very back of the pack is able to take the mark.
Did you talk about Leon Cameron?
Yeah. Not yet.
He was beautiful on his left, yeah.
Menzies drives the Bombers into attack once more. Jones flies to the side, can't take the mark. Right with a hand pass to Caldwell, looking for Stringer in the pocket. Getting it, Ollie Hollands. Was he taken high? He was. In the right back pocket, put his head over the footy and wins the free kick.
Sam Mitchell.
Yeah.
Both sides of the body.
He would take a set shot with the longer ones with his left, but not in close, I wouldn't imagine.
Ollie Hollands, back pocket for the Blues, goes long out towards half-back. Pack forms there and ball hits the deck. Ridley, hand pass back into the pack, and eventually the umpire says, I'll have it. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Brett Delidio, Mick Moldhouse and Ben Cameron, your call team. Sunday night blockbuster at the G. The Dons from the stoppage. Caldwell hand pass to Kelly, kick smothered. Ricochets the Blues way. Here's Carroll, kicks to centre half forward on the half volley. Williams up to meet it, breaks one tackle. Was he clipped high? No. Got it to Fogarty, kicks towards the unguarded goal square. It'll bounce through. Lockie Fogarty finds a home for it. And the Blues, their lead swells in this opening term. 26 minutes in, 4-3 to 1-4. It's back out to a 17-point buffer for Carlton. 26 gone opening term. Mick Moldhouse, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Well, Brett, 10 times inside 50.
Yep.
7 scoring shots.
It's a concern.
Admittedly, that was probably just...
it was just outside.
But nonetheless, it has to go in there.
Yep.
The Bombers on the other side, they're 10. And they're going at 5. So 50% I've always been satisfied with. But when the opposition go on 70, you've got to start doing some really serious homework on how they're getting the football and the ease of which they've been able to score their 4 goals.
Second goal they've kicked tonight to an unguarded goal square, which really indicates more than anything. It's off a quick turnover and there's no one back.
That's it.
It was also a great play, though. Zach Williams won the 50-50 to get the handball receive. It's great.
Shepherding in the right to Coney, gets the free kick, kicks out in the direction of Curnow. Was he impeded by Ridley? No. Play on's the call. Kennedy knocks it out. McGrath gathers for the Bombers, works it back to the last line of defence. Heppel, the experienced campaigner, links up. Durham trying to find an avenue out of defence. Kicks from Merritt. Had to try and claim it as Blake Acres went back with the flight. The Bombers captain gathers. Risky kick in the middle of the ground. It's perfectly placed. And Guelphy marks. And that might be 50 it is as Nick Newman just tried to hold him up. And he's going to pay the ultimate price.
Well, that's going back 10 years ago.
I was about to say the same thing. He's been asleep for 10 years.
Why would you grab him? That is just extraordinary. That's just a brain fade, surely.
Sort of a little juggle from Matt Guelphy, but not enough really to be held up, and the umpire saw it that way as well.
And then looks like he's hard done by on the replay, Nick Newman. What are you thinking, mate? That was 50 every day of the week. Has been, like Mick said, for 10 years.
Matt Guelphy, who has been a goal kicker this season, 9 goals, 7 so far. Looking to pin one back for the Bombers late in the quarter. Guelphy comes in, hangs it out to the left and misses. This is starting to become an issue. 1-5-11 to the Blues, 4-3-27. 28 minutes gone, opening quarter on ABC Sport.
I think at least 3 of those misses have been from set shots inside 50, so not a good start for the Dons in front of the sticks. As Sard off the back flank, kicks long down the wing. Ridley, he's getting a free. He was in a tangle with Curnow. He looked at the umpire and thought, surely that's my free. Instead it's going his teammate's way and Laverty's going to get it. There's some relief for Jordan Ridley. Standing Charlie Curnow early tonight as Laverty sends it down to half forward. 200-centimetre Peter flying for the footy, can't rip it down, and the ball socket out of play. Well, the boundary throwing half forward here for the Dons.
That's the right way to do it, though, Peter Wright. Come at the football, so his height for a start-off becomes a factor. Jumps at the football, just missed the mark. But no use standing there. They'll jump all over you. So it'll happen for if he keeps leading like that.
Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. Carlton by 16. Approaching quarter time. Goldstein wins it down. Tracking out in front of it is Durham, collects, then he's tackled by Hewitt, upsets the ball. Yeah. We don't have long. That was about one Mississippi, and Sammy Durham pays the price. Free kick for the Blues, and George Hewitt celebrates a milestone tonight. 50th game for Carlton, having started his career with the Swans.
I thought it was around his neck.
As Hewitt veers out to the right, kicks long up towards Charlie Curnow. Laverty rises, spoils it down. Kennedy front and centre for Carlton. Hand pass to Akers. High ball up the wing. Kelly's underneath it. Doubling back. Ollie Holland's brought it down. Setterfield with a hand pass for the Bombers to Merritt. To McGrath. He runs around the boundary to Caldwell. Hand pass just a little wide for Durham. And Grover gets it, but not before the siren sounds for quarter time. And he unloads with a barrel in frustration. Carlton take the points at the end of the first quarter. It's a 16-point advantage, 4-3-27 to the Bombers, 1-5-11. After Carlton kicked the opening 3 goals of the match. They've come through Fogarty, Mackay, McGovern and Curnow, while for the Bombers their goal has come through Nick Cox.
Baggers by 16 points, quarter time. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. Now, earlier today, the Swans by 30 points. They did concede the first 6 goals and fell 35 points behind, but they got the win, came roaring back. 16 goals, 16 to 12-10. And so the Cats lose again. They've won just 1 of their last 6, while Sydney moved to 11-1, their best start to a season since the old South Melbourne days way back in 1935. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio coming up in just a moment. Quarter time at the G, the Blues by 16. This is Sunday night footy on ABC Sport.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's bowled, that's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Ben Mackay has run straight to Harry Mackay, and unless my eyes are deceiving me, they are 2 different people. It is King's birthday eve. Main event footy. The Bombers and the Blues on ABC Sport.
Hines onto it. He's tackled by McGovern. Bombers go forward. No, holding the ball.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Quick whistle there. And now it is going to be 50. The defender starts his approach outside 50. McGovern comes charging in for the opening goal. The Knights. He puts it straight through the middle. And the Blues are off and running. Charlie Curnow in a wrestle. Got rid of Ridley and takes the mark. He's got Harry Mackay deep against brother Ben. Sends it in that direction. Here we go. They wrestle for the first time. Mackay, Ben in front. No! Gives away the free kick. And Harry Mackay's getting the free kick directly in front, 15 metres out. He's going to snap around his body for the first time against his brother. Harry Mackay puts it through.
Kicks to Ollie's, marks on the logo, and then the side, kicks for Curnow, hands to it, no mark, follows up as it hits the deck, kicks to an unguarded goal square, and he tears it straight through. The stylings of Charlie Curnow on show.
To Setterfield from 55 out long to the goal square. In the pack, Cox takes the mark. All eyes are on Harry Jones, but Nick Cox came flying in late as he'll kick from about 10 metres out. Cox comes in and they're on the board. The Bombers with their first goal at the 22-minute mark.
Williams up to meet it, breaks one tackle as he clips high, no. Got it to Fogarty, kicks towards the unguarded goal square. It'll bounce through.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Brett Delidio, Mick Moldhouse, Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. Baggers by 16 points over the Bombers off the SMS. Rob in Greensborough. Goal to fill the rare corner spot on McGovern's bingo card. Looking for a screamer attempt, 2 clangers and 3 intercept marks for the set from Rob. Adrian in Geraldton says, half noticed the Bombers team are wearing pink boots. Any ideas as to why? Can only assume it's just the latest one from the manufacturer there, Adrian, so that's why. To Simon and Sean on the York Peninsula, go the Blues, enjoying the commentary prior to the game. Thanks, guys, appreciate that. And Mick, it's pretty wintry outside in Perth right now, 16 and raining. I think that's about as wintry as it gets over in Perth. That's from the Freo Cookster.
Yeah, well, they've said that because it's been raining the last couple of evenings in Perth, and when I was over there last for the Trevor Nisbet send-off, it was 35 degrees and like an oven, and killed everything.
To dry heat is what they always say over there.
Dry, all right.
16 points is Carlton's lead at quarter time. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mick Moldhouse on ABC Sport.
Well, it's not an enthralling battle just yet because of the inaccuracy probably from Essendon, but it's got me intrigued as to where it's going to head. And the matchups has been the thing for me. It's the Ridley on Curnow. He's been done a couple of times just in a wrestle. His inability to stop that. But Charlie Curnow, I mean, such is the class of the man. I love that he drops a mark on 50, turns around one step, bang, knocks it through. But overall, the Chincotta one going to Merritt. Merritt's had just the 3 touches. Chincotta's done a pretty good job there, but Essendon have had their chances, Mick, as we've alluded to during that quarter. They just haven't been able to kick straight, and a lot of those have been setties and easily got shots on goal. So they'll be disappointed with that, but poor kicking's poor footy, as we know. So hopefully they can clean that up going into the second quarter here. But overall, it's a pretty evenly matched game, as we spoke about during that quarter, that there's not a lot in it stats-wise or anything like that would suggest that one team's playing poorly or not.
No, I totally agree with you. Look, these stats, 12 to 10 inside 50, that's Essendon's favour. We spoke about, we thought the midfield would be dominant, and we see why this is the dominant midfield will win the game. Well, Cripps, Walsh, Merritt haven't had a lot of footy.
Yep.
In fact,
Walsh had 3, Cripps has had 3, Merritt's had 3.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the side that can get on top there, I think will turn the game around. Well, if it's Carlton, good night, Irene. It'll be like the Poms in the cricket at the moment. And if it's Essendon, they'll get back in the game.
Yeah.
Because they've been able to hold both teams have been able to hold the midfields. Probably the best player in the midfield at the moment, I'd say, is Tagani.
Yeah. Going well.
And I don't reckon Goldstein's far behind him, because at the moment it's just like an Indian arm wrestle in there, and whatever falls out, then it's up to the forwards. The high forwards are starting to get a bit of the football. They're the ones that are actually, and the wingers are creating more of the play than the midfield at the moment. It's a long way from home yet.
Merritt kept the 4 disposals in that opening term with Alex Chincotta for company. We're ready to go for the start of the second term. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. Carlton by 16. 4 goals to 1. Now it sits on the board at the moment, 4-3 to 1-5. The Bombers 1-4 in that opening term from set shots alone. So it looked rather inaccurate and costing them on the scoreboard. Free kick in the middle here, held without it. Zach Merritt is going to get the free for the Bombers. Get a clearance here, swings his kick out wide to Caldwell, who marks wrong foot to Elijah Hollands, drives it goalward, getting back Jordan Boyd. A goal-saving finger-tipper on the goal line, and a rush behind for Essendon. So 1-6 to 4-3. Carlton by 15 points, start of the second quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
McGovern into side. You hear the whoop as he gives it back to McGovern. Chips it over the top, not 15. So Wiedering has to try and make it work. He kicks it up the wing. Menzies read it well. He peeled off his opponent. Carolyn takes the mark for the Bombers. Forces a turnover. Comes inboard to Nick Martin. Just in front of the AFL logo on the members wing. Turns and goes back to Ridley. How closely would Brad Scott be watching that matchup, Mick? And when would you think if he starts to worry?
Well, he'd have to be thinking about it right now, but...
hang on. Downfield.
Well, they're patting someone in the back down here.
So they're going to hand the ball from Jake Kelly away to Matt Owies, and this might work for the Blues because everyone's out of position. He works it forward to Hewitt. He drives it long in the direction of Elijah Hollands. And backpedaling, he takes the mark in the right forward pocket. So the free kick was at the punt road end against Nick Hine.
Yep.
Some 100 metres away almost, and the Blues are able to get the fast break.
Is it too big of a penalty?
Turn it over where the ball is.
Yeah.
Or do you want to take it back to where the free kick
was?
I
don't know. I just think that under the circumstances, we're watching a shot on goal.
7 goals, 3 for the season for Elijah Hollands, and this would be a telling blow if he can convert a snap shot here to the city end. He comes in. It's beautiful off the boot, and the Blues make them pay. Elijah Hollands to the ear as he's in celebration, and the Blues stretch it as far as it's been. A 21-point advantage with the first goal of the second quarter through 2 minutes. 5-3-33 to the Bombers, 1-6-12. Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Well, I'll be interested in the next 2 minutes to see what happens before, or the next 30 seconds before this ball bounces, to see whether any Carlton player can antagonise the offender again, to see if he can draw.
Yeah.
I just let him
There
know.
wasn't much in it.
There was nothing in it.
No, he was just trying to get free off Boyd, and he was continually giving it to him, and all it was a couple of throw of the elbows. Nothing connected. Wouldn't have bruised the grape, I don't think, Mick, but...
Well, that's what I say. It's just too harsh. Goals are hard to come by. We've got to be more realistic.
21-point lead for the Blues, as Clinchy said, game high at this stage as Durham knocks it out for the Bombers, picked up by the goal kicker Elijah Hollands, tackled front on by Caldwell. Ball comes out, Merritt sweeps a hand pass forward, but straight to Sard. Got a defensive side of the wing, kicks up over halfway for Carlton. Unkind bounce for Curnow. Clever from McGrath, taps it to Ridley's advantage, short kick to Menzies. He's got the footy for the Bombers. Jumper number 47, hand pass to his skipper, gets Merritt involved, kicks down to half forward. Guelphy decline from the back, can't come down with it, spills to Langford, hand pass close to the boundary line. Hind keeps it alive but whacks it straight to Wiedering, hand pass to Walsh, met immediately by Gresham, locks him up in a ball and all tackle, and a ball up 48 metres out from the Bombers goal at left half forward.
Tossed up in the air, right, and to Koning. De Koning works his way to the front, Merritt on the move. Chincotta right there with him. The Bombers captain slaps it towards goal. Under pressure, Kemp, sees it out of play for a boundary throw-in. Of course, Steve McBurney, in front of the media today, and said the decision against Matt Andrew and against Max King was wrong.
Yeah, well, it was very similar to what just happened down there with Hind.
Exactly. It's too harsh.
Certainly one the AFL are aware of in terms of the penalty, in which a lot of blocking takes place off the ball. Right wins down the tap. Is there a free kick for high contact there? There was. And Sam Walsh has given away the free kick. His endeavour to try and compete at ground level, and Matt Guelphy will get the free kick in the left forward pocket. Wasn't a lot in it, maybe just the left arm got Guelphy high.
Yeah, I definitely got him.
Yeah. No, you've got to make a better effort to get lower and harder there if you're Sam Walsh.
That's fair.
He has led with his head. Guelphy's got every right to put his head down and try and win that footy.
Well, he has to.
Yeah, exactly right. So
you can't expect a gadget.
You've got to be better as a tackler, unfortunately.
So he had a side up in the first quarter. Matt Guelphy with his side having kicked 1 goal, 4 from set shots. They need to get something clicking. Guelphy out to the left, comes in, opens up the angle and squeezes it through. The Bombers have their second. Carlton 5-3-33 to the Bombers 2-6-18. A goal apiece in this second quarter through 5 minutes on ABC Sport. You're Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, it was just an errant tackle there from Sammy Walsh. Nice finish from Guelphy. He missed the easier one at the other end. So he took the most of that opportunity. I want to get your thoughts on this, Mick. We see a lot of players these days turn to the crowd and celebrate with them.
Do you really want to know?
Yeah,
what
I do,
think?
because I've got my thoughts on it.
What would you think?
I'd say you'd love it. You'd want your players to be.
It's just outstanding. It's just really fair dinkum. I would rather twist their ears off than them do that.
What were you always told, Lids?
Maybe you got to celebrate with your teammates, otherwise you come and sit here with me. That's what Dimmer's philosophy was. Yeah, Jack found out the hard way.
Carlton by 15 points to Koning, wins the hit out and then bursts through traffic. Hand pass out to Cripps, kicks Carlton inside 50. Harry and Ben over the head of the Mackays and onto the chest of George Hewitt. Takes the mark in the corridor. He'll kick from about 25 out, just right of centre.
Yeah, a lot of attention on to Big H, but
to Connie, how good was he in the middle?
Well, he's just been brilliant.
Yeah. He's got out the front.
Yeah. But his agility when the ball hits the deck, he's just still after it.
That's what you want from your big man.
You're right.
And his 50th game for the Blue Baggers. George Hewitt skips in to answer straight back. He's got it. And Carlton have grabbed control of this game. 6 goals to 2. It's the Blues 6-3-39, Essendon 2-6-18. Carlton restore a 21-point buffer. 7 played second term. Mick Malthouse, Brett Delidio. So used to saying Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling. Mick Malthouse, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
I'd love his resume, but I'm glad I'm not thinking. No, I appreciate that, Corp.
I caught myself in the process.
No, I love it, mate. I'm only stirring. It's disappointing when you're an Essendon player. You get the goal back that you've had to work so hard for, and you've missed a few at the other end, and then straight out the centre bounce, the big ruckman from the opposite side clears the footy, gets it to his skipper, and it falls fortuitously over the top of the full forward into the lap of a forward pocket.
It is a gear that a 35-year-old Todd Goldstein can't go to in the middle of the ground as De Koning faces up against Goldstein once more. This time Goldie tries to get the clearance. Hand pass chopped off though. Cripps is able to knock it down, and Sammy Durham becomes the tackler on Hewitt. They're still in the outer of the centre circles. Carlton back out by 21 points. De Koning knocks it down to Cripps, stripped in the tackle by Sam Durham. Not rewarded as the ball is stuck underneath him. And the umpire will ball it up. Sam Walsh will be the last to rise.
The only way that Goldstein's got to handle De Koning is to win the ball. He has to win the ball.
It's like the schoolyard. Everyone's made their way into the middle of the ground as Chincotta is pinned, tackled by Merritt, holding the ball. So he wins one back, the Bombers captain, against his target tonight. And Zach Merritt will take the free kick.
Had a better quarter, Zach, quiet in the first. His fourth disposal here. Arcs out to his left. Kicks to half forward, floating across in front. Perkins, fingertips to it, no mark. Now Hewitt cleans it up off the back flank for Carlton. Kicks in front of the boundary line. Harry Mackay taps it inboard to Akers. Loose hand pass picked off. Merritt has it again for the Bombers. A 1-2 with Heppel. Merritt in front of the benches. Untidy kick skids out of play. And a throw-in 52 out from the Essendon goal. Elijah Sardis and Corey Durden, the two subs. No late change coming in. And earlier today it was the Swans by 30 points against Geelong. They fell 35 points down, conceded the first 6 goals, but came roaring home to kick 16 goals to 7 after half-time. After quarter time, rather, and win that game by 30 points.
Ball spinning back into play. De Koning takes out of the ruck, got rid of Goldstein, kicks up towards Harry Mackay against brother Ben. At the back, it's Menzies who gathers for the Bombers across half-back. Chips a kick wide just inside the field of play to Caldwell, who marks in front of the two benches, and Blake Akers. Carlton by 21 points, 6-3-39 to the Bombers 2-6-18. As the kick up towards half forward, Goldstein's in the pack, De Koning as well. Langford trying to get after it. Perkins brought down by Kemp. Did he have prior opportunity? Stringer can't break away, and the umpire will ball it up.
Seems like to me that Essendon have to have a lot more possessions to stay in the game, and they're doing that. It's 19-15. I don't think they're out of the game, but these sorties inside, they've got to score from.
Carlton by 21 from the restart. Walsh tackled by Perkins. Ball comes out. Cripps trying to clear the defensive arc. Setterfield wrestles his way past Akers. Knocked it out towards Caldwell. Hand pass goes to Hind. Hind high up and under the hot spot. Caldwell down there to Koning in from the side. Comes flying through. And the Blues big man takes a courageous intercept mark. He's skilled at level. Lets him down here. Kicks it straight to Setterfield. Mark broken up. Essendon fans aren't happy about that. Kennedy wins it for the Blues. Hand pass to Newman. Kicks down the wing. The Mackays go at it. Falls through to Curnow. Pushes off Durham. Kicks Carlton to half forward. Here's Fogarty. Just out of reach. Tackled by Menzies. Ball slides inside 50. Williams up to meet it for the Blues. Tackled. Holding the ball, cries. Says play on. Akers picks up the footy. Drives it goalward for Carlton. And it's knocked through by Heppel right in the goal square. What an eventful passage. There was no holding the ball call on that occasion. Carlton by 21. 11 gone in the second term. In fact, with the behind, no, it is 21. 22 now, Carlton's lead. There we go.
Apple quickly into Laverde. He wants to move it up because he's got a mismatch as Jones takes the mark over Sard. At right half back, the youngster, Harry Jones. He looks long around the Shane Warne stand wing. Peter Wright tries to work his way to the front. Kemp flies in the air. Wiedering straight down. Nick Martin tries to knock it on. A chance here for Walsh. He's tackled and dispossessed. Blues under pressure. Stringer sweats onto it. Gathers. Jams it onto the boot. It's a high ball towards the top of the 50. Kelly outmanoeuvred. And Lockie Fogarty takes the mark.
That's a good mark. Really good mark under pressure. That ball hung in the air for a long time.
Got the 2-year contract extension to 2026. Having fought his way to spot on the list a couple of years ago as they work it out to left half back. Wiedering marks, shares it with Kemp.
I think they're back to 21 just on that score at the moment. So 21 points, the scoreboard at the ground, and now our computers have updated too. So Blues by 21 over the Bombers. 11 and a half gone second term. Carlton with the footy on halfway as Walsh receives it and then kicks wide to McGovern. The first goal of the night, Mitch McGovern. Back and across to Wiedering. Spears his pass in the centre of the G to Kennedy. Now the forward 50 kick. Lays it up at the top of the goal square. Slips through the hands of Ben Mackay, and his teammate Laverty cleans it up. Hand pass to Setterfield. Kicks out of a defensive 50, and Hind takes the mark at half-back. He was good last week. Had 24 and 10 score involvements, Nick Hind. Snuck his way into the coach's votes. He goes short to Durham. The Marks defensive side of the wing, broadcast side, Carlton by 21.
Not a great kick up towards Jake Kelly. Wiedering in front, couldn't take the marks. Knocks it out to Kemp. At right half back, a high kick. Charging out Laverty in front of him. Elijah Hollands couldn't take the mark. A chance for Ridley. Hand pass away to Caldwell. Drives the Bombers inside 50. Stringer, McGovern in from the side. Stringer kept his feet. Jones gathers. Hand pass to Stringer. Outside of the boot, across the face. And it cannons into the right behind post. So a boundary throw in. Jake Stringer, with all the time in the world in the left forward pocket, had a quick look in, could pull off the miraculous.
Probably a better result than a point, quite frankly, because Carlton are getting their football in pretty quickly and accurately. So at least they've got a chance here, double up.
Haven't been overly efficient, the Bombers, inside their forward 50 so far tonight. They get a forward 50 stoppage here. Wright palms it down, but straight to Cripps. The Brownlow medalist got it out to Boyd. Kicks out of a defensive 50. Harry Mackay gets away from his brother in his direct match-up and takes the mark at half-back. They were involved early. A free kick against Ben Mackay handed Harry his only goal of the night. Broken up by Perkins. The kick on the wing. Got it to Gresham. Hand pass out towards Langford here for the Bombers. Kicks inside 50. Turnover. And Kennedy, the intercept mark, centre half back for the Blues. It's Carlton by 21. 13 gone, second quarter.
Yeah, real breakdown by the Bombers. Look, not a lot. All their forwards are outside. Well, 3 were outside 50. Carlton held their back 6. So they were able to dominate it.
Kick.
Nick Newman with a piercing pass. He works it out to half-back, where Kennedy kicks into the middle of the ground. Owies takes the mark. He looks up, kicks towards Charlie Curnow in a battle with Ben Mackay. Can't hang on to the mark. Walsh front and centre. Hand pass to Hewitt. Chips it into the pocket. And the mark is taken by Zach Williams. They just opened up the Bombers' defence once the ball hit the ground.
Yeah, Nick Newman, the great kick up the middle and then followed up again. Once you get into the middle of the ground, it opens up the 50, doesn't it? Gives the defenders or puts them on notice. Great contest from Charlie Curnow. Follow up then from Walsh. Hewitt running through. Just allowed Williams to get out the back, sneak into a little pocket.
The work ethic was unbelievable. They had 6 in the back line. They outnumbered Carlton in the front half. Brilliant.
5th mark inside 50 for the Blues of the match. Zach Williams in his new role in the right forward pocket. Works it superbly like an experienced forward. Arm outstretched as he pumps it to his chest. He's now kicked 9 goals in his last 4 games and looks every bit at home inside the forward 50. And Carlton are out to a game-high 27-point lead. 3 goals to 1 so far in this second quarter. 7-3-45 to the Bombers. 2-6-18. 15 minutes gone. Brett Delidio and Mick Malthouse are with you.
Dominated the last 5 minutes with the ball, Carlton. Even though it went in their back half a little bit, Brett, just the way they've been able to manipulate the extra number. And
work rate, Mick.
It is. Look, when I looked at back 6, take the charge of that 3, and when they brought the football out, I'm thinking, well, they're going to be short of players. But the work ethic through that corridor to get numbers back into their forward line, Essendon just couldn't go with them. It's unlike Scotty's side. At the moment, it's not working hard enough.
Blues by 27. Goldstein wins the hit out, but straight to Cripps, who's getting involved in his second term. Hand pass to Hewitt. Kicks out of the centre square. Goes deep to Curnow. One-on-one with Ben Mackay. Curnow can't mark. Knocks it down to Elijah Hollands. Kicks to the goal square. Across the goal face. Bounces out of play. And the boundary throwing right forward pocket for the Blues.
It's been a nice addition, Elijah Hollands, to this team. I think he had something a little bit different to what they've had, especially in the absence of Jack Martin. He's been out injured quite a bit. Just gives him that little bit inside, but then across half forward as well. Bit of class.
3-6 clearances. Carlton's favour.
Blues to the city end. Forward 50 stoppage. Harry Mackay gets rid of Goldstein. Grabs it out of the ruck. Kicks to the goal square. Curnow trying to take the one-hander. Says play on. Pack forms on the behind line for the Blues as Kennedy's hand pass ends up out of play. And the boundary throwing right forward pocket again for Carlton.
They're just dominating the stoppages, and from the stoppages they're actually creating scores. It's not a matter of just saving the area, it's actually putting them in a real favourable position. Bombers got to really tighten up here, back on.
Coaching icon Mick Malthouse with you for Sunday Night Footy from the throw-in. Here's Elijah Hollands on cue once more for his second. He creates something out of nothing. And the Blues are starting to get on top now. 4 goals to 1 in this second quarter. And they lead by 33 points. 8-3-51 to the Bombers, 2-6-18. 17 minutes gone, second quarter. I was about to ask you, Lids, seems to be spending a bit more time in the midfield.
Yep.
Elijah Hollands, he's attended a few centre bounces.
Yeah,
so
started there.
Maybe a slightly different role tonight.
Yeah, and I think that what he's done is, I'm sure, given watching his younger brother, he can probably run a bit. So, get him in there, let him mix it up, get his hands on it. But he's got an ability in and out of traffic, as we just saw then. Case in point, there's the ability inside the stoppage. Just some loose checking, essentially. One went one way, and Hollands of the Elijah variety went the other.
Good touch, though.
Great touch.
One touch.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Often when a team goes behind like this, there's a little bit of panic and a lot of discussion on the bench, but the Essendon bench at the moment, it's just flat. No one's really talking to each other. They just look like they've gone a little insular at the moment on the bench, at least.
Have you changed seats as well down there, Ben?
I did. I needed a better view of both benches, Corbin, so I've just moved behind both.
You don't miss anything, do you?
Hey, so I couldn't find him, and then all of a sudden he's there right in amongst all the general public and people either side of him, but hard at work out. Ben Cameron on the boundary. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. Carlton by 33. We're going nowhere in a hurry out of the middle, so a secondary bounce.
Give him a rev up, Ben, if you can. Mate, we want a better game than this.
It's been a Carlton show so far. All over the Bombers, they led it 8 goals to 2, and they're going to have another stoppage. As Cripps couldn't get boot to ball, and then Nick Martin was locked up. And to go a third time, Goldstein wins the hit out. Jumping on top of it is Caldwell. Again, throw a blanket over 5 or 6 of them, and the ump will call for it again. Earlier today, a 30-point win for the Swans over the Cats. Here it's been all Carlton. They lead by a game high 33.
Free kick called by the non-officiating umpire for a hold. It's going in the ruck battle, and Todd Goldstein is going to take it. Before Makanga veers out to his left, kicks long inside 50. Perkins sets himself, can't take the mark, spills to the front. Hind is after it, tries to knock it towards Heppel. Boyd careful not to give away high contact. Kelly knocks it to Crucian. Run down by Saad, great chase. And he wins the free kick at centre-half back against his former club. They gave him the Bronx cheers and his name came up on the big screen. They've got long memories. One for him there as Carroll receives the kick. Sends it out wide and Akers marks centre wing. Shane Warne stands side.
Blake Akers, he's off and running. Ugly kick down towards half forward. And in the end, Menzies slides in, takes the intercept mark. Now for career high 17 disposals last week. Came in for Elwyn Davey Jr., who lost his place in the side, and Menzies holds it for another week. Goes short to Caldwell.
Just far too slow, the Bombers. They're really playing in the Carlton's hands here.
Kicks to Langford and a one-on-one. He beats Kemp here, takes the mark. Still 70 out. Bombers, the second turn to the punt right end. Honours the lead of Jake Stringer and hits him on the chest. Just in front of Jordan Boyd. There wasn't much he could do there. And Stringer marks inside 50, but he's wide out. Up against the boundary line, Dom Sheed pocket, right half forward.
Oh, Kemp will be disappointed there, giving up that contested mark on the half forward flank. They had him slow, didn't you? As you called, Mick, they were able to slow him down, didn't have any ball movement whatsoever, but the contested mark just gives you a look inside. Forward 50, great kick from Langford.
Yeah, true kick.
The only place he really could have gone with that. Tough kick though for Stringer.
Goalless last week, greasy night, we've had showers all day. Stringer from wide out at right half forward, drop punt is special.
Wow.
And Stringer lands a blow from out wide to keep Essendon in it. As Carlton threaten to run away with this game. The Blues 8-3-51 playing from in front. Essendon 3-6-24. Carlton by 27 points. 21 gone second term, and that's the kind of stuff he can do. Mick Malthouse, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Well, I think you're right, Corby. You said keeps Essendon in the game. It certainly does. Compared to the first quarter, Carlton are getting a lot more football. What needs to happen now is this midfield, and I'm not barracking one way or the other, but to swing this back, Essendon not only have to win they have to start to win these stoppages. They're critical right now. They are absolutely critical to stop Carlton's momentum forward. If they can shift the other way and pinch a goal, they are right back in it.
They pick one back, the Bombers. Can they turn into two? Back in the middle. Goldstein takes it out of the ruck against Coney. Putting on a show against the youngster. Kicks up towards right in a wrestle with Wiedering, who spoils it down to the front. Boyd onto it for the Blues. Jams a kick through the middle of the ground. Coney out wrestled by Goldstein. Can't take the mark. Carroll hacks it forward and finds Curnow. He's at the edge of the centre square. This is his range. Goes for Owies. Racing back to goal. You heard Brett Delidio, what a pass, and the athleticism of Charlie Curnow. Could have just gone for home, but did the unselfish team thing and spots up Matt Owies for a goal assist.
Yeah, elite kick that.
Oh, it's an excellent missile.
Yeah,
absolute excellent missile.
I was looking at Harry Mackay thinking that's the obvious one, just a nice little 25-metre chip to your partner in crime, but geez, he absolutely launched that, Mick, and it did not go much higher than 10 metres off the ground.
To become the 8th individual goal kicker for the Blues, Matt Owies from 10 out just squeezes it in. I'm not sure I'd be celebrating as he hugged it close to the right goalpost, but it's in, and that's all that matters. And the Blues answer straight back, a 33-point advantage, 9-3-57 to the Bombers, 3-6-24. 23 minutes gone, second quarter. You're with Brett Delidio and Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
I said 10 metres, I meant 10 feet. It was an absolute bullet. 10 metres would be pretty high kick. It was just fantastic play, and the ability of Boyd to win it at centre half back, just to get that clear, that one out of the 50. Yeah. Then they won the 50-50 contest in the middle of the ground to Conning v Goldstein. They got that ball forward. Carroll, I think it was, little left foot dab to Charlie, who just snuck out the back.
So, yeah, the Bombers got to start all over again.
Yeah. Brett, and that's what happened last time, isn't it? They got a goal and then straight back down the other end.
Yeah, all the hard work.
Got the answers.
Back to 33 points, Carlton's lead. The high water mark tonight is Coney wins the hit out, picked up by Merritt, the Essendon captain. Hand pass to Goldstein, his hand pass broken up. Hewitt grabs it. Gresham's got him and a ball up right in the middle of the G.
Gresham's the one. He has got to get the ball because he's pretty smart. He's just not getting anywhere near it at the moment.
Goldstein blocks the runner to Coney. Umpire put his whistle to his mouth and then said, keep going. Durham got a hand pass out to Martin. He sockers it to the wing. There's a free kick coming back to Durham. He was tackled after he disposed of the footy. If you want to follow the Mackay twins and the sideshow that's going on, there's a prize here for 50 after the errant kick from Nick Martin earlier across the Bombers. That kick didn't hit the chest of Sam Durham, but umpire holds his whistle here. Return from the Carlton player. Hand pass out towards Ridley. Ridley kicks to the wing. Picked up by Caldwell. Hand pass to Laverty. Handball to Ridley. Swings a hand pass out wide for Menzies. The Bombers in open play here. Chips the kick looking for Durham. Forward of the wing, McGovern spoils it away. Carlton win it. Hewitt to Newman and now to Walsh by hand.
Hand pass over the top of McGrath. Got it to Jim Cotter through the middle of the ground. Fogan his hand pass. Asks a bit of Blakers. Can't take it cleanly. Cannons into Goldstein. Nick Martin kicks up towards Hine. He let Boyd fly in front. Didn't hang on to the mark. Sart's hand pass. Under pressure, Kemp. Langford trying to work him out of it. Guelphy lays the tackle. Caldwell's hard over the footy. Hand pass back towards Hine. Sart slides in front. Taps it towards the boundary. Then sockers it. Gains a valuable 10 metres and just so experienced. Insufficient intent. Now, come on, Liz. I thought he played that as well as any man could do.
Yeah. I think Pele couldn't have got it better than that.
Tapped it towards the boundary. Socketed it forward. Kept it alive until the last moment. And he still gets pinned.
Gresham takes the free, goes back to Durham, and Durham hits Ridley. Short kick to Kelly, got there on the half volley and has to hurriedly kick wide to Ben Mackay. So this matchup, we've seen just the one goal so far. Ben Mackay, a holding free kick against. Harry Mackay kicked one from about 20 out in the opening quarter, and that's it. Rather uneventful thus far. Short to Martin. He kicks long into the forward pocket. Wiedering collects, he's mowed down. Tackled up by says keep going. Guelphy got the tackle away. Essendon win it back at half forward. Setterfield, hand pass to Martin. Kicks into the pocket. Intercept marker Brodie Kemp. Back pocket for the Blues. Carlton by 33. Ticking towards half-time. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, not doing themselves any favours with those sort of kicks. But we have free targets and you hit a Carlton target.
Kemp long towards the Coney. He's outnumbered, but brought it to ground. Walsh dragged down, got a kick away. It's Caldwell laid the tackle. Cox tries to get a toe poke onto it against Ollie Hollands. Hewitt's hand pass to the Blues. Chopped off. Is there high contact against Cripps? The umpire says no, and we'll ball it up in the middle of the MCG as Jake Gresham slowly gets to his feet. Carlton by 33 points. A 5-2 second quarter. As Chincotta tries to break away for the Blues. Can't take it. Cox knocks it forward. One direction, Hine. Ollie Hollands the other. Hollands gathers. Hand pass away to Boyd. Kicks off the outside of the boot. Up towards Owies, who has a fly on the back of McGrath. Couldn't take the mark. Spills to Durham. Tries to get a hand pass forward. It might work. Gresham to Martin. Spins away from the tackler. Opens up a passage forward. Laverty couldn't take it cleanly. The Blues win it back. Newman gets a hand pass forward. Knocked on, but out of play as Caldwell races after it. He's trying to work it forward, but it goes out of play. A throw in centre wing on the outer side. Carlton by 33 points.
They've lost no desperation, Carlton. They want to hold that lead. Their desperation around the ball has been critical to keep the football away from Essendon's forward line.
Bumper crowd, high 80s they expect in the house, hopefully ticking towards 90,000 on what's been a wet day in Melbourne. Goldstein wins it down. Cripps hand pass back in board. The Bombers knock it away to Gresham. Hand pass to Durham. He's tackled. Ball comes out. Says play on. Picked up by DeConing. Tackled by Merritt. Ripped to ground. Loose footy southern wing. Wright knocks it out to McGrath. Hand pass out in front of Gresham. His hand pass misses his intended target. Nick Martin there to clean it up for Essendon. Hands it to Goldstein. Short kick. Peter Wright got one of his bootlaces. Good luck cleaning that up from 2 metres tall. Hands it out towards Cox. Did well the big man. Hand pass to Goldstein. Handball back to McGrath. Kicks to high half forward and Nick Hine demands for Essendon.
Can they move it with speed? He looks out towards Langford. Wiedering gets back and spoils. Langford keeps it alive. Found a way around. No. Tackled and hand pass chopped off by McGovern. Back to Wiedering. He kicks it out on the full. The Bronx cheers from the Bombers fans under the Shane Warne stand as the free kick will go the way of Andy McGrath, right half forward. Closing in on half-time. He runs the boundary line, drives it long. Jones can't really get a run at it. Kemp couldn't take the mark. A free kick going the way of the Blues. High contact as Harry Mackay got back. He'll take the free kick 10 metres out from his defensive goal.
Late in the quarter as we tick towards half-time, so Mackay deep in defence. Blues by 33. Mackay high bomb to half-back and Ridley takes the intercept mark. Half forward for Essendon. Goals have been hard to come by and hard work for Essendon tonight. The Blues scoring a little more easy. Short kick to Laverty. He pops it inside 50 and 2 Blues fly. And Kemp able to take the mark in front of his own teammate Harry Mackay.
Just no presence in the air.
Kemp told to go. Hurried kick back towards half-back. Flying forward is Cripps. Can't mark, but comes down with the footy anyway. Knocks it out to Harry Mackay. Hand pass wide to Newman. Handball back to Harry Mackay. Half-back for Carlton.
Kicks up towards Curnow, but it's a 2-on-1. Ben Mackay left it for Ridley, who takes the mark. Short little Laverty. Centre wing. He goes short inboard to Andy McGrath. Under a minute to go till half-time. As McGrath runs around on his right-hand side. Around Cripps. A high ball inside 50. Have a fly at that. DeConing's underneath it. Drop the mark. Hind onto it. Hand pass forward. Couldn't get a clean hand pass away to Setterfield. At the top of the goal square. Durham can't get a boot to it. Still a chance. He has another go Setterfield and he's dragged down. And the umpire will pull it up. Kemp just had to be careful. It wasn't a dangerous tackle. And Adam Starr's a little worse for wear.
I might surprise you here, but 17-7 inside 50's Bombers way.
Can the Dons pinch one before half-time? Comes down Essendon's way. Caldwell turns, swings at goalward, but misses. Behind, didn't have much space. Somehow got a kick out right forward pocket. 32 points Carlton's lead. Half-hour mark, second quarter. The Baggers 9-3-57. Essendon 3-7-25. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport.
Nick Newman brings the Blues back into play. Up towards Kemp, who rises over the top of Guelphy. Takes the mark at right half-back. Under the Olympic stand with both benches with signs up telling them there's not long to go till half-time. Kemp kicks as long as he can up the wing. Harry Mackay works his way to the front. Cripps is there as well. Mackay flies uncontested. Can't hang on to the mark. Durham puts it out on the full. And as the siren sounds for half-time, the Blues have done all the damage in the opening half. They lead by 32 points thanks to a 5-2 second quarter, having led at quarter time by 16 points. 9-3-57 to the Bombers, 3-7-25. 2 goals to Elijah Hollands. Individuals to Zach Williams, Fogarty, Mackay, McGovern, Hewitt, Curnow and Owies. Meanwhile for the Bombers, their goals have come through Cox, Stringer and Guelphy.
We build it as main event footy. At the moment it's been a Carlton showcase, so 9-3-57, Essendon 3-7-25, Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio. Half-time, it is Carlton by 32.
Well, Mick, it's been the efficiency of Carlton, hasn't it? I mean, you spoke about the inside 50s. It ended up at 17-7 in favour of Essendon there for 2 goals 2, or 2 goals 1 in that quarter. It's just they're not getting bang for buck, are they? Like some of their entries, that one that you spoke about, that Nick Martin one, he rolls around, he's got 3 players inside 50 and he laces out the Carlton backman. And it gets frustrating for the forwards because I feel like they're either out of position or they're not leading to great spots, or the delivery's just been that poor that they're they can't get on the end of them. But then when they did in the first quarter, they butchered their opportunities in front of goal. But credit to Carlton, their ability to get back and help out their defence and support, but then to spread and get up the ground. We spoke about their work rate in that quarter, Mick, and their ability to finish off their work. Off the back of some Charlie Curnow brilliance and then some other boys chipping in as well. They've been going really well.
5 goals straight it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. 5 straight to 2-2.
5 straight out of 7 entrances. It didn't appear that they had 7 entrances. It appeared more, but it's the efficiencies that just jumps at you and you go, wow, every time and it's an open forward line.
Yeah.
Whereas, like outside, well, I can't think of a moment where Essendon have been able to look up and go, you know what, we can actually pick 1 or 2 which one we want to kick to, or as an open goal line. Carlton are holding their backs in a very good position. Now, it doesn't mean they don't come out of 50. They come out of 50 when the ball's in their 50. But then they shuffle back because they know their wingers and De Koning is being able to get back in position, and it gives them another layer. So if you move it slow, and I can categorically say that Brad Scott wouldn't want them moving it slow. They've been held up around the ball, and they're not running the football.
Yep.
And then when they get to a position, they look up and they're outnumbered. So they're going to have to change things around. And you might say, well, what are they going to do? But it's more about holding positions and being able to be presented for that possession as opposed to coming so far up the ground. If you need to have to get everyone up the ground to protect your back line, you're in real trouble to start off.
It feels as simple as that, doesn't it? You talk about the efficiency inside the forward 50, and Essendon not without their opportunities, particularly in the first quarter. Right. They weren't able to take them, and then just the way Carlton are able to zip it back in transition. And the Bombers have looked so vulnerable and more often than not leaked in those scenarios.
Well, there's 17 times, Corby, inside their front half compared to Carlton's 7.
Yep.
So it's not as if they're not getting the football in there. And again, if we looked at...
They dominated large periods of that quarter with ball in hand.
With nothing.
Yeah,
nothing to show for it.
They got no reward. But then when they finally did get reward, they'd leak one straight back the other way, which then just was like, oh my God, we have to work so hard for it. We can't capitalise and keep pegging them back.
Yeah, you mentioned 2 names before the match, and if I said to you that Pat Cripps has had 9 and Sam Walsh has had 8, you'd be saying,
it should be well and truly in front, or not in front, but in this game.
And Merritt's jumped to 14. He's the highest possession getting player for Essendon, but it's not them. It's a total team effort. Total team effort.
Hollands has been good. He's kicked 2 from his 8. Kennedy's chipping in. De Koning's the one for me that's stood out with his ability to compete in the middle of the ground.
Brilliant.
But they're outworking him, which is ultimately what's reaping the rewards for the Carlton side.
The Dons have had 12 more inside 50s and yet down by nearly 6 goals in the game. It's Carlton by 32 points, half-time at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. More from Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio coming up. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the footy, and Ben Cameron downstairs on the boundary. So half-time, Sunday night footy here on ABC Sport. Second half action coming up shortly, plus more of your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. And we'll tell you in a bit more depth what happened earlier today at the SCG. But for now, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. The Deputy Mayor of the Greek island of Symi has confirmed the death of British TV presenter Michael Mosley following the discovery of a body earlier today. Harry Buttonshaw has the latest.
The 67-year-old healthy living advocate, popular for his appearances on British and Australian television, went missing on Wednesday afternoon after leaving his wife on a beach to go for a walk. CCTV footage tracked Dr. Mosley's movements through a nearby fishing village where he was seen walking towards a mountainous rocky area. Authorities used drones, helicopters and sniffer dogs as part of the search, which appears to have come to a tragic end, with the local deputy mayor confirming his body was found in a cave nearly 4 kilometres from the beach he set off from.
Former Federal Treasurer Peter Costello has resigned as chairman of Nine Entertainment months earlier than planned, following allegations he assaulted a reporter at an airport on Thursday. Business correspondent Peter Ryan has more.
We had been expecting this was possibly likely to come out even late on Friday evening. Remember, this is a long weekend, so this is an announcement from Nine Entertainment on the Sunday of a long weekend. But given the events of last week where Mr Costello had that altercation with Liam Mendes, a reporter for The Australian at Canberra Airport, there's been a lot of speculation that this appeared to be imminent. But overall, this is a major humiliation for Peter Costello.
A spokesperson for Communications Minister Michelle Rowland says the decision is a matter for the Nine Entertainment Company board. The spokesperson says the minister has been clear that all organisations, including media companies, need to improve their standards. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is vowing to continue fighting in Gaza until all the remaining hostages held by Hamas are freed. Larry Buttrose reports.
The Israeli leader reaffirmed his intention to fight, despite international concern over the Palestinian death toll in an operation that freed 4 of the hostages still held captive by Hamas. Palestinian officials say at least 210 people, including children, died in the intense aerial bombardment and ground fighting of the rescue operation. Israel's defence minister has lauded the operation as daring, planned brilliantly and executed in an extraordinary fashion. But neighbouring Egypt has condemned Israel's action, calling it a flagrant violation of all rules of international law.
A former New South Wales government minister has called for more crowd control after getting stuck in huge crowds at a Sydney light show. Isabel Rowe has the story.
Witnesses have described people screaming as huge crowds tried to disperse after the Vivid Festival drone show at Sydney Harbour last night. Social media video shows people crammed together near train stations, with another attendee telling the ABC he felt trapped. Former Coalition Minister Victor Dominello was there watching the show and says the situation could easily have gotten out of control.
I didn't see any sense of crowd control there. We've got to learn from this.
Police say crowds were larger than expected and extra officers will manage the area tonight.
Turning to sport, and Sydney has come from behind to beat Geelong by 30 points at the SCG in front of 44,000 fans, the biggest AFL home and away crowd at the ground in 26 years. Tom Papley kicked 4 goals as the Swans ran away with the match in the final quarter after trailing by 5 at half-time. The 112-82 win sees Sydney sitting 10 points clear of the next best placed Essendon at the top of the ladder. Melbourne and Penrith have consolidated their spots in the NRL's top 4 by prevailing in high-scoring matches this afternoon. Andrew Moore has the story.
The Melbourne Storm looked like they were cruising against the Newcastle Knights at Amy Park. They led 18-12 at half-time, but then led 34-16 in the second half before the Knights roared back with a couple of tries. But in the end, the Storm too good, winning 36 points to 28. They're top of the table ahead of Cronulla. Third is Penrith, after coming from 12-4 down to defeat Manly Warringah 32 points to 22. Incredibly, Sea Eagles winger Tommy Talau, in a losing effort, scored 4 tries, while Penrith winger Brian To'o scored 3 tries in the first half. In the end, 6 tries to 5. The Panthers winning 32 to 22. Andrew Moore, ABC Sport, Sydney.
And the popular Disney cartoon character Donald Duck turns 90 today. He first appeared in The Wise Little Hen in 1934, an episode in the Silly Symphonies series of cartoon shorts.
G'day, Patrick Stack here from ABC Sport Daily. If you love sport...
I knew straight away that he might be unassuming in personality, but he was large in stature in terms of his ability to play tennis.
And great conversation.
Joseph comes up with that massive hit and he just sucked the air out of the stadium. Like, everyone was just shell-shocked.
Then you'll love ABC Sport Daily.
So from an NBA standpoint, I mean, they're more than keen to have new faces emerge.
ABC Sport Daily. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Oh, hang on. Downfield. So they're going to hand the ball from Jake Kelly away to Matt Owies, and this might work for the Blues because everyone's out of position. He works it forward to Hewitt. He drives it long in the direction of Elijah Hollands. This would be a telling blow if he can convert a snapshot here to the city end. He comes in, it's beautiful off the boot, and the Blues make them pay. Wright wins down, that's out. Is there a free kick for high contact there? There was. Matt Welfie will get the free kick in the left forward pocket. Lenetti gets something clicking. Welfie out to the left, comes in, opens up the angle and squeezes it through. The Bombers have their second. Walsh front centre, hand pass to Hewitt, chips it to the pocket, and the mark is taken by Zach Williams. Zach Williams in his new role in the right forward pocket works it superbly like an experienced forward. Arm outstretched as he pumps it to his chest. From the throw-in, here's Elijah Hollands on cue once more for his second. He creates something out of nothing. And the Blues are starting to get on top now.
It's to Langford in a one-on-one. He beats Kemp here, takes the mark, still 70 out. Honours the lead of Jake Stringer and hits him on the chest. And Stringer marks inside 50, but he's wide out.
The only place he really could have gone with that. Tough kick though for Stringer.
Stringer from wide out at right half forward. Drop punt is special.
Right.
And Stringer lands a blow from out wide to keep Essendon in it.
Carroll hacks it forward and finds Curnow. He's at the edge of the centre square. This is his range. Goes for Owies. Racing back to goal. You heard Brett Delidio. What a pass. To become the 8th individual goal kicker for the Blues. Matt Owies from 10 out. Just squeezes it in.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Carlton by 32 at halftime in the King's Birthday Eve blockbuster at the MCG. It was billed that way, and the Bombers haven't been without their opportunities. 12 more inside 50s and yet down by nearly 6 goals at the half. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch calling the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary. And our expert pair, the Richmond champion Brett Delidio and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. So Carlton by 32 points here. Out of the MRO, there's really nothing to report, just a series of fines that have been handed out. So that's a little bit of cleaning up from yesterday. So Jack Ginnivan for striking, John Newcomb for rough conduct, and Elliot Yeo also for striking. So handed financial penalties there. One game still to come. Round 13, of course, it is a public holiday tomorrow, the King's Birthday, and the traditional blockbuster, the Big Freeze. Edition number 10 of that game, by the way. Changes, well, final teams are in for not final teams, you know what I mean. Teams have been listed for both teams. Only come out less than 24 hours before the start of play now, which leaves commentators like you, Clinchy, scrambling the night before to get your head around it. But here are the teams. Hoskin Elliott is in. Kruger's in. Nathan Kruger, we haven't seen him in a minute, so he's back for the Pies. Ash Johnson and Will Parker, the cricketer come footballer, both omitted. Meanwhile, for Melbourne, they've made 4 changes. Only one of them forced. Lockie Hunter out with a calf injury. Tomlinson dropped. Woden dropped. McAdam dropped. So 3 outs there, all omitted for the D's. 4 total with Hunter's calf injury. In comes Van Rooyen, Blake Laurie, Blake Howes, and Jack Billings.
Bailey Laurie?
What did I say, Blake Laurie? I used to play cricket with Blake Laurie. So shout out to Blake Laurie. Bailey Laurie, welcome back into the team tomorrow. So shout out to Blake Laurie.
That's a long way back there, Corby, for Melbourne. Long way back for Melbourne to come over that. They can make 30 changes if they wanted to. It's, you know, when you get beaten by 92 points, do you totally dismiss it? You can, except you only have to look 2 weeks before that. You got beaten by West Coast and West Coast when West Coast are travelling no good. And you go, well, hang on, and let's start having a look. I think they're in serious trouble, Melbourne. Oh. Serious trouble.
A lot of people tipping them to bounce back and win tomorrow.
Well,
You're not one of those?
No, not by 5 goals.
Wow.
And I say that only because I think just Collingwood, as I said, you know, Collingwood play to the death, and I always expect Essendon to play to the death here. They only get beaten by a better side. Melbourne can get beaten by anyone.
This is a proper grudge match. Like, if you go back in recent times, so even the end of last season, Collingwood win the flag. Melbourne best and fairest night. Stephen May's on stage basically saying, oh, we're a much better team than them. I can't believe they won it. Even the King's Birthday clashes in recent years. Last year, Simon Goodwin used his press conference to get up there and say, oh, Brodie Grundy's finally at a team that wants him, after basically alluding to the fact that Collingwood let him go. And then all of a sudden Melbourne did the same thing at the end of that year. The year before that it was Ed Langdon saying, oh, they're all duck, no dinner. Of course, he made those comments on the eve of the game. So it feels like there's probably a little bit of spice between these two teams, the D's and the Pies. So.
Yeah.
Got to walk the talk, don't you?
I wonder what it is in the last... I'd like to see what the results have been in the last 5 years. Let's say 5 years, because they've both been reasonably... both won premierships in the last 5 years.
Yep. Give Corby a job, he'll find it for you.
Yeah, I know. But I just... Look, outside of Gawn, Petrarca, Oliver when he was good, he's not that good at the moment. Stephen May, perhaps. I just leave us out. I just can't find players that would get games with a lot of the other sides.
Collingwood won 4 of the last 5. Of course, after all the spice that I mentioned, the one thing I left out was probably the most obvious thing, was last year's qualifying final. Start the final series, Maynard leaves the ground, crashes into Angus Brayshaw, and that's the last time we saw Angus on an AFL field.
Now, there's a player that they really... and they're not going to get him back. They won't get him back, and that's what they've got to get over, because he is... And I say that with Viney even there. Viney's a very tough, hard player, but he doesn't always produce the numbers that are required for a midfielder. So, and that's not because of effort. But Melbourne's last 10 players really bother me to the point where I'm saying... I reckon they'll be lucky now to even think about making the 8.
Okay. It's a big game tomorrow. It feels like their midfield goes on trial. We're on air from 2:30 tomorrow, Corby, so that GM of footy, Alan Richardson, will join us, which feels like an intriguing chat as to how they've handled it behind the scenes and what they expect. Do they expect a response, or 2 out of the last 3? Is that what they've become over the last couple of weeks? You mentioned it's also a massive night of sport. So we've got the Men's French Open final, gets underway in about an hour and a half's time. Carlos Alcaraz taking on Alexander Zverev. And there's a little T20 World Cup taking place, which you can tune in on the ABC Listen app. You call the last time India and Pakistan featured in a World Cup in New York, baby. So it'll be interesting to see how that's received with Americans. I'm not sure that familiar with cricket, but if the USA and Canada keep winning, they might quickly become familiar with it.
It's like a 45-minute drive, I think, out of downtown Manhattan, so not far away at all.
Purpose-built stadium for it.
A little pop-up cricket ground. They've rolled in the trays where the pitches were built, have come from Adelaide. Damien Hoff, the head curator there, and his team have been in charge of preparing these wickets. Obviously, you can't move the soil, the quarantine rules and everything else. So as a result, that's been prepared in Florida, trucked up to New York, and inserted in this ground, and it's going to stay there. So the cricket wickets will be a legacy piece.
Wow.
But it is a public park, so you can imagine what will happen with those wickets as people walking their dog and everything else on the cricket pitches. But they are hoping for, obviously, a huge boon to follow cricket in the United States. Country of 350 million people, a lot of expats from cricketing nations right around the world.
That's it, though, isn't it? Yep. When you look at all the countries that play, they're expats, basically.
So, and Major League Cricket, which Pat Cummins has just signed a 4-year deal with the San Francisco Unicorn, so there's more and more money getting thrown into their domestic comp. So hopefully, and the national team there, the United States, are actually going well.
Yeah, they
upset Pakistan, and
so there's a bit for you and Teddy to discuss on the Grandstand Cricket podcast.
Beautiful plug.
I just can't believe that result yesterday. That puts England.
Yeah.
I know I keep bringing this up.
I'm a little worried because there's an Australian as their head coach, Matthew Mott, who might be under a bit of pressure.
Well, what happened? I missed it.
Well, Australia give them a whacking.
Oh, did they? Right.
Well, when I say that, they beat them by 30-odd runs, and that was quite significant given the circumstances, because they got a washout in the first game, so they shared points.
Yep.
And Scotland play Oman, I think. So if Scotland win that, guess what? Yep. England play...
That's who's the last team in our group? Oman, Scotland,
Namibia?
England, Namibia.
So they've got those two. England will be eyeing Scotland going, don't put this down to a net run rate, because they can get a little tight in some of these sort of moments.
New drop of the Grandstand Cricket podcast out tomorrow, so you can listen
tune in.
Myself and Ed Cowan will pull it all apart for you and update you on what's happening. Plus all the games, of course, as you said, through the ABC Listen app. Look out for that white cricket ball button. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Brett Delidio, Mick Moldhouse, Ben Cameron, your call team for Sunday night footy. Benny's down on the boundary. Might just get a little heat check if we can with Ben Cameron, who's all rugged up. He's got his big freeze beanie on. What's happening down there, Ben?
Corb, you mentioned that I'm sitting amongst the patrons down here. Not a lot of room when the crowd gets up over 90,000. Did have a sort of 5-year-old come sit next to me. He said, "Why have you got the ABC mic?" I said, "Oh, it's pretty good that you could recognise. How do you know it was the ABC?" He said, "Because of Bluey." So the all-conquering Bluey. And then he proceeded to tell me that he thought I sounded like Bandit. So I'm amongst the people down here.
Don't scare him with take your gloves off. You wonder how you got your fingers cut off and you still hold that mic.
I take it literally. I don't have kids, so I take it Bandit's a character from Bluey.
Yeah, we love Bluey at our house. My little 3-year-old.
Yeah, but
just steals the phone all the time.
one of the ABC's best exports.
They've done a cricket episode, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
Might have to do a footy episode.
Yes.
Might have to pitch it.
You could star in it, Lids. There you go. So,
Wow.
all of that.
Who do I need to speak to?
I know a player manager. We can start the conversation.
Carlton 9-3-57, Essendon 3-7-25. So second half just about upon us. In the Mackay matchup, it was movement early where Harry Mackay was given a free kick about 20 metres out directly in front after a little wrestle between the pair, and that's really been the only attraction so far through a half of footy. So Harry Mackay, the one goal, and they match up on each other here, standing in the goal square at the punt road end. Second half is here, Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. Carlton by 32. You're with Matt Clinch.
The Blues looking to reel them in the second half. One down by Goldstein, the opening tap, but it's Elijah Hollands who kicks up towards half forward. Chincotta gathers, kicks around the body on the bounce to Charlie Curnow, knocks it on to Fogarty, centre and kick towards Harry and Ben. Neither can take the mark. The Mackay brothers, it clears them. And onto it, Setterfield kicks a clearing ball out to the southern side wing. Nick Martin trying to juggle the mark, couldn't hang on. Cowan kept his feet for the Blues. Hand pass away to Hewitt against the boundary line. Akers, Hewitt, hand pass to Cowan, did well in tight quarters, kicks a high ball inside 50. The Mackay brothers tangle it, Sport away from them. Menzie gathers, hand pass to Sammy Durham. He arches the back, gets away. Back to Menzie, takes the bounce on half-back. Through the middle of the ground, a hand pass to Perkins. They kick inside 50. Langford has space on Kemp. And maybe the Bombers' best ball movement of the match. Guelphy's all on his own. He goes for him. He gets it on the goal line. The easiest goal of the night. Take the set shots out of it as Matt Guelphy kicks his second. And the Bombers have a goal inside a minute. Just their fourth of the match. 4-7-31 to the Blues. 9-3-57. Something to build on. Carlton by 26.
Yeah, well done. You called it, Clinchy. Best ball movement of the match there. You don't have to kick them or be too accurate when you get them from the goal line, do you? But Sammy Durham, well done. Just broke the game open. That ability to get off the back of the square there. It's an half back. Come through the middle of the ground. Just opened up the complete forward 50. Langford had the whole area there to work with. His ability there just to shrug a couple of tackles. Got past Hollands. Saad trying to fly through. Opened up the whole game. Great kick from Perkins and unselfish from Langford. Good finish.
Essendon fans finding their voice after half-time, trying to spur their team on. A frustrating opening half for Bombers fans. Carlton by 26. Dons get the first goal of the third. Back in the middle, Cripps. Hand pass off his knees, away to Koning. Handball to Elijah Hollands, who was terrific in that first half. He's tackled and eventually will have a ball up. Bumper crowd, upwards of 85,000, pushing towards 90. It was the early indicator as Stringer squeezes a kick out. Saad had it, lost it, tackled, dispossessed, late whistle. Free kick, high tackle going Essendon's way, and Guelphy's going to take it. He kicks wide to Menzie. The Tasmanian just forward of the wing. Looks for Perkins. He's all alone. Got fingertips to it. Couldn't reel in the mark. And then lays a high tackle on Hewitt. And George Hewitt will get it at half-back for the Blues. Carlton by 26.
He worried himself out of that.
Yep.
Didn't know how much room he had.
A kick up towards Newman, and Menzie takes the mark. I've been interested. He sort of played a defensive role tonight. Jai Menzie leads across half-back rather than his traditional role inside the forward 50. Inboard to Nick Martin. He looks long inside 50. The kick won't get to Guelphy, and the intercepting mark taken by Elijah Hollands. That's been the issue for the Bombers tonight. He turns and kicks straight through the middle of the ground. Zach Williams marks. The Blues look to turn defence into attack as he kicks wide. Out to Harry Mackay. He takes the mark in front of Kelly. Kick missed McGovern, but he has enough time to gather against Todd Goldstein. He works it back boundary side, swings on his right, kicks up towards Kennedy. Laverty comfortably makes the spoil and sees it out of play in the right forward pocket for the Blues. Carlton by 26 points, 3 minutes gone, third quarter on ABC Sport.
Just take you back just briefly. That Carlton got so many numbers back in that back 50. That ball use was terrible. It was never going to come off for Essendon. They really have to be more patient.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Blues. Goldstein, first one to it, wins the hit out, but straight down to Cripps. Hand pass back inboard. Durham collects for Essendon, dispossessed, and a tackle by Hewitt. Loose footy, half back for the Dons. Merritt, hand pass to Laverty to Goldstein. They string possessions together, but retreating. Gives it to Merritt. His kick straight to centre half back. Williams, first one there for the Blues. Trying to wrong foot Kelly in front of him. Kicks to Hollands, and he takes the mark. And Elijah Hollands is having some kind of night. But he can thank Zach Williams for this setup. He'll shoot from 25 out dead in front.
Yeah, once that ball was cleared and not in Essendon's favour. It would become a foot race. Williams was always going to win that ball if he was clean, and he was clean with, not only clean with it, he was able to look up and find a free target.
It's a difference, isn't it?
It is a difference. It is totally the difference.
Elijah Hollands has got 2 already. Essendon the first of his second half. Carlton counter-punch again. The Bombers have not kicked back-to-back goals all night. And Carlton restore a 32-point lead, 10-3 to 4-7. It's the Blue Baggers by 32, 5 gone in the third. Mick Moldhouse, Brett Delidio, Sunday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Brett, if I said to you, leading goal kickers for Carlton, you'd go Harry Mackay or
Charlie Curnow.
Yep. And all of them have kicked 1, except Hollands kicked 3, and he's earned each one of them. They're not flukes. He's getting himself in good positions.
But he's been found with some good ball use, and then we spoke about the Nick Martin entry before. Just rushed and tried to find something that wasn't on. An easy turnover for Carlton. Just the miss from Andy McGrath coming out of the defensive 50 there. Just had to find a foot or boot the hell out of it and get away out to the wings.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. Fine, get some distance. Absolutely. It's the old hockey rule. Just clear the ball.
14 games over 3 years at the Gold Coast Suns for Elijah Hollands. He's been a good pickup for the Blues. Cripps in the middle of the ground, trying to get a hand pass away. Goldstein gives it to Caldwell, kicks up towards 50. Wright comes charging out, can't take the mark. Wiedering right there with him. Gresham gathers for the Bombers. Hand pass to Hine. Pearson kick inside 50, finds Nick Martin pretty much directly in front. 40 metres out from goal, and the Bombers need to start capitalising.
Well, he got that goal, he got that kick in there because the ball was haphazard for a start off, and then it was quick moving in. It caught. What you want to do is catch the back line wrong-footed, and that's exactly what took place. Carlton had the numbers there, they just couldn't cover every player.
Spoke to him on AFL Sunday a couple of weeks ago. He said, I'm a half-back now and I'm loving my role. The Bombers need him to be a goal kicker right now as he comes in. Nick Martin, and steady as he goes. Straight through the middle as the Bombers answer back. 2 goals to 1 so far in this third quarter through 6 minutes as the leaders come back to 26 points the Blues way. 10-3-67. 10-3-63 to the Bombers, 5-7-37. 7 minutes gone, third quarter on ABC Sport. You with Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio.
Well, get him back on, Mick. He'll tell us, no, I'm a half forward now and I'm loving it and I'm kicking goals, kicking them straight. I think they've had to move him down there, to be honest. I think he was turning it over a little bit too much off the half-back line and giving the ball back to Carlton. But he's got such a great work rate. His ability to find space and drop into little holes, evident right there with Nick Hine being able to find him.
There's one difference this quarter so far. 3-1 clearance.
Yep.
And that's Essendon's favour. That is the clear difference at the moment.
Of course, kicked 5 goals on debut. Nick Martin, an explosive debut here against the Cats all those years ago now, back in the middle. And we got another ball up. I know we're in a hurry as Caldwell sits on top of it and he's tackled by Walsh.
Well, he'll be in the first race tomorrow, feeding to Sandown. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Goldstein pumps it down towards Caldwell, kicks a high up and under down the half forward, punched away by Boyd into the path of Ollie Hollands, who's tackled and taken to ground, and the umpire says a ball up.
Do they have horses at Sandown? Or is it dogs?
Horses there. Usually on a Wednesday, though, I think. Not on a Monday.
They keep saying they'll get rid of the racetrack, but it's still there.
A ball up between wing and half forward for the Bombers. Goldstein wins it down to Perkins, tackled, somehow got boot the ball, trickles away to Caldwell, hand pass back into dispute, socket forward by Perkins, might turn out okay, Wright flew for it, no mark. Gresham pushed over, onto the top of the footy, tackled by Saab, threw his hands out, and the umpire says, I'll have it. The ball up, 45 out from the Bombers' goal. They're kicking to the city end in this third quarter. In front of the big free slide, which is covered up with a big tarp in the face of Neil Danaher on it ahead of the huge event tomorrow. Wiedering clears a defensive 50 from the stoppage, but straight to McGrath.
He looks up inside 50 and finds Nick Martin. There he is again. Directly in front, 45 metres out. And if he can start to kick these sort of shots truly, maybe he is a genuine forward.
Well, he'll tell us. But
good
again,
play.
good ball movement. Well done, McGrath. Great one-on-one win.
Yeah.
That ability just to wheel and go. Now, we've called for him probably to be a bit more patient, but that time the speed on the ball was great.
That's it.
They were free. There was a quick turnover.
The Carlton plays all around him, but it's just a ball movement.
Directly in front, 45 metres out from goal. Nick Martin looking to double up. and continue the climb. He misses out to the right-hand side and another behind. 5 goals, 8:38 for the Dons to the Blues, 10-3-63. At the 9-minute mark of the third term, the margin is 25 points.
Well, for those that aren't watching or listening to us, he went back probably 30 metres, but then he dribbled in, no speed on his kick.
The Bombers 4 goals 5 from their set shot so far tonight. That was another gettable one. They let 3 go in the opening quarter as McGovern marks the footy here from the kick out, goes short to Elijah Holland, swings his kick wide, and Kent just marks in front of Hind. Back flank for the Blues. There was an early lead change in the opening couple of minutes, and other than that, it's been all Carlton. Led by as many as 33 points. They're on top by 25 at the moment, 10 into the third. Kicks down the wing, Mackay, that's Harry, flies for it, no mark. Falls down to Walsh, tumbles a kick to half forward for the Blues. Laverty chops it off, paddles it out of bounds. The umpire says let's throw it in. 70 out from the Blues goal at the punt road end. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Mick Moldhouse, the coaching icon, the Richmond superstar, Brett Delidio. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport and what is going to be an enormous 24 hours here at the Theatre of the Great and the Grand, the MCG.
Thrown in, Goldstein tries to take another ruck. He's tackled by Blake Acres, holding the ball. Free kick the way of the Blues at left half forward. Just a little too slow, Goldstein. Akers drives it inside 50 in the direction of Charlie Curnow. He palms it down, looking for Owies. He can't gather, and Carroll they provide the tackle though and lock the ball inside the forward 50. Only 25 metres out from goal.
So often he looks out of position, Charlie Curnow, doesn't he? Just brings it to the ground. Love it.
Just makes up that ground. To Koning, tries to take it out of the ruck, having roved the Goldstein tap. Won't have the journey. Canavan charging out. Cannon's into Hine, who's down and worse for wear. The umpire comes in and will ball it up. Thankfully, Nick Hine is okay, but he'd be rather cautious standing in front of a charging Charlie Curnow.
Blues by 25, forward 50 stoppage. DeConing and Goldstein. Goldstein first hands on it, straight to Walsh. He runs into a 2-man tackle and held up again in front of the behind post. Nick Hind and Jaden Laverty hold him up. Goldstein palms it down. Hind close to the boundary line, professionally fumbles it out of play and we'll have a throw in. So 2 goals to 1 for the quarter so far, which is 11 minutes old. Essendon's way, they trailed by 33 late in that second quarter, trailed by 32 at the half. And earlier today it was the Swans by 30 over Geelong. Came from 6 goals down to win that. Goldstein palms it down to Hind, squeezes the kick away, it's smothered, ricochets to McGrath, hand pass to Heppel, who's under the pump, got it out to Durham. Clearing kick, out into space, Martin giving chase on the southern wing.
He kept his footing and volleyed it forward away from McGovern, straight towards the boundary. How will the umpire view this?
That's me.
No. Sufficient intent.
That is just ludicrous.
Both
of them. Both of those things.
Don't fight it, Mick. Just concede.
No, I can't.
The world has changed.
Well, it's changed for the worse.
Cowan turns it over. Nick Martin gets a hand onto it as he tried to chip it back to Mitch McGovern and a boundary throw in. And the Bombers fans are letting their presence known. 25-point lead the Blues way at the 13-minute mark of the third quarter on ABC Sport.
The 50-50 ball has come off his knee and he wants them to control it and keep it in play.
Let's run along the boundary. It's all but been grabbed by an Essendon player.
DeConing grabs it out of the ruck, hands it away to Newman. Carlton with the footy from the stoppage. Newman ran into trouble, caught Caldwell and Goldstein with the tackle. Goldstein will get up and take it. And the big lefty sends it into the forward pocket. Langford, the target, reels it in. Just inside the boundary line. Left forward pocket for the Dons.
Yeah, great mark. Great mark.
Good kick too.
Well, it was. At the bounder, I felt sorry for the man in the mark. Could have easily smothered it, but the umpire hadn't called play on, so you've got to put up with that, I guess.
Close.
But that's a really good mark. Tough kick, but if anyone's going to do it, this bloke's been amazing the last couple of seasons.
Just where he kicked one there that day, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Told the crowd, the bloke who dropped the footy in front of him.
Right in front of the ice plunge underneath the big free slide. Cole Langford for a team lifter. He misses to the near side. 5-9 to 10-3. Carlton by 24 points, so 4 goals neat. 14 played in the third term. Bit of momentum with the Bombers, and they capitalise on the scoreboard. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport.
McGovern into Boyd for the Blues. Kicks up towards Charlie Curnow. It's over him and Jordan Ridley. And a boundary throw-in. Still looking for back-to-back goals. The Bombers for the first time in the match, which would be frustrating Brad Scott. given their set shot woes.
They've settled though. There's no doubt they've settled this quarter. They just look at. They're still scrappy in the forward line, but they're certainly better equipped on the back half and through the middle at the moment.
They've booted 2-1 so far in this third quarter. Peter Wright slaps it forward for the Bombers, but Sam Walsh is there first. Swings back onto his right for the Blues. High kick up towards Cripps and Curnow. Curnow can't pull it in with the left arm. Heppel got it down to Ridley, who was dumped in a tackle by Cripps. It was a little untidy, and Jordan Ridley will take the free kick on the wing as he was face planted into the turf.
Well, I don't understand that one. I understand the free kick, but I understand the kick was already in the air going towards Essendon's way, so...
It's not a dumb tackle.
No, it's not a dumb tackle. It's a free kick. They've given a free kick, but I don't understand why the ball's not forward of where the Essendon player was.
They work it across half-back, and Kelly eventually works it out to Cox and now to Hine. They've got the left half forward, the Bombers, but where to now? Hine swings back on his left, kicks up towards Sammy Durham, can't take the mark. Gresham the crummer, hand pass, tackle, dispossessed. And Langford is thrown to the turf by Hewitt and Kennedy, right on the paint of the 50-metre arc at the city end. Carlton by 24 points.
I reckon that Essendon are Peter Wright short in the next quarter of winning this game.
Wright palms it down towards Hind. Durham clipped on the way through, got a hand pass to Wright. His kick smothered. Walsh wins the footy, hand pass to Fogarty. Tumbles a kick into the front half for the Blues. Essendon with numbers back, and Laverty can reload for the Dogs. Kicks out to the members' wing. Setterfield marks. Get a bit of pace on the footy here. It's a crowded forward arc, and Setterfield drops back into a slow play. 24 points, Carlton's lead. 16 gone third quarter. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. He goes short to Heppel. The Essendon former captain, the veteran now, sends it down to half forward. Wright reaching for it off his fingertips. Stringer down the back. Floats a snap goalward. It's bending back. It's touched right on the line.
Wow.
And Stringer almost like he had a magnet on that between the goal face, and was tracking there, and Adam Sard saves the day, so rushes it through on the behind line. Carlton by 23, Bombers peppering, 16 gone third quarter.
Peter Wright, if he hung on to that, has a shot, kicks a goal, anything is possible.
Hasn't had a touch in this third quarter as Cowan kicks the Blues up towards Charlie Curnow, crashes into Heppel and spoils it down, and Ridley can't keep it in play. So you feel like that's the difference at the moment.
I just think he needs to take a mark. He needs to take a mark, kick a long goal, and that draws players away from what they're doing at the moment and gives Stringer and these other players an opportunity. It only takes one man to start to... It's like everyone gravitates to Curnow's man or Mackay's man. Essendon need that player.
He's been goalless in 2 of his last 4 games, Peter Wright, as Cripps tries to charge through. Not pinned, holding the footy. Don't think he got a disposal away there as he was tackled and brought down by Setterfield. So, in fact, it was Caldwell who got him from behind. Setterfield trying to join the party, and Paddy Cripps is a little lucky.
The inconsistencies that frustrate everyone, I think.
Wright palms that down. This sits in front of Kennedy, soccers it forward. Carlton up over halfway. Kelly turns straight into trouble. Tackled by Harry Mackay. Ball comes out, Essendon win it. Heppel to Laverty. Underground or along the ground, hand pass away to Ridley. Gives it back to Laverty. Kick smothered. Harry Mackay follows up with a defensive act and forces it out of play. Boundary throwing 55 out from the Blues goal. Ben Cameron is on the boundary.
Yeah, Zach Merritt was right in front of me on the bench with that non-holding the ball call against his opposing captain in Patrick Cripps. Very demonstrative. Like you spoke about, Leds, I think the inconsistencies certainly frustrating Zach Merritt.
Thanks, Benny. Blues by 23 points. Shallow throw in. Peter Wright gets a boot to it. Chases after it towards the boundary line, and then under pressure of Hewitt knocks it out of play.
Off the SMS, Rob from Perth. Keep up the good work, team. Please, can Mick Malthouse do a Bluey podcast? That I would listen to.
Are you available?
I know my grandchildren talk about Bluey, but I know he's a dog, but I don't really know the show or anything else.
He's a she. He's a starting
point. Surprised your babysitting duties haven't required putting Bluey on.
I see Bluey on TV, don't worry.
ABC iView, just have a look. It might prove a handy companion. Peter Wright's getting a free kick at right half back.
Well, I'm going to get him in the ruck, get him into the game.
Yep. Against the smaller Matt Kennedy doing the ruck work. He's kicked into Kennedy on the mark though. Chin Cotter couldn't get it past Merritt. The Bombers captain toiling away. Chin Cotter courageous, knocked it on to Ollie Hollands. Hand pass miss Walsh, and it goes out of play. Feels like the desperation, Lids, is just rising a little bit.
Yeah, no, and you can see by just the mishandling, a couple of mishandballs, miss kicks, that the pressure's on and the boys are starting to feel it. Stay composed.
Essendon 52 to 39 stats too. Essendon are getting a lot more of the footy. but not making a lot of it. That's the unfortunate thing for them.
Paddy Cripps again, the second ruck. So Wright wins the hit out here, down towards Sard for Carlton. High up and under down to half forward. Curnow at a wrestle with Ridley. Ridley hands to it, can't complete the mark. Curnow goes and grabs the footy. Ridley is tackled by he and Merritt. Ridley tackles Curnow with Merritt, with Heppel. How am I going? Curnow's tackled. We got a ball up, half forward here for the Blues.
You can't. Good decision. That is a very, very good decision. A ruckman against he's even 195 ruck rover.
So Cripps grabbed his arm and ruck infringement, free kick right at half back for the Bombers.
He's starting to get in the game.
And Peter Wright is 2 metres as Nick Martin gets it, kicks out towards Sam Durham. He takes the mark in front of Ben Cameron.
Just starting to sprinkle down here, so that'll certainly help Carlton up by 23 at the moment.
Sam Durham kicks up towards Jake Stringer in a wrestle with Wiedering. He just got rid of him but couldn't complete the mark. Wiedering hand pass forward along the turf to Sard. Takes a bounce as he runs the boundary line member side. Up towards Cripps, pushes off Laverty but Ridley getting back. And Cripps in frustration clipped him high. There'll be no 50-metre penalty as Ridley marks it right half back. Blues by 23 points. 20 minutes gone, all of a sudden the scoring is dried up.
The Riddler for the Bombers kicks down the wing, hands on it from Wiedering, no mark. Falls through to Stringer, trying to paddle it out in front and coming through Cowan. Cleans it up. The Carlton teenager, hand pass away to Sard. He flares one out to Williams, kicks to half forward, and there's Ridley again. Jumps in front of Cripps, takes the mark. Hand pass away to Setterfield. Back to half forward go the Bombers. Boyd and Gresham. Boyd spoils. Merritt tries to tap it back to Gresham. Has to go back in and collect. Pack forms behind him. Williams extracts it for Carlton. Kicks down the wing. Setterfield in the box seat. Wrestled from him illegally against Newman. Total jumper and a free kick for Setterfield in front of the benches. Carlton by 23. Time on third quarter. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport.
Or Brad Scott be thinking, Mick, the Bombers are doing a bit right, but haven't had a goal since the 7-minute mark.
I reckon he'd be happy with what's happening because they're controlling the ball. All they need is a half ounce of luck on this forward line, and they're back in it.
Chain of hand passes through the middle of the ground. Kelly's kick is out wide for Hine. At left half forward, 70 from home. Over the top to Cox. Steps around Akers. Swings on his right. Drives a long kick inside 50. Stringer has to fly. Out number 3 on 1. Getting back. Kennedy's hand pass. Straight to Guelphy. In the end, he's able to clean it up, but kicks it straight to Heppel, the former captain. Hand pass over the top. Swinging on his right, Perkins. He fires towards goal. Getting back, Sard gets a hand to it. And through for a minor score. They're doing it by single digits at the moment. 22 points as the Blues lead at the 21-minute mark of the third term.
What will break the heart of Essendon is a goal because their forward line is far more productive. Even that was messy, mucky, and they had opportunities to hit a 15-metre target and just blazed away.
Newman from the kick out, drives it up to the wing. Sammy Durham. The chippy from Seymour floats through and takes the intercept mark. What a player he's becoming in just his 61st game. Durham kicks a high bomb into the forward pocket. Peter Wright's in that pack, and Wiedering just erases the mistake downfield and swats it out of play. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the Bombers.
Now, Peter Wright now is going to come to the bench.
Coming out as a ruck.
Well, see, now they're exposed in there because De Koning will murder this.
De Koning and Langford from the boundary throw-in. De Koning palms it down straight to the teenager Cowan. Jams it on the boot and clears the defensive 50. Here's Curnow in a wrestle with Wright. Wright does well to bring it to ground. Picked up by Heppel. Kicks to the top of the goal square. No one back. And Kemp takes the intercept mark at fullback for Carlton. Blues by 22. Time on third quarter.
Well, this is Groundhog Day time and time again. The Bombers have got to settle without bombing it in. 50-metre penetrations do not give you a right to kick a goal. It's how it goes in.
Nick Newman kicks up towards Fogarty. It clears him. Laverty just bangs it again back inside 50. The Carlton defence is set. Wiedering spoils it down to Cowan. He looks up out to the southern wing. The foot race is on. Puts it out in front of Owies and Menzies. Menzies lost his footing. He brings down his opponent in Owies, and Nick Cox gathers. Kicks up towards half forward. It's over the head of Harry Jones. And Wiedering gathers in the right back pocket. He turns around. Bangs it back up the wing. It's kick-to-kick footy at the moment. Martin gathers. Kicks the Bombers to 50. He gets it to Hine, who kicks it long. Langford went up, wanted a free kick, doesn't get it. Setterfield lost the footy. He knocks it out to Perkins. It's become scrappy. Merritt knocks it out. Can Nick Martin add some class outside of the boot? He misses and just scrapes it in from behind to the left. So the last 5 scores have been Bombers scores, but they've been behinds, and it's a 21-point lead Carlton's way at the 24-minute mark of the third term.
I reckon I'm watching Ocean Grove Grubbers under 16. I see them every Saturday morning. They're probably a little bit more organised in their forward line than the Bombers.
What do you reckon the inside 50s are, Mick?
Or 103 to 6. I don't have to look at the...
What is it? 15-5, Essendon.
15-5. 15-5.
It's been the story of the night. 2 goals, 5-1 straight in this quarter. Essendon cannot get any efficiency going forward. They reload again here from the wing as Ridley floats a kick wide, too wide. Out on the full, and Carlton free kick at half-back. Newman to take it. In fact, it was touched. A late call. So the overall from umpire Jacob Mollison said actually that was touched off the boot from Ridley, and a reprieve for the Bombers. So boundary throw in half forward.
I reckon Ben Cameron must have touched that, because I don't think anyone else did. You down there, Benny, did you get to it? Mind you, your fingers would be... we wouldn't be able to tell whether you got your fingers to it.
They're still in the mittens.
Not known for large hands, Ben Cameron. From the boundary throw in, comes to Akers, tumbles a kick forward for the Blues. On the logo broadcast wing, picked up by Hollins. He's tackled and the ball up. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Called the middle mass, Matt Clinch calling the footy. The Richmond superstar Brett Delidio and coaching icon Mick Moldhouse, your call team. DeConey grabs it out of the ruck for the Blue Daggers. Hand pass inside to Cowan. Kicks out the left half forward. Curnow should get there on the bounce. He does. Can't break the Kelly tackle. Spun around. Got a hand pass away to Kennedy. Kicks to full forward for the Blues. Menzie reaching for it. Can't complete the mark. Ball hits the deck. Tunnel ball from Menzie. Got it out to McGrath. He's tackled and a ball up. 20 metres out from the Carlton goal. The Bombers have dominated the quarter and yet have kicked 2 goals, 5-1 straight. 26 gone third term, forward 50 stoppage for the Blues.
Thrown up to Koning and Goldstein. Goldstein wins down the tap, bounces off Setterfield. Here's a chance for Elijah Hollands. He's been a goal scorer tonight. To Hewitt, they build it for Nick Newman. Against the runner play, he misses to the right-hand side. That would have broken Bombers' hearts.
Would have, Clinchy, 100%.
Having kicked the last 6 scores of the match, 5 behinds, but it's a 22-point lead Carlton's way at the 26-minute mark of the third term on ABC Sport.
Darren marks the kick out, goes long down the line, Stringer the target, and Saab gets across, whacks it out of play. Adam Saab now up to 76 games in Navy Blue, so he's played more games for Carlton than he ever did for Essendon or Gold Coast. Played 48 with the Suns and 61 with the Bombers.
Langford's another player who's really just not getting near the football, is he?
Carlton by 22 late in the third. Shallow boundary throw into Koning, grabs it, kicks down to half forward. Heppel back into traffic, net by Curnow in the air. Ball spills down to Kennedy. Hand pass to the 50 for Walsh. He kicks to the top of the goal square. They come from all directions. Spoiled away by the Dons. Hits the deck. McGrath's hand pass picked off. Cripps can't trap it. Ball ricochets to Boyd. Centre half forward for Carlton. Hand pass to Chip Cotter. Floats a high up and under to about 20 metres out from goal. Heppel leaps up, spills the mark. Picked up by Kelly. Hand pass back to Heppel. Got it away to Cox. Tumbles a kick to half back. Slips through the hands of Harry Jones. And out of play. 60 metres out from the Carlton goal at right half forward. 27 minutes gone. Third quarter. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. Blues by 22.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. We spoke around you without including you. What's the vibe of the Bombers fans on the bench?
Oh, they're getting a little tetchy down here, a little frustrated that their team hasn't capitalised, much like Mick is up in the box.
Thrown in, Goldstein one down the tap. Walsh was dragged down. Did he have prior opportunity? He did, holding the ball. And a free kick will go the way of the Essendon captain and Zach Merritt at left half back. 22-point lead Carlton's way as we close in towards three-quarter time. King's Birthday Eve clash, a massive 48 hours at the MCG. As he goes short to Heppel and back to Zach Merritt. They'll switch it back inside the defensive 50 to Ben Mackay. Playing alongside his brother Harry for the first time tonight. Harry kicked a goal in the opening quarter. Haven't really featured as much throughout the rest of the match. Menzie gets involved. Hand pass to Durham. Works it up towards Kelly. Hard against the boundary. Steps across it. And the umpire says throw it in. The pressure of Cowan and Owies gave him no option but to step across the line.
Subs tonight, Ben. Any activity down there?
No, they've both been very quiet, just sitting at the back of the box. But Elijah Sardis and Corey Durden still waiting for their chance tonight. 29
gone in the third. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. Blues by 22. Boundary throwing right in front of us. Merritt scrapping out after it along with Walsh. In the end, it sits for Perkins. Just soccers it forward. Collected by Newman. He runs out of bounds with the footy. Ump says, spin that in. Boundary throwing 70 out from the Bombers' goal. So hot minute left here, Nick. Before three-quarter time, important stages for the Bombers after dominating the quarter.
Well, this is probably the last throw of the dice for this quarter. But, oh, well, look at that.
Shallow throw-in. Tied boundary umpire hits the deck, comes through towards Perkins, stands up in the tackle, kicks inside 50. Jones getting to the drop, forced to spoil as Boyd was in the box seat. Caldwell hands it out to Guelphy. Hand pass forward to Nick Martin, running into goal. Buck picks it from 3 metres out. He breathes life into the game for the Bombers. And for the first time tonight, Essendon have back-to-back goals. Nick Martin has back-to-back goals. And at last, some reward for the Dons. 6-12-48. Carlton 10-4-64. The Blues lead whittled down to 16 points. Half hour gone, third term. Brett Delidio, Mick Malthouse, ABC Sport.
Martin, 2 goals too. He's had a profound effect. He took them on. I was surprised that he didn't just go straight for goal. But nonetheless, that's the goal that keeps them in the game.
Yes.
And their dominance of the ball to get the ball inside 50, if that goes into the last quarter, they'll win it because they'll be more productive. But this is where this is a test of Carlton now to start to even up these stoppages, these clearances.
It's been 40-22, the inside 50s tonight. The Bombers had 3 goals 5 in this third term to Carlton's 1-1. And the Essendon fans want to get involved. A free kick in the ruck contest against Todd Goldstein. And De Koning, the Blues might get the last roll of the dice in this third quarter. TDK drives them as long as he can in the direction of Harry Mackay. In front, Heppel couldn't take them up. Ben Mackay, hand pass to the Bombers to Stringer. Works it back to Menzies. Hand pass over the top. Is able to link up with Setterfield. He jams a kick up towards half-back. Guelphy did well to control it. Underground hand pass to Langford. Hard against the boundary. Spots Nick Martin. Is there time for one more?
Picked up by Martin, loops a hand pass over to Perkins. Perkins on the run, takes a bounce, closes to 40, kicks to the goal square. De Koning breaks it up. De Koning amongst 2 Bombers. I think Perkins decided to pass that rather than shoot for goal. And De Koning forces it through for a rush behind. Carlton by 15 points, 31 and a half gone, third quarter.
Boyd up towards Nick Newman. Huck has a kick. Guelphy the other way. Carroll as well. And the siren sounds at three-quarter time. Archie Perkins in frustration slams it into the turf. And it's all set for a thrilling final term. The Bombers have done some of the heavy lifting to get within striking distance. And the Blues, on that third quarter, it was all one-way traffic. 10-4-64 Carlton to Essendon. 6-13-49. The Bombers with 3 goals 6 to the Blues 1-1. And after Carlton led by 16 points at quarter time, they kicked 5 goals to 2 in the second quarter. It was a wrestle back for the Bombers in that third term. For Carlton, 3 goals to Elijah Hollands, a career best. He kicked multiples on 5 occasions throughout his 24 games, but never more than 2 goals. An unlikely multiple goal kicker when you think of the likes of Charlie Curnow and Harry Mackay there, Peter Wright as well, and the key forwards. Individual goals to Williams, Fogarty, Mackay, McGovern, Hewitt, Curnow and Owies, while for the Bombers, 2 goals to Matt Guelphy and to Nick Martin, individuals to Cox and Stringer.
The inside 50 count, 46-25. If you knew that coming into the night, you would think, gee, the team with 46 inside 50s must be well on top. Well, no, that side is Essendon, and they have trailed for most of the night, almost all of it. Fell 33 points behind on a couple of occasions. They've got it back within 15 points, but that tells you the story of the night. One team has been efficient going forward. The other has been far from it. Essendon 6-13 to Carlton 10-4. Blues by 15 points. We'll get a bit better analysis and a further breakdown from Brett Delidio and Mick Malthouse next. This is Sunday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Through the middle of the ground, a half pass to Perkins. They kick inside 50. Langford has space on Kemp. And maybe the Bombers' best ball movement of the match. Guelphy's all on his own. He goes for him. He gets it on the goal line. The easiest goal of the night. Take the set shots out of it as Matt Guelphy kicks his second.
Williams' first one there for the Blues. Trying to wrong foot Kelly in front of him. Kicks to Hollands and he takes the mark. And Elijah Hollands is having some kind of night. Essendon the first in his second half. Carlton counter punch again. The Bombers have not kicked back-to-back goals all night.
Gresham gathers for the Bombers. Hand pass to Hine. Pearson kick inside 50. Finds Nick Martin pretty much directly in front. The Bombers need him to be a goal kicker right now as he comes in. Nick Martin, and steady as he goes. As the Bombers answer back.
Martin giving chase on the southern wing.
He kept his footing and volleyed it forward away from McGovern, straight towards the boundary. How will the umpire view this?
That's
Sufficient intent.
That is just ludicrous.
Both
of them. Both of those things.
Don't fight it, Mick. Just concede.
No, I can't.
The world has changed.
Well, it's changed for the worse.
Jones getting to the drop, forced to spoil as Boyd was in the box seat. Caldwell hands it out to Guelphy. Hand pass forward to Nick Martin, running into goal. But picks it from 3 metres out. He breathes life into the game for the Bombers. And for the first time tonight, Essendon have back-to-back goals. Nick Martin has back-to-back goals. And at last, some reward for the Dons.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Tough watch for Bombers fans throughout. They've had 21 more inside 50s, and yet Carlton lead the game by 15 points. They have led all night. The coaching icon Mick Malthouse, the Richmond superstar Brett Delidio, Sunday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Brett, I just think really that the back-to-back goals have left them in the game.
Yep.
And I know this is a critical thing. Look, if it comes in the first minute, okay, it might wipe it. But within the first 5 minutes, if Essendon can kick a goal, that 9 points or thereabouts is really gettable. But if you add on another 6 points by Carlton, and they're quite capable, let's look at their forward line. When he goes in there, they look so dangerous.
They were brilliant the last quarter, last start.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, though.
They're relying on a lot to happen.
The midfields at the moment.
Yeah, just going.
Well, I think both are just going. It seems to be the saviour at the moment is Carlton's backline. And in many respects, the Essendon backline, that quarter, under pressure, they were able to hold up really, really well. Well, 1 goal won, and I think that 1 point from memory was a long shot over the body. So over the body. So I think that both backlines are right in top. But what's happening with the Carlton backline? They're getting aided by a bit of pressure outside the 50, and the use of the football is just atrocious.
Yep.
And I mean simply atrocious. If they can find a target. I don't. If you find a target just outside 50, okay, you need a stringer who can kick 50, but that's a rarity. It's the 40-metre ball. Everyone goes, well, it's got to be 30. I'm all over the 30 ball. That's fine, but they're not finding that because Carlton are absolutely saturated. Find the 40-metre ball.
Before Lids, Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, we've got a sub for the Blues. So Carroll is out of the game. Durden is in. Sada still sitting for the Dons. Just a quick one. I mean, Michael Voss had a big powwow. Ash Hansen, we know he has a lot to do tactically with the way the Blues go about it. They spoke at length before they went and addressed the team at three-quarter time.
Thanks, Ben. What do you reckon, Lids?
I'm with Mick. I think it's going to be, if Essendon need the first to really make it interesting, get some belief about running over the top of this Carlton side. They've had enough footy. They just haven't been able to capitalise going inside forward 50. Get the first one, jump on the back there. But, geez, it's, I think Carlton will be hoping to do what they did last time to Port, last start.
Yeah.
We came hoping for a blockbuster game of footy. It was a Carlton showcase in the first half. The Bombers have kept it alive in the third, and we set for a grandstand finish. Carlton by 15. Final quarter underway. Takonen grabs it out the right, kicks it deep forward. Mackay and Curnow both in the pack. It carries the pair close to the boundary line. Menzies knocks it away to Kelly. Stands up in the tackle. Hand pass back to Menzies. Just spoils it out of play. Forward 50 stoppage. Boundary throw in. Forward pocket for the Blues.
Hard to go Takonen not best on the ground right now, and he's just illustrated why. The ball's in there because of his dominance around the ground. Goldstein hasn't disgraced himself by any stretch.
He's done well given the age difference as Takonen wins down the tap. Under pressure, Hewitt was ridden into the turf by Merritt. Play on Sakul. Ball eventually comes clear. Unable to wrestle it clear Setterfield as Kennedy and Mackay tackle him. And the umpire will ball it up. Really about 10 metres out from the Blues goal at the city end of the MCG. Thrown up, Goldstein over the back. Cripps trying to take it cleanly. The captain jags it onto his boot. Cincotta, the unlikely goal scorer, kicks it on his left. And they come from everywhere to celebrate. A Cinderella finish from Alex Cincotta, who's had the job on Zach Merritt throughout the night, and he gets the last laugh there. Carlton with the first goal of the final term to steady and lead by 21 points just 90 seconds in. 11-4-70 to the Bombers, 6-13-49. Brett Delidio, Mick Moldhouse.
Well, they're having a bit of a look at this one, I think. Clinchy, Durham straight up with his hand saying, I touched that. Whether he touched his boot and not the actual ball, we'll find out. But well done from Carlton. Well done Conning, just to get the ball inside forward 50 initially. But then the forward pressure, you know, they haven't had a lot of looks, especially in that third quarter, the Carlton forwards.
They've all been up and they all touched, already they touched it. I don't know whether it's been cleared, is it? Looks like it's been cleared.
Yeah. It was a great story. The rookie listed mature age 26-year-old overcoming an ACL, playing in the Geelong Football League. A story of perseverance, and now shining on the big stage.
By running out tonight, he's earned himself a contract for next year as well, meeting that clause and the trigger in his contract, so he'll be there in 2025. To Conning, another centre break. Sockers it inside 50. Curnow hits up, meets it, turns Ridley inside out. Curnow misses. Behind for Charlie, didn't miss by much. But the Blues taking a bit of air out of Essendon's balloon early in this final term. 2.5 minutes old, Carlton by 22. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just some info on that sub. So it is a tactical sub with Jack Carroll out of the game, no injury.
Thanks, Ben. Liza Sada still on the bench for the Bombers, yet to be used as Setterfield takes the mark as McGrath brought it into Kelly. Kicks the Bombers up the members' wing. Guelphy flew early. Spoiled down by McGovern and out of play as Blake Akers sees it over the boundary line. After the Bombers did all the hard work, Lids, in the third quarter and deflating just to concede that first goal.
Yeah, it's the one we spoke about that we didn't want to see him get away, but then DeConning backed it up again. Another centre clearance. It's been enormous tonight. 22
points as the Blues lead early. Shallow throw in. Goldstein in front, but it's Setterfield who gathers. Hand pass to Caldwell, to McGrath under pressure. Durham trying to knock it forward, back to McGrath, looking for Goldstein against the boundary. He gets it forward to Caldwell. Good pressure by Akers, who followed up. Hand pass to Stringer around the boundary line. They've got it to half forward. Wright needed support over his shoulder, straight to Boyd of the Blues. He swings onto his right-hand side, kicks over the head of Cripps. It might work on the bounce to Mackay. He fends off Ben Mackay. Paddy Cripps haven't gathered the footy. Hacks the kick inside 50. It clears the defence. Racing after a Durden, but Laverty gathers. Hand pass missed the target. Williams gathers. His hand pass chopped off by Merritt.
Did well to reel that in. Zach Merritt, not the tallest player out there, gives it to McGrath. Hand pass to Laverty. Kicks in front of the benches. Essendon a numbers advantage. Stringer tries to keep it alive. Whacks it back and McGovern spills it out of play. Throwing in front of the benches. 22 points, Carlton's lead, foregone final term. Hot start, Lids from the Blues.
Yeah, they've got their belief back up after a pretty quiet third quarter. They need to really keep capitalising. Over to you, Essendon.
Coning's out of 9. He grabs it out of the ruck again. Hand pass away to Cripps. Hand pass over his shoulder to Cincotta, the goal kicker from moments ago. Puts on the Jets. Burns off Setterfield. Kicks into the forward pocket. And Ridley leaves his man at the most appropriate time. And Jordan Ridley, the intercept mark, back pocket for the Bombers. Carlton by 22. 4.5 gone final quarter. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport.
Sorry, mate. Setterfield coming off there. He just could not go with Cincotta.
Ridley up towards Goldstein, it's brought down. Cincotta's hand pass to Walsh. Akers on his own. Gets inside 50, wants to give it off. Curnow on the lead. Can't take the mark. From centre, Williams across his body. Slams it through on the left. Zach Williams with his second. And Carlton put on a couple of quick ones to put the Bombers in their place. 5 minutes gone, final term. They stretch it back out to a 28-point lead. 12-5-77. To the Bombers, 6-13-49. Brett Delidio and Mick Moldhouse with you on ABC Sport.
Well, it's exactly what Essendon didn't want.
Yeah.
They've had to defend everything from the centre square to back. They've hardly had it forward at all. In fact, they're only inside their front 50. I don't think they're inside their front 50. No, they haven't. But it's the way Carlton have been able to dominate at stoppage again. And it's the Conning again. He's dominated that area at need when they've needed it. Cripps has jumped up. They've just dominated the ball going forward. So the only way that Essendon get back in this game now is they've got to clear the ball, which they did successfully in that third quarter.
Get to Ben in a moment. Goldstein wins it down. Merritt. Hand pass back into the centre circles, the middle of the G. De Koning fierce, goes in there, wins it again for Carlton. Hands it out to Cripps. The captain floats the ball to half forward for the Blues. Harry Mackay at the drop, can't mark. Falls down to Walsh. Floats a high bomb towards full forward. Breaking point for the Bombers. Hits the deck. Curnow paddles it out the back to Durden. Hand pass to Fogarty. Fogarty kicks goalward but misses.
You know, that's unfortunate. What we've just seen is brother Ben has landed on brother Harry, and I don't think Harry's that good in the middle of the ground.
Well, how about this for a moment? So I mentioned Mackay got to the drop. He got fingertips to it, and then over the top came Kennedy and Ben Mackay. And Harry Mackay looks as if he might be seeing stars out there after his head hit the ground on the way out. So this would be an awful way for it to end. Such an attraction leading in. The Mackay's twins playing against each other for the first time. Mum Tracy and the rest of the family in a corporate box watching on, and Harry Mackay's coming off with the trainers. Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, he's running off unassisted at the moment, which is a good sign, but I'm sure they'll check him out. Will Setterfield as well. Lids, you're all over it. I reckon it's some kind of leg injury. He looks as if he will be subbed out. The Sada set to come on. He's on the ground now.
Perkins sent it straight over to Elijah Holland's hand pass to Fogarty. Kicks towards Charlie Curnow, wrestling with Kelly. A free kick, a hold. It's going the Blues spearhead way. It was a bad turnover out of defence, and Charlie Curnow was in an unwanted one-on-one matchup from a Bombers point of view, and Jake Kelly just panicked. Arms across the middle of the chest. I guess, as we said, Lids, the umpires look for that.
Yeah, exactly right. You don't... I'll let you call this one through, Clinchy.
Charlie Curnow searching for his second, maybe to close the show. He pokes it through, and the Blues have 3 goals in the final term in the opening 8 minutes. It's a flex against their arch rivals, who are mounting a charge in the third term. The Blues by 35 points, 13-6-84 to the Bombers 6-13-49. Ahead of Mick and Lids, down to Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, so the Docs have just had a little chat to Harry. He's sitting down on the front of the bench. They've gone to the monitors looking at the replay. So we're clearly going through the process at the moment. I'll bring you more information as I know it.
Yeah, you can understand why Jake Kelly tries to hold down Charlie Curnow when he gets his chance. You get separation, he launches that footy very hard to stop. So he's trying to keep him in nice and tight. But as soon as umpires see those 2 arms go around the opponent, free kick every time. Makes it very easy for him. Don't totally agree with it, but it is what it is.
Leg injury for Setterfield, subbed out. Tactical sub for the Blues, so it's been a perfect night for them thus far, and we'll keep a watch on Harry Mackay, who's going through a concussion test. Kick out wide from the Bombers, came off the boot of Nick Martin, and it's marked by Elijah Hollands. It's been all Carlton to start this final term. If you thought the game was on the line at three-quarter time, Carlton have done their best to close that argument down as Walsh kicks out to half forward. Curnow leaps for it, no mark, spills to Williams. Hand pass away to Owies. He kicks off a single step goalward and misses the whole set. Out on the full. Game high 35-point lead for the Blues. They've kicked 3 quick goals to start the final quarter.
Yeah, domination.
Yeah.
Kelly has the free kick. He drives them up towards half-back. Cox is in the pack. Kennedy spalls it down to the front. Cripps tries to get a hand pass forward. Perkins for the Bombers. Hand pass away to Gresham. Right half-back takes a bounce. Runs past Chincotta. He looks up towards 50, looking for Hine. He's caught behind against Boyd. Great composure by the defender. Hand pass to Mitch McGovern. He kicks out towards Elijah Hollands. He's got space on the Shane Warne stand side. He cuts back on the mark. Comes inboard to Kennedy. On the half volley, just claimed the mark and goes short to Zach Williams. The Bombers haven't been inside 50 in this final term. Elijah Hollands receives it once more towards Durden, the sub. Used his body superbly against Jake Kelly, who can't get out of the headlights at the moment. And Durden takes the mark in the left forward pocket, only about 20 metres out.
Yeah, Kelly's just...
wrong spot, wrong time twice.
And his disposal sometimes coming out of that back line really...
Corey Durden steps out, snaps across his body, and another dagger into the Bombers' hearts. 4 goals to none in the opening 10 minutes of the final term. It's been 9 inside 50s to 1. And it's been some sort of showing from the Navy Blue. 41 points, 14-6-90 to the Bombers, 6-13-49. 11 minutes gone, final term, Ben Cameron on the boundary.
They're actually manipulating Harry's left shoulder at the moment, so he's just been doing some work on that, but he's about to come back on. No, he's about to go down into the rooms. He got up and moved towards the ground, but now heading down into the room, so further checks coming. Certainly an issue with that left shoulder as well.
Yeah, when he landed on it, and players landed on him, I reckon the AC joint would have been given a real test.
Any supporters leaving beside you there, Benny, or are they all sticking fat?
I've seen enough.
Yeah, the aisles are busy at the moment with red and black.
So just came for a little drink. They'll be back, I'm sure, back in the middle of the ground. Peter Wright for Essendon. Hand pass away to Stringer. Kicks to centre half forward. A rare forward 50 entry for the Dons. Spills through to Durham. Snaps it on the right boot. Gets one back for the Bombers. Restricted celebration, as you can imagine. He raced away with the hand in the air and then decided to pull that back in. It's been Carlton's night. A dozen minutes gone, final term. Carlton by 35. The Bombers, with their first of this final term, they're chasing the game big time. 7-13-55 Essendon. Carlton 14-6-90. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Brett Delidio.
Well, the Blues have certainly swung around the inside 50s, and it was all in that first 4 or 5. So they've technically, outside of the fact that they were good enough to lead, lower their style in the third quarter, foot on the accelerator, all the good players got involved. Good players get involved, you're always going to get a result. And it's probably killed the game, 7 goals to 14, and I know the points counted, but it's a long, long way back. Particularly when so many Essendon players are just not in the game.
It's going to test even the most loyal Bombers supporters to sit it out as De Koning gathers. Hand pass to Kennedy. Walsh stripped of it. A chance for Wright to try and knock it forward. Guelphy courageously knocked it on. Got it to Gresham from 45 metres out. He misses everything. A couple in quick succession might have built a bit of a lead, but out of bounds on the full. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just an update on Will Setterfield. So it's a knee issue for him. He's coming back after a minor knee injury earlier this year. So I do wonder whether it's related.
Thanks, Ben. Only 4 of the first 13 games for Will Setterfield. Not good news. And now Matt Guelphy's with the trainers after an incident out there. He's trying to push them away and jog on with the rest of his teammates. Akers goes long down the wing. Wright knocks it away for Essendon. Down to Cox. Still in the front half for the Bombers. Hand pass to Stringer. Stringer kicks for Guelphy. Misses him. All going to go back into trouble again. Banks bodies with Ollie Hollands. Guelphy wins it. Hand pass out to Sardis. Fresh on the ground. Kicks for Langford in the pocket. Takes the mark. And Langford has it. And we're going to look from a tight angle here. Right forward pocket for the Bombers.
Well done, Guelphy.
Oh, absolutely.
After you've just had the wind taken out of you and then been forced into another 50-50 situation. Not the places you want to be, but held his head up, got the ball out to Sardis. Nice little dab kick in there to Langford. Good hands under some pressure. It's a tough kick here, right foot to the boundary.
He's become a goal kicker. He's yet to join the list tonight. Tight angle, right peg against the fence. Kick goes right across the goal face, and Wiedering takes the mark. Last line of defence. What a warrior he's been. Goes short for the Blues and finds Sard. Carlton by 35.
He bounds out of defence and drives a long kick up towards Ollie Hollands against Sardis. He used his body to get rid of Sardis and opens up a path on the wing. Shane Warne stands side, slipped over. Hollands chips it back inboard and finds Hewitt.
Very neat, Hollands. Everything he does, kicking, hand passing, stays on his feet.
A good pairing, don't they? Ollie and Elijah, the brothers playing together. Not quite the same headlines as Ben and Harry Mackay, playing on opposing sides as the kick came in and Sard was just dealt a little by Zach Merritt late. Sard slow and stretching his back, but no 50 as he chips it over the top to Boyd. In the long sleeves, spots Nick Newman all on his own in the middle of the G. He takes the mark, decides not to play on, looking for the short option, chips it over the top. The mark is taken. 55 metres out from goal by Cowan. He looks into the pocket. Charlie Curnow's the target. He clears the fingertips of Wright. Ridley's back there offering support. Hand pass away to Cox. Kicks up to the wing. Wiedering's waiting for it. He marks on his chest, the Blues defender.
They set up that wall on the halfway line, and now Wiedering's going to go back and across to Kemp. Number 17 on his back. Order he was drafted in his draft year, goes short to Sard and short across the ground to Hewitt. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, more injury concerns for the Blues down here. Mitch McGovern came off the ground. He seemed to be grabbing at his groin. He's then chatted to the doctors and he's headed to the room. So Just a watching brief down here.
So issues for Mackay and for McGovern. Suspected concussion and a shoulder complaint for Harry Mackay. He's off having the test done, and now a groin complaint for McGovern, as Ben told us. Thanks for all that as Carlton go inside 50. Laverty for Essendon. Win it back. Hand pass to Cox. Handball to Durham. Moves it on quickly to Caldwell. Spins out of the would-be tackle from Cripps. Hand pass to Jones. Short kick further afield. Finds Stringer on halfway. Carlton by 35 midway through the last.
He wants to try and move it quickly up to half forward because Gresham has space. He runs away from side. Veers out to the right. Opens the angle. Snaps across his body and puts one through. Jake Gresham with his first of the night. And the Bombers are able to put on a couple in succession and pull the margin back to 29 points. They'll have to continue to do that. 14-6-90 to the Bombers, 8-13-61. It's 4 goals to 2 in the final term through 16 minutes. Mick Malthouse and Brett Delivio with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was a good little bit of play there coming out of the back line. Some sharp hands across half back. And then they got it to Harry Jones, a little kick inside just to Jake Stringer. And then his ability to get that 50-metre pass out to a back-leading Jake Gresham. Had all the space out the back. He just got goal side out there of Saad, who's trying to guard the dangerous space. I thought he might have got a chop out there from Kemp. He didn't want to come across. Instead, stayed on Langford. Just opened up the goal face and an easy snap for Jake Gresham.
Back to 29 points. Carlton really busting this game open with the first 4 goals of this final term. Hewitt, hand pass away to Ollie Hollands. His kick picked off by Merritt. Hand pass to Wright, who fumbles, now coughs it up. Cripps for Carlton. Hand pass to Kennedy. Kicks inside 50 and Laverty. Marks overhead at half-back. 29-point lead for the Blues. More than halfway through this final term. Kicks up to the wing. To Guelphy. Feeds a hand pass forward to Elijah Sada's ugly-looking kick. Slides off the boot down to half-forward. Made it tough for Langford. He's tackled, taken to ground. And a ball up between wing and half-forward. Southern side. That's in Essendon's front half. Carlton by 29. 18 gone final term.
Toss up in the air. Wright doing the right work against De Koning. Another clearance to De Koning. He's having a good last quarter. Gets a hand pass forward, but Heppel is able to intercept. Hand pass away to Perkins. Swings onto his right. Drives it long inside 50. Langford in a tussle. Kemp worked him underneath. Langford back onto it. Boyd lays the tackle, supporting his fellow defender. And they lock the ball up in the right forward pocket for the Dons. 29 points is the Carlton lead at the 18-minute mark of the final term. Tossed in the air. De Koning wins down the tap. Kemp races after it. Brought down by Durham. He drags it in now over the top. Umpire on the blind side. And we'll ball it up. Still just 35 metres out at the punt road end from the Bombers' goal. Ben Cameron.
Mitch McGovern is just reappearing from the rooms. Looks a little ginger as he comes up the stairs. I'll come back.
Thanks, Ben. Wright wins the hit out forward 50 for the Bombers. Gresham and Chincotta bang bodies. Ball spills out towards Stringer. Big fend off. Got rid of Ollie Hollands. Kick smothered. Still at half forward for the Bombers. Boyd picks it up. He's tackled. Ball up. A shout out to Ron from Bedford in WA, who's actually listening from Austria. I think he's hoping the Blues can hang on. So thanks ABC for a great call. Nice to hear from you, Ron. Enjoying the footy abroad on the ABC Listen app. One down towards Cripps. He kicks hurriedly out of the defensive 50 and Langford takes the mark between wing and half forward. Carlton by 29.
You see here how Carlton just dominate the numbers in that back half.
Yeah. Langford kicks to the hot spot, but Cripps hands to it, couldn't complete the mark, falls down to Saad. Hand pass to Ollie Hollands, hand pass to Newman, who kicks hurriedly to half back for Carlton.
Well, the juggling mark is not quite completed by Matt Kennedy, but he was held. The players didn't initially hear the whistle, but they will stop player Matt Kennedy will have it at left half back. Ben Cameron.
Harry Mackay is back now too. Got his left shoulder strap. Looks like he'll come back on the ground.
Up towards Hewitt. Can't take the mark. Laverty came in from the side. Sported out of play.
So, that's good. Sorry, Clichy, that's good news. So obviously past whatever concussion worries or concerns we had in the concussion test. But
yeah, it didn't look like he got hit in the head from the close look that I had. But it's always a concern when you see someone stay on the ground for a little bit.
I was more worried about whether it got him on the ground, but that's great news.
There's the outreached hand of Ben Mackay that made contact with his head. I'm sure they'll debate that for many years to come. The first time they played on each other. As the Bombers through Gresham, surge forward, hand pass to Perkins, into the pocket. Guelphy takes the mark. Hard against the boundary. Probably about 40 metres out in the right forward pocket at the punt road end.
Well, they've controlled the last 6 minutes of this quarter, haven't they? They've had all the play. haven't exactly capitalised. They kicked a couple of goals, but we ruined that start they had to this last quarter. They just let Carlton get out to too big of a lead.
Need someone to set a spark. And Matt Guelphy, can he do so? Hard out to the right. He fires on goal. It's across the face. And De Koning's there to spoil it through for a minor score. 28 points is the Carlton lead at the 21-minute mark of the final turn.
I've got to say, Brett, I'm really surprised that you bring Mackay back on.
Yeah, just rest him.
Well, 6 goals up or 5 goals up. You've got nothing to gain outside of it, further injuries. I'd be...
So kick out goes wide to Boyd, and Boyd chips it further afield to Walsh, marks it half back for Carlton. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, he's just come back on. I wonder whether it's because of the concussion aspect, Mick. They want to, almost look suspicious if they keep him off the remainder of the ground, and raises concerns around that. So just getting back out there. But I had the same thought.
Got the shoulder strapped now, that left shoulder. There's Newman from the back pocket, kicks along up to the wing, and Perkins floats through, grabs it out of the air. New 2-year deal for him during the week, tying him at Essendon until 2026. Goes long to Stringer, top of the goal scorer. He's outnumbered. Carlton with a rush, get numbers there. Kemp kicks off balance, turns it over. Intercept mark for Sardis, left half forward. He's got teammates calling for it in the pocket, and he's ignoring both of those options in Gresham and Stringer. Sardis is going to have a look from 50 out left half forward.
I've got a different theory. I'll let him go.
Sardis arcs out to his right, trying to get it all at 50 metres, kicks a helicopter right to the goal line, and it's punched through. Didn't come off the boot pretty, Lids.
No, it didn't. His last couple haven't been great, but he'll run hard all day, this lad.
Give me your theory.
I think they brought him back on to give big TDK a chop out, let him sit a bit of time on the bench, and we don't want to overcook him.
Carlton by 27 points, 23.5 gone final turn. Sunday night footy on ABC.
He's in the ruck now, Harry.
Sard into Newman, who's almost a bit gingery as he kicks long up towards Charlie Curnow. It goes off hands, it goes out of play. It's an interesting challenge because playing just the one ruck, it means that Paddy Cripps or Matt Kennedy have to do some ruck work, so it becomes who is more valuable. Crowd posted at 88,510, so unfortunately not able to achieve the biggest home and away crowd between Carlton and Essendon, which was 91,571. Still a massive 48 hours with the King's birthday clash with Collingwood and Melbourne to come tomorrow. We'll be on air from 2:30. As Cowan's locked up and Nick Martin just gives him a little shove, the ball to be thrown in the air.
Mentioned that record, Clinchy, that was round 22,000, so that's the biggest crowd since. So best crowd between Carlton and Essendon in a home and away game in 24 years. And Carlton win it here. A hand pass from Cripps from Cowan out to Hewitt, and as he went to clear off the defensive 50, slid off the side of the boot out on the full. Stringer picks it up, unloads with a cannon all the way to the goal square. Getting down there, Harry Jones floats through, takes a clean mark overhead. We haven't seen a whole lot of those tonight for the Bombers. He's got it in the goal square.
Yeah, there was a lot of work done around him. Magnificent play by the Essendon players then. Made way for him, kept the Carlton defence right off him.
Time their enemy now too, but Jones drives it up into the second deck. They've kicked 3 in a row, the Bombers. They're coming from a way back. Carlton by 21, 24 gone final turn. The Blue Daggers 14-6-90. Essendon 9-15-69. The coaching icon Mick Malthouse, the Richmond superstar Brett Deledio on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was a nice mark, wasn't it? Just a long bomb in. We haven't quite seen it enough today from Big Harry. When he gets a run and jump at the ball, he can usually extend and really offer you something aerially, but the Blues defenders today, they've really been able to hold him down.
Well, if we've got the replay now, watch the work done around him. I think it's outstanding play by the Bombers. They've kept
Cox.
Yeah,
there's a little subtle block.
Just that little bit, but we haven't seen that virtually all day. And mind you, Wiedering just blasts through that sort of stuff.
Yeah. 21 points. One more Essendon goal, and a few of those fans at Richmond Station might turn around.
Oh, I don't think so, but...
No. Goldstein wins down the tap. I'm an optimist. Walsh trying to get a hand pass forward. Martin slides in. Merritt tackle. Dispossessed by Cowan. Here goes Hewitt. He kicks a long ball up towards Charlie Curnow. Wrestling with Ben Mackay. He spoils it down. He runs onto it. Hats it a couple of metres forward. Kennedy knocks it towards the goal mouth. Durden swoops in. Hand pass to Fogarty. Hand pass missed Kennedy. Chance for Charlie Curnow. Hand pass out to Chincotta. Can he kick his second? You bet he can! That should do. Alex Chincotta capitalising and able to put it through to just about close off the Bombers' fight back. 27 points the Carlton lead. 15-6-96 to the Bombers, 9-15-69. 5 goals to 3 in the final term. And Alex Chincotta, having only ever kicked 4 goals in his career before tonight, has 2 for the night.
Well, that came about only because an Essendon player slipped. He had full control of the football. I can't remember who it was. He had full control of the football. His next movement was going to be kicking the ball inside 50. Who knows what would have taken place. Slips over, loses the football. And as a consequence, we know the result. It's a goal. So there's a fine line between just getting it right and, getting a goal kick against you.
Would you go and ask him to check his boots, or would...
No, well, if you haven't checked them by now...
No, I'm not saying that, but in your review, would you ask the question?
I think the angle he was, I would suspect that he had every... I'll give him an excuse was given.
You can hear the Carlton fans singing the theme song, and it's echoing a bit because the ground has thinned out somewhat. The Essendon fans aren't sticking around to watch the Blues celebrate. Hurried kick towards half forward from Carlton. Chincotta scooping on it, or trying to scoop it up again. Couldn't quite. Ball spits out Essendon's way. Sardis to Menzie. Hand pass to Stringer. Handball back inboard to Sardis. It's tackled front on. Members wing. Blues by 27. As many minutes gone final term. And a pack forms around Stringer, and we'll have a ball up. George Hewitt, the last one up. With Sharon. Umpire tosses it up again. Goldstein arms it down. Merritt almost threw it out. Sardis to Caldwell, and now a handball out to Durham. Gets back on his natural right boot. Good kick. Finds Stringer. He marks just forward of halfway for Essendon. Lowers his vision. Short kick to Nick Martin. Kick back-to-back goals in the third quarter, trying to honour the Langford lead. Just out of reach. He's in a tangle with Kemp, and Kemp gives away a free. And Langford's wasting no time as he runs back to take this kick.
Yeah, I think it was just the swinging left arm across. I think the umpire thought that was enough to be the hold, unless I can't see from here the jumper pull, but... Oh, it's the right hand.
Yeah, he grabbed his arm.
Yeah.
Tom's at the bye next week. Let's do the Blues, so neither of them participants in round 14. Essendon's next start against West Coast at Docklands, round 15. Langford. Oh, that's a shocker. Misses wildly out to the left. In the end, he's lucky to score from straight in front. It's been the theme of the night. Lack of efficiency inside 50. Essendon 9-16. Carlton 15-6. There's your ball game. Blues by 26 points late in the final term.
Camera zooms in on Brad Scott. Not sure what runs through your mind in that moment. Mecca, there's probably not much you can do as a coach in that scenario.
Well, you get filthy, honestly. Absolutely filthy. Set shot from 40 metres out from it's a football.
I fear for the forwards coach of the Bombers. There'll be goal kicking work, no doubt, throughout the week as Cripps tries to knock it out. Walsh still trying hard, gets it out to Newman, dragged down by Hine. A chance for Goldstein. Hand pass to Sam Durham, gets it forward to Gresham. Little fumble as he gathers. Chips it looking for Guelphy. Can't quite get it to him. And Kemp sliding in, takes the intercepting mark for the Blues. Works it straight down the middle. Fogarty marks. He's at the back edge of the centre square for the Blues. Chips it out wide, and Zach Williams takes the mark. He can work it out to Boyd. So the Blues will be 9-4. They'll be second on the AFL ladder at the bye. It feels like they're stamping their credentials, having been in the bottom 4 at this stage last year.
Boyd kicks in the DeConing direction. On for his last few minutes after a little spell in the final term. Can't Monk and Packthorne's on the wing. Carlton fans are enjoying this. They've had it over Essendon in recent times. It'll be 4 of the last 5 against the Dons. Free kick, ruck infringement going Essendon's way. Final 2 minutes in front of 88,510. Goldstein, hand pass to Sardis. Slick hands missed. Merritt, hand pass in behind him. Walsh, the weapon, has it for the Blues. Hand pass to Akers. Handball to Elijah Holland, who is excellent in the second turn. Kicks for Curnow, who takes the mark at centre-half forward. Curnow just stamps it inside 50, and genuflecting to take the mark is Blake Akers down on one knee. He's got it out in front, and you'll have a look here from right half forward. He'll kick from about 45 out.
I reckon Charlie had a look at that and thought, oh, we're a long way up, and I'm leading the goal kicking, and I know I'm good for 60, and I'm only 45 out.
Yeah. Do I really have
to can someone man him up quickly? Can the Essendon defence get there? No.
Well, you've got to fake the slip.
Yeah, that's what he had to do.
Blake Akers to put the finishing touches on it. His drop punt is horrific. Way out to the left. In the end, it doesn't score. And a pat forms underneath Ridley, and Ollie's and the umpire says, I'll have it.
And you know who else is saying that? Charlie.
Yeah. Yes.
Don't worry, next one's not coming.
I'll be interested in who's got the votes tonight, because it feels like it's been an interesting night as Crooks got rid of it.
It's been deflected already.
Okay, well, I just wanted to check.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just an invitation only.
Yeah. Goldstein's kick found. Martin, who slips over after Cripps gave away the free kick. He's tackled. Hand pass came to McGrath. Gets out without a blush there as Laverty kicks out towards Cox. He marks it right half back. The Bombers with a chance to try and work it around the Shane Warne stand side. Is there time for one last roll of the dice as Peter Wright draws his opponent. Hand pass to Caldwell. Over the top. Gresham dodging and weaving. Hand pass away to Hine. Trying to knock it on to Perkins. Sliding in. Hewitt tackled. Spills out to Kemp. Tackled by Wright holding the ball. And the free kick will go the way of the Bombers at right half forward.
Nick Hine will take the kick. An excruciating watch for Essendon fans. Dominated the inside 50s. Lack of efficiency going forward. The Blues were clean all night up front. And that forward 50 entry punched out of bounds by Ollie Hollands. One last stoppage inside the Bombers forward 50. 88,510 in to see it. The Carlton fans are still here. And they're ready to roar on the final siren with a win over their arch rival. Carlton replace Essendon in second spot. They're second favourites for the flag, and now they've got the ladder spot to prove it. The Blues by 26.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. They like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
The Mackay backyard battle came to the MCG. Harry versus Ben for the first time after 9 seasons in the competition together. We had one moment, 10 minutes in which Ben was hanging on to Harry Mackay. According to the umpire, they paid a free kick. It went Harry's way and he popped it through from about 20 metres out. That was it. It proved nothing more than a sideshow. The game was decided outside of that. Carlton efficient going forward. Essendon far from it. They had 20 more inside 50s, the Bombers, and yet lost by 26 points and really never looked like winning.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. We're all the champions. They like to send up. We'll keep our end up. And they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
In the second spot on the table, the Carlton Footy Club. It is King's birthday eve and it was a Carlton coronation. The Baggers by 26 points in front of 88,500. We're on air for another half an hour. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport. The initial thoughts of Brett Delidio and Nick Malthouse.
Well, that's probably where I thought the result was going to be, if I'm being completely honest. It was, you know, Essendon, as Mick alluded to in the pre-game, that they'll take the fight right up to Carlton and they'll continue to come. And they did in that third quarter, but they just weren't able to capitalise. You know, but credit to Carlton, and we alluded to this at three-quarter time, that they'll be hoping for what they did to Port Adelaide last week and really put the hammer down in the start of this last quarter, and they did off the back of Tom DeConnick. I thought he was fantastic right throughout the whole game. He played like a big man. He took it to Toddy Goldstein, you know, from the very start. You know, just bashed and crashed his way through. He controlled the ball aerially at times as well. So he was fantastic. But ultimately the Blues were just so sound defensively. They outworked Essendon right across the ground. You know, they had their opportunities, Essendon, absolutely no doubt about that. They had plenty of inside 50s. What was it, 60-40 in the end? So, you know, they've really made the most of it, the Blues, going forward. But they'll rue that one, the Bombers, with the opportunities that they've given. 60 inside 50s is massive, isn't it? But not being able to capitalise there, Mick. It's they'll need to go back to the drawing board a little bit and see what they can come up with to get better access to their big key forwards.
Yeah, well, they just didn't have Peter Wright at all in a position to, on the lead to mark the football. Langford was a bit the same. Stringer was the same. When you take the ball in there slowly and Carlton get their numbers back, they absolutely flooded that 50-metre line, and it was only a fluke, I think. There was a couple of times where Essendon were able to mark the football clear. We already mentioned that, but there's going to be times when people say, well, how can Carlton keep going if they're going to keep getting 60 against them? 60 is a bit distorted because it goes in and comes out, goes in and comes out. Other sides will probably maybe take a mark, go back, kick a goal, or it's kicked off from the full-back. So those multiples sometimes are a little bit of a false start in many respects, because you're getting it in there by way of Carlton bringing it back out again, as opposed to or punching it back out again. I reckon Essendon could be happy in some respects that they were able to quell the effectiveness of the midfield, bar the fact that, I know who you're going to give your votes to, he was absolutely dominant. And we've got to call him a midfielder because I'm not sure how many clearances he had. Contested football, was it? So contested
11 clearances.
11 clearances. I mean, that is an amazing figure for a young ruckman.
Yeah,
amazing.
Dominant.
And that was dominant. That was, and he set up so many starting procedures for goals. And I know goal assists. I know they come directly from it. It's pretty hard to go back one or two stats, but Essendon are still thereabouts. They're certainly.
They defend well. They defended really well.
I think they're in the best 8. And that'll be proven over the next couple of weeks.
The forgotten brothers out there are Elijah and Ollie Hollins for the Blues. They've actually turned the sprinklers on them, so they were just getting wet as they were doing a television interview with Channel 7. So it's a bit rude as a way to kind of end the night. It's been a pretty damp one anyway, but sprinklers are off now, which is good news, and the Carlton celebration continues.
Yeah.
Did it answer our question before tonight? Who's the second best team behind Sydney?
Oh, it's getting close.
Yeah,
it's getting really.
For me, it did. Yeah. I like the Blues. I think they're legitimate with the amount of stars they've got across the board.
And who's going to come into? They can make a couple of changes to that side.
They got 11 on the injury list. Pitternet was close this week, and then the other question is, did they decide not to go with?
Well, it doesn't matter about Pitternet because you can get away with this with what they've got.
Chera, 3 weeks away.
Yes.
Jack Martin,
he will make a massive difference, Chera.
Jack Martin, 3 weeks away. David Cunningham, it seems like whenever he's fit, they get him in. He's 3 weeks. Matt Cottrell, another 2. And then you've got Silvani and Doherty, who they're not going to get back.
Well, Chera will make a big difference.
Yep.
Did even the best and fairest last year certainly come close to it?
He was leading.
I think Wiedering won the best and fairest.
He did a hammy late in the year. He was leading up until that point, and then Wiedering and a few others went past him.
Yeah, you pop him back into the centre. It just gives him when that. See, I look at it and go, why were Essendon able to stay in the match? Simply because the midfield of Carlton couldn't get in the match.
Yep.
So you put Chera in there. It's another dimension. He's a different player than Cripps, and he's certainly a different player than Walsh. So you've got a bit more speed. He gets outside. So it will change them, and I think it'll make them better.
Yeah, the Pitnet.
But I think Essendon will get better too.
Yes.
I think Essendon, with their players out, can get better. I'd love to see the crazy horse in there, the big ruckman. As much as Goldstein was not disgraced, Drape was a madman. You don't know what you're going to get, and he can go forward and take some big plucks down there. He would worry Wiedering because Wiedering wouldn't have a clue. Look, he doesn't
know what he's doing himself.
Well, he could start. He could start in the third tier on his leads. You don't know what's going to happen, and I love the way he goes about it.
They're getting overs out of Todd Goldstein at the moment, but it feels like Michael Voss is realising some weapons he has, which I'm not sure are playing Zach Williams forward.
Yep.
Alex Chincotta as a tagger was able to kick a couple of goals. It feels like the Blues are sort of toying with what they've got, and it might be better than maybe most others apart from Sydney.
They lost 2 games by under a kick, 6 points to Collingwood, 2 points to Adelaide, 13 points they lost to Geelong when the Cats were up and going earlier in the year. So the only game they've been completely blown off the park was that trip to Sydney. They lost by 52 points, and outside of that, The Blues sitting pretty in second spot. They're 9 wins, 4 losses on the year. So Harry gets the honours in the first battle of the Mackay twins. Carlton by 26 points. I understand the deal was, Ben Cameron, that mum and dad, and obviously we spoke to their mum, Tracy Mackay, earlier today, that they'll be headed to the winners' rooms, and I imagine they're down there in the Carlton rooms with you.
I haven't spotted them. I've been looking for my friend Tracy, but she's not in here yet. So I'll let you know when she arrives. The Blues are rolling in, led by Matt Owies, Paddy Cripps, high-fiving a few on the way through. A few stragglers just starting to make their way through. Harry Mackay, that shoulder strap, so landed heavily on that shoulder. I think Mick's on the money, maybe an AC joint stinger there. Hopefully A-OK for next week. There was a tactical sub as well with Carroll coming out of the game for Durden, so no issues there.
And Mitch McGovern?
Yeah, Mitch McGovern. I'm just waiting to see Gov and where he is making his way into the rooms. Here he comes. He's got last place coming in. I think a groin issue for Mitch McGovern, so I'll bring you an update on all of that. They're just huddling up at the moment. We're just about ready for the song. Dylan Alcott is down here supporting his Blues, but no Mackays as yet. They're just about ready to sing this song. All right, just huddling up. Here we go. So there you have it, the Blues successful and very happy bunch down here. If I'll find Tracy, I'll try and put the mic under her mouth and see what she has to say after all of that.
Thanks, Ben. We'll get some reaction from the Blue Baggers. The winners tonight by 26 points. They kicked the first 3 goals of the game, and from that point on, they were never headed. Basically, the Bombers got within 15 points at three-quarter time, and that was as close as they got. Sunday night footy on ABC Sport, the post-game going right through for another 20 minutes or so. We'll have reaction from the Carlton rooms. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clench, the Richmond champ Brett Deledio, and the Australian Football Hall of Famer, the coaching icon Mick Malthouse, with us in the box. Off the SMS, Liv. Sorry, I know you're a Bombers fan, but I'm classing this as the best win for my Blues so far. Big crowd, big stage, and they delivered. Certainly be up there, wouldn't it, with their best wins of the year so far, Carlton? I mean, round 1 was something special. They came from a long way back to beat the Lions by a point. I think you were up there for that game, Clinchy. Yep. They pulled one out of the fire against the Dockers, but there might have been some other factors involved in all of that happening. So it's certainly up there in terms of Carlton's biggest wins so far this year. And from Robert, hey guys, I reckon that the AFL should make this game in this same time slot every year from now on. From Robert,
that's a good call. I think that's a good case now.
Well, we've had the introduction in recent years, probably a decade ago now, since the Anzac Day Eve match was on between Richmond and Melbourne, and it's an enormous 24 hours for this ground. And same thing, obviously, for the King's birthday occasion. Ben Cameron in the winners' rooms. Ben?
Oh, I'm very pleased to say I've got Elijah Hollands, and didn't we like his work today? Elijah, congratulations. What's your main takeaway from that game?
I think the fact that we were able to bring a 4-quarter effort was big for us. We put an emphasis on that every week. Obviously not going to get it every week, but I think tonight we were able to do that for the most part. Probably gave them a 5 to 10 minute patch in the third quarter, but outside of that we felt like we were able to execute the things we wanted to, so that's a good feeling.
You're playing with your brother Ollie. You're obviously the 2 highest profile brothers playing in the match tonight.
Yeah, I would have thought so. I think we would have slid just under the Mackays, but Old's doing a great job. It's great playing with him, it's great living with him, we're having a lot of fun, so we can't complain.
What's behind your great form at the moment?
I just think trust from the group, mate, to be honest. They back me in to play my role. That's players and staff, coaches, and just giving me full belief that I'm able to go out and play my role. So that's been a great start for me.
We've only got a few minutes with Lige, lads. I'll send him upstairs.
Elijah, well done tonight, mate. I have a sneaky suspicion you might sneak into the votes. But, mate, I'm loving your work to be able to go and mix it up inside as well as spend a bit of time up forward, mate. You must be enjoying that bit of freedom.
Yeah, certainly are. Certainly am. So it's good to be able to get to some centre bounces and then work forward. Working with St Kilda over the last few weeks, obviously he's been doing a fantastic job with his role. So it's nice to get that little bit of freedom, and hopefully it's something that's been a good look for the boys.
And what about your big ruckman, mate? Geez, it must be make your job a lot easier when you've got a big bloke in there who's just winning it at will and getting around the ground, being a big bloke as you want him to be.
Well, we don't even need midfielders at the moment, mate. He's just taking it to himself. But no, King's doing a fantastic job. The same as in terms of we back him to get his job done every week, and just in this last month we've seen him thrive. So it's great to see him up and about also.
Elijah, you had to endure a fair amount of inside 50s in that third quarter. Do you feel like that's part of the improvement in this group, being able to withstand what an opposition could throw at you?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought the defenders stood up fantastically tonight, especially in that third quarter. It's in our system. We're so thankful that the boys are being able to hold up for us when we need them. So those boys did a fantastic job.
And a career best 3 goals for you tonight. What's the most you kicked in a local game or a rep game coming through the ranks?
11, and I don't think that'll be repeated. So 11 at under 14s, if that counts.
Getting closer to state to go next time, Elijah, on that front. It's Corbin Middlemass here. The corny comparison question for you. So out of the Gold Coast, started your career there, now at Carlton. Completely different climate, different following, different part of the world, now playing for a monster club in Melbourne. What are the major differences, I guess, you've noticed between the pair?
I guess a little bit of recognition. That's something I've had to get used to now coming back down to Melbourne. Jumping into Ollie's shadow has been nice. He's been able to take the forefront, and I can just slide in behind him as well. So that's probably the big thing. And then just the crowds. Being able to come out here at the G and play in front of high 80s, low 90,000 most weeks is just a surreal feeling. So they're probably the things that are deferring at the minute.
The recognition, mate, loving it or hating it?
Well, hopefully I can keep kicking a goal or two a week, so it can be positive. But no, it's just different. We live in Carlton. We walk down Lygon Street and we see supporters of the footy club, which is fantastic. The whole group loves the love and support that we get from our supporters, and hopefully we can just keep winning to keep them happy.
It sort of feels like Michael Voss isn't afraid to try some different roles. Alex Cincotta got forward and kicked a couple of goals as well tonight. Has that been part of sort of exploring Zach Williams up forward as well, what this group might be capable of?
Yeah, Cincotta's role over the last month and a bit's been integral for us. He's been able to do a job on either an opposition's best small forward or midfielder. So, we value his role internally immensely, and it was nice that in the last quarter he was able to get on the end of a couple himself.
I know your dad played for Richmond. Were you a Tigers fan growing up?
No, I wasn't actually. I was born in Adelaide, so I was a Crows man growing up.
Right.
Ollie went for Carlton. Dad ended up going for Carlton once he was finished with footy as well. Went back to going for Carlton. He was as a kid and went back after he was done with footy. So a bit all over the place, but very happy to be wearing the jumper I am now.
Oh, I'm sure the Adelaide fans will be wishing you were wearing their colours still, Elijah. Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Well done. You're playing some sensational footy. Enjoy the win.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Elijah Hollands, who was excellent tonight, had 8 disposals and kicked a couple of goals to half-time. Half of those were score involvements. And
brings a real calmness in there when he's inside. His ability to not feel the heat and then stand up and deliver, I think, is what the reason why they've got him in there.
He had 19 disposals, Lids, going at 93% kicking efficiency.
Yeah,
and he and his brother just cover the wings. You mentioned at one stage throughout the call their endurance and their ability to work up and down.
Yes, well, Ollie in particular, I'm not sure what Elijah's running ability is, but his inside work is, as I said, his calmness, but his ability to execute. Then you're kicking at 93%. That's when we look at a couple of others. I think someone went at 14 and someone on the opposition went at 41. So, we won't know names.
Life would be pretty good if you're Elijah Hollands, I reckon. Imagine coming back to Melbourne. You play in front of massive crowds playing for Carlton, 22 years of age, gets to play alongside his brother for a massive club. But I think if you're wanting to go sort of incognito, being a Carlton player living on Lygon Street is probably not
a good idea.
No wonder he does get recognised a fair bit when he's out and about.
You might get some free coffees, though, when the team's going well.
Absolutely.
I think the question's going to be around Essendon's forward line. Peter Wright took 1 mark for the night. So he's been goalless now in 3 of his last 5 matches.
Yep.
How much of it was the delivery tonight and how much of it is him trying to impose himself in a match?
Oh, there's a bit of double there because he got his hands to a couple. It's easy to lay blame on outside kicking football, and indeed they could tonight, Essendon. They could just say, look, we've just absolutely murdered the football. But Peter Wright got his hands on the ball 2 or 3 times and it just went straight through. He's going through a patch at the moment that quite often a lot of forwards do go through, key forwards. They get bumped and held back and double teamed and so forth. I just suspect that he probably needs another player that can take the heat off him, kick a few goals, where he can then become not necessarily the centre of attraction. I know if I was going up against Essendon, I'd be really zeroing in on Langford's great, but probably controllable. Whereas Peter Wright, when he's in full flight, leading, he's quite quick. 2 metre Peter says it all about the height. Very accurate from outside 50, so you know if he got the ball outside 50. That was a bit of a worry to me tonight, that at no stage did he attempt to come up the ground and be involved outside 50, because he's a 60-metre kick, so he's going to knock him over from 50-metre line. I think probably the way the game went and the way Carlton defend didn't help him, and I know over the last month he's been a bit patchy, but I think if Essendon are going to go anywhere, they've got to keep Peter Wright first and foremost as the key player. Langford's great, but they don't win. They'll win finals, but they're not. You can't rely on him to go, oh look, he's going to kick 5 or 6 goals. It's the contest that Wright will make that determines it. But the other player near him, it's got to be Stringer. Yeah, I think the combination. Carlton had 10 goal kickers tonight, and their key forwards kicked 3, I think, 2 or 3. So that's the impact you've got to have going into a final series. Essendon have got players that can kick goals, but they've got to get that player involved where he attracts so much that the others spill out. And at the moment, the delivery to him was inconsistent. The delivery to him wasn't ideal, and I reckon he made it hard for himself by not working outside. You see Charlie Curnow up here on the wing, Mackay up here on the wing. The only time we saw Peter Wright up here on the wing was when he was rucking.
Carlton by 26 points full-time. Corby Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio, Mick Malthouse in the box. Ben Cameron downstairs with reaction, more reaction from down there in just a moment. So I think in isolation, excruciating 4 quarters for Essendon fans. You have 20 more inside 50s and kick your way out of it. No effectiveness going forward. But in terms of a broader question, like if people were still asking about the Bombers' legitimacy and do they belong with the better teams in the competition, like it was a kind of night where you go, oh, we know exactly what went wrong tonight, but we were right in it and we're competitive throughout. And if we tidy up a few things here or there, it's not as if they were completely blown away in the midfield and anti-competitive.
No, exactly. And they defend. I think they defend so much better. That's, they keep a side to 40 inside 50s, and a dynamic side like Carlton to 40 inside 50s it's evidence to that. So I think they're on the right path. They just let themselves down with their execution, essentially, and the fundamentals to finish off. Which I think is fixable. Like, yes, you'd probably want to get some better kicks and better users in there, or be able to create some more time with the footy to be able to execute better. But ultimately, I think that they're on the right track. Do you see it that way, Mick? Like, how correctable are those things in?
Well, they are correctable, but here I don't like stats, but I do like some stats.
Yep.
They are the only side in top 10, I think, that are around about 100%. So they're not dominating by any stretch of imagination. Now, is that because they do score too many points compared to goals? That is when you look at Adelaide or look at Bulldogs, they're not losing games because of it, but they're not winning games from it. They're not being able to turn those points into goals. Essendon, they're what are they now? They've slipped a little bit.
So they're 8 wins, 1 draw and 4 losses. Yeah, so they had their 7-match unbeaten run ended last week, and now they've lost 2 on the trot.
Yeah,
so.
the buys, Matt, are the things that we just can't. We're going to have to live with them, but it throws the ladder out a bit, and I'm looking at that and saying, well, I think Essendon are still probably 5 games away from making the 8. Now, it used to be 12. With the extra game, I'm saying that you probably, and because the bottom 2 or 3 sides aren't winning games, they're give-me's. So you've got to win. I think you have to win 13 games. Now, right now,
they've got 10 to go. And they only travel once, which is round 24 to the Gabba to play Brisbane. So their next 9 games are all in Melbourne.
Yeah,
and they've got West Coast at Docklands. They've got Adelaide at Docklands. They've got St Kilda at Docklands, and they've got Gold Coast.
They've got the draw.
Yep.
So does 12.5 get them in or 13 get them in? Because I don't know whether they're a top 4 side at the moment because of the way they play. It's improved dramatically, but who is the top 4?
I think they'll finish there because of the softer run. That's what I think.
Well, you've got Sydney and Carlton. You would suspect will hold up.
Yeah.
The sides that are coming underneath.
Yeah.
Are actually going to aid Essendon, and I'm talking about Hawthorn,
Yep.
Collingwood, and Melbourne. One of those will be in the 8 tomorrow night. Collingwood or Melbourne will be in the 8 tomorrow night. Is Gold Coast starting to get the jitters? Getting beaten by St Kilda, really?
Port Adelaide and Melbourne are the two, aren't they? They're the two that you'd think they've been in the top 4 in the past. Are they going forward or are they going backwards?
Well, Fremantle have surprised me. Their percentage is quite good, but they can have a run at it. We know what they can do and we know what they can't do. So we're all guessing at the moment.
Yeah.
But
who was the other one you said? Port
Adelaide and Melbourne are the two that on previous form you're trying to work out, are they a top 4 side? There's no doubt the Bombers are the most improved side this season, but you wonder whether they'll tire in the second half of the season, which has been part of the problem in the past. But I'm a bit with you, Corby. I don't think they would have lost too many admirers over the last 2 weeks, and there's room for improvement, but nothing looks like it can't be fixed. And Nate Caddy kicked 3 goals in the VFL tonight. Is it Al Hawi who was their mid-season pickup? He kicked 4.
Wow.
So it's sort of they need someone senior to come in to play alongside the Harry Jones and the small forwards. It's just who's can compete or be that player.
Yeah. It was Sam Weddleman. That's who they went and got, isn't it? Right. But he's down back now probably, I think. But
this has been their big problem, Essendon. So I feel like I say it all the time that a lot's made of, it's been a million days since they won a final or whatever it is. They have never qualified in a position to give themselves the best chance. So I think they've been to 6 final series since they last won one in 2004, and they've always qualified 7th or 8th.
Yeah,
so
they're knocked over.
Always an underdog in an elimination final, often travel involved. They lost one to West Coast, one to Adelaide. So to give yourself a chance, you've got to be top 4, top 6 minimum. So,
but that's the question out tonight, isn't it? They're not guaranteed a top 4 side
no,
tonight.
Not at all.
But they're doing a lot right.
And they'll fear next week. It's a bye, but they'll fear next week for who wins and who doesn't win, because right now, like, are Brisbane the real deal? Are they now going to come back? Does Hawthorn play a significant role? They will play a significant role, Hawthorn, because they'll knock over a few top sides. But will they knock over enough sides to actually challenge? The Dogs are the ones who have had such a great month, and now no Norton.
They could go either way, couldn't they?
Oh, no Norton and no. They lost someone else.
Darcy.
Darcy, who'll come back from. But that's still another week or so. And Waitman, they've lost their way a little bit. So, but then you got Collingwood, Melbourne. I firmly believe the way Melbourne have played the last month of football, that they will be very lucky to hang on to anything that remotely looks like the 8.
Do you think the Cats are still there?
They're the ones that I think, when they start playing the better sides, and next test will be Carlton. I think they play Carlton soon. That'll be a real test for them.
It's going to be easier, isn't it, to defend a spot than it is to try and chase?
Think so.
Think so.
But I think we're all...
But there's not many chasing. I mean, there's a lot in that bracket now. That one game flip or the way it goes,
All of a sudden, that game after the bye against West Coast just becomes a little curious. How do they respond after the bye? Harley Reid will be back. Not to think that the West Coast Eagles are knocking down any doors, but...
I think he's got another one.
He's got one.
He's got 2.
But they got the bye. He's missed one.
Yeah, they got the bye too, West Coast.
Oh, they got the bye, of course.
So then he won't serve that until...
bye's matched up.
So it's 3 weeks without Harley Reid, and we'll see what version of the Eagles turn up. Ben Cameron is downstairs, I think in the Essendon rooms. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. I've actually just made my way back to the Blues room. So I did try to go over there and catch the Mackay's, but they were deep in conversation with Ben and Harry before that, so I didn't want to jump in, let them chat to their boys. Just a final injury update. So Harry Mackay with that shoulder issue, left shoulder, I think possibly an AC joint. Mitch McGovern with that seeming groin issue. No further update on that at the moment. And Will Setterfield with a knee issue, which he came into the game with it strapped, and it seems to be a recurrence of some sort of that injury. So I think that's all of it for now, Corb, out of both of these teams.
Thanks, Ben. Great job down there tonight. Ben Cameron in the Carlton rooms. Winners by 26 points over the Bombers. The votes in the ABC 4 of the year. Brett Deledio has the duties.
We had 5 minutes left, and Mick looks across at me and mouths.
No, I'm off the bench.
You're a special guest tonight.
I'm off the bench.
Time for you to step up, Lids.
Yes, it is probably.
He's a regular on Friday night, and he doesn't do the votes there either. But that's another conversation for another day.
Lingy just grabs him by the throat and says, "You're not doing them." And I say, "Okay, Mr. Link."
Well, I've given one to a guy who swapped his roles after being one of the best and loving half-back. He went half-forward and ended up with 26 and kicked 2 goals too. Nick Martin. Jordan Ridley very stiff not to get that one, but I couldn't go past 26 and 2-2. I think that's worthy of a vote. 2 votes I went to our boy Elijah Hollins, who we just spoke to. 19 disposals and 3 goals. I thought kicked it exceptionally well, gave us the Blues first use a couple of times in there. And 3 votes. We don't really need to speak too much about the big fella because we have all night. But Tom De Koning, TDK, was exceptional. 24 disposals, 11 clearances. 6 of those clearances were centre bounce ones. 17 contested possessions, 7 inside 50s. And a couple of score involvements as well. So he was exceptional.
3 for De Koning, 2 for Elijah Hollins, 1 for Nick Martin. Brett Delidio's votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. So the Sunday slate complete. Feels like the best stuff's back-ended this weekend in round 13. So the 2 games today, Sydney by 30 points over Geelong. Came from 6 goals down, trailed by 35 points. Ended up flipping the script there. So kicked, outscored them by 11 goals from that point on. 16 goals to 7 after quarter time. So huge win for the Swans to go further clear on top. With Essendon losing today, they get that extra sort of half a point clear on top of the ladder. So 11-1 the Swans for the first time since 1935. And then the Blues win by 26 points. They kicked the first 3 goals and Essendon never got back within 15 points. That was as close as they got thereafter at 3/4 time. It was all about efficiency inside the forward arc. So 20 more inside 50s for the Bombers, and yet never really looked like winning the game. Carlton by 26 points, and the 2 winners on Sunday footy in round 13 are the top 2 teams in the league. Sydney number 1 and Carlton now number 2. All right, quick thoughts ahead of tomorrow. So Big Freeze 10, an amazing effort that's been put in over multiple years now, or a decade, to raise close to $100 million, hopefully a milestone tomorrow for MND or Fight MND. We see the big tarpaulin over the top of the slide, which is in readiness for the 10 sliders to go down pre-game tomorrow, and it gives way to a huge game of footy. The Pies and the D's. Give us your best 10, 15 seconds, Lids.
Oh, I've got the D's bouncing back. I know Mick will disagree with this, but I just think they're, with Van Rooyen coming back in, I'll just like them a little bit more, but with much trepidation, I'm not really sure.
Well, he's a superstar. What's he done all year? How many goals, how many multiples has he kicked?
Who have you got, Mick?
Pies.
By 5, he said, by 5 goals.
We always love having you with us, Mick, on ABC Sport. Back from Perth, we thought we weren't going to get a game out of you this weekend, and you were wrong. We ring you last minute, and here you are for us.
Delighted to be here, Corby.
What a super sub.
Great to have you with us, Mick Moldhouse, the coaching games record holder. Thanks to you, Brett Delidio.
Pleasure.
Our Sunday regular holding it down. Thanks to Matt Clench. Good calling tomorrow. Clenchy heading up our call on King's birthday. Thanks to Ben Cameron downstairs, to Mitch back in the studio, to Stu Birchmore at the controls. My name's Corbin Middlemass signing off. Carlton into second spot. The Baggers winners by 26.
Sam Hawley here. ABC News Daily is a 15-minute podcast that's not just the latest headlines. Each weekday, I take one thing that's big in your world and dig deep so you can truly understand what's going on. It's never too long, didn't listen. It's just 15 minutes of powerful information delivered directly to your ears. ABC News Daily, your daily dose of news knowledge. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of NRL.
Well, across the weekend, we're going to take a look at previous State of Origin series with some absolute legends of our game and of Origin. And we start today with one of our favourites, former New South Wales captain Danny Buderus. And where do you start with Danny? A hooker who made his first grade debut for his beloved Newcastle Knights in round 3, 1997 against the South Queensland Crushers. But what a career he went on to have. 220 games for the Knights with the 2001 Premiership. Then he went to the English Super League, where he reached a Challenge Cup final with the Leeds Rhinos and won a Super League grand final with them. And I believe it was Wayne Bennett who lured Buderus back to the Knights for the 2012 season, and midway through that year he re-signed for the following season, his last year in the NRL. So all up, he played 257 games for the Knights. He scored 73 tries for them, by the way. Pretty darn impressive for a hooker. Made his test debut in 2001 before he played Origin, and went on to represent Australia in 24 tests. Danny Buderus made his State of Origin debut the following year, and 2002 was big for him. He was named the Dally M Hooker of the Year and the Representative Player of the Year at the Dally M Awards. But in 2004, he became only the second hooker to win the Dally M Player of the Year, and the first since Mal Cochran, and he was named captain of New South Wales for the first time, and ostensibly that's what we're going to chat to Danny Baderis about. Welcome back, Danny. Long time no see. How are you?
Yeah, Andrew, how are you, mate?
Couldn't be better, mate.
Chat to you.
Yeah, you too. Can't wait for the Origin series, and it's appropriate, I think, to talk to you, Danny, considering Jake Trbojevic is getting ready to captain New South Wales for the first time. What do you remember about that decision being made that you were going to lead the Blues out in 2004?
Yeah, that was a big occasion for myself personally. I'm full of doubt. I have sort of self-regulated, I guess you could say, going, wow, this is a big job. And we sort of had a catch-up maybe a month leading into the series, and Gus just wanted to get all the detail out of the way from point of view of the suit sizes and have a chat to us all. We actually did a beep test. I remember that, just a little fitness test, which is a bit bizarre, but that was something we did. And
how'd you go?
I think we just all got through it. We just stretched the legs and just put ourselves. It was more of a bit of a mind shift. Just Gus really wanted to have a mind shift around New South Wales and how we're going to play, and he just sort of snapped us into gear, saying this is what's coming, and this is what we're going to be about. But he sort of said, mate, I'm going to make you captain for this series. And I just went straight backpedaled, and I just said, no, I'm not sure about that, Gus. He goes, well, you got to the end of the day to tell me. So I went back into the shed where we were, and I still remember I spoke to Craig Fitzgibbon, who was awesome in that series. I spoke to Nathan Hindmarsh, Andy Ryan, which most of those guys were captains of their clubs, and I wasn't even the captain of my club. And I just sort of spoke to him around, how would you feel if I was to be captain and you guys, weren't then? I said, listen, mate, of course, we just do not change. Don't change who you are. Just be who you are, and lead by your actions, and we're going to follow. And that was enough for me. And obviously I went to Gus and said, mate, lock me in. I couldn't be more prouder, and can't wait to lead the state.
So what were you doubting yourself most? Because you'd been playing Origin for a couple of years, and this was going to be your third Origin series. Was it that you didn't have the captaincy experience, or what was providing the doubt for you?
Yeah, just it was all new. It was new to me, and I just knew the pressures that would come along with it, the field and all that. That's fine. I could just I can get that done. I feel comfortable with what happens on the field, but just everything that goes with it, I guess. And it's a big job leading that part from media to, what's it entail? Do you want speeches, Gus? Do you want to motivate players and all those sort of things? Yes, mate, I've got all that. Don't worry about that. You just go out and set standards of training, and we'll be fine. And it was an eventful series, that series.
Yes.
I got tested in a lot of ways through my leadership, and I learned on the run and got a bit of a understanding from pretty much the first camp, and it was so good that we went on to win the series.
Yeah, so in the end, when you get that job and you accept it, how different was that week and a half leading up to the game compared to what you had been used to?
Yeah, it was quite different, because we had a drama off field, and and that was probably something that.
The phone scandal. Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
gosh,
that's right. So we sort of started the camp with that, and like I said, my leadership skills got tested straight away, and then it was a bit of a huge distraction, and thank God we came out and won that game. And we sort of went home on that Friday, which everyone breaks camp, and we said, once we come back in here, boys, we have to reset, because it's been a real distracting week. And the boys were great. They showed some accountability. The boys had some issues around that camp, and they spoke up, and we just put it behind us, and wanted to have the last couple of days of really refocusing and narrowing our focus on the performance. And Sean Timmins got us home with a field goal, I think, to win that game, that first game, which was pretty an emotional one.
At Stadium Australia 9-8. I can only imagine, Danny, you hear about that incident and your head was that one of those moments the head just hits the desk? Like, oh no.
Yeah, there was a lot of that. It was a lot of me questioning myself, but it put me straight into the furnace and that's what I was talking about with the pressure of what goes on with being a captain is, right, I've got to take control here. And we all as a man stood tall and just said, right, this is we're all